And the princess in the Marvel world becomes a queen. A girl named Isabella Swan, who has been transported to the Marvel world, embarks on a series of adventures in Forks. Relying on her beauty and intelligence, Isabella navigates the challenges of school life and the threats of supernatural forces. From her interactions with vampires and werewolves to her confrontation with a mysterious Grim Reaper, Isabella grows and discovers her own powers. After enduring numerous life and death trials, she not only protects herself and those around her, but also finds her place in the extraordinary world and ultimately becomes a true princess. I've always felt out of step with everyone else, stumbling through life with a profound sense of isolation. My peers consider me odd, and they're not wrong. I am different, and I don't want to be normal. In an attempt to fit in, I've tried to adapt to my environment, engaging in various activities like school clubs, shopping with girls, watching boys' basketball games, and even forced participation in obscure volunteer work. I discuss topics I don't care about, all in a desperate bid to appear normal. But no matter how hard I try, the labels of weirdo, silent, and antisocial stick to me like glue. My efforts to integrate into society have been in vain. Even my appearance, which should be a blessing, has become a curse. My clear and beautiful features have drawn unwanted attention and made me a target of exclusion. My mother, Renee Deller, understands my struggles to some extent, but her focus has long shifted to her new husband, leaving me feeling somewhat isolated. One day, while reviewing the diary of my predecessor, Isabella Swan, I discover a deep-seated psychological issue. She has been plagued by feelings of alienation, which have led to her current state of fatigue and exhaustion. In a moment of impulsiveness, driven by the urge to escape the bullying she endured, she considers seeking revenge. However, her newfound confidence, bolstered by her appearance, leads her to adopt a more assertive stance. Now, facing the prospect of transferring to a new school in Forkstown, Washington, she is filled with uncertainty. Forks is a place shrouded in mystery, rumored to be inhabited by werewolves to the north and vampires to the south. As she bids farewell to her old life in Phoenix, Arizona, she is both apprehensive and determined, ready to start anew. Bella was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the approaching girl until it was almost too late. Her head was down, deeply immersed in the diary of her predecessor, Isabella Swan. The diary revealed the inner turmoil of the previous Isabella, a girl who had always felt like an outsider. The entries were filled with a sense of longing and loneliness, painting a picture of someone who had tried everything to fit in, but had ultimately failed. As Bella flipped through the pages, she couldn't help but feel a connection to the girl who had once been her. The diary detailed failed attempts at socializing, awkward moments in school clubs, and the constant feeling of being an outcast. It was a stark contrast to Bella's own experiences, which had been relatively smooth until her recent encounter with the strange girl in the airport. Bella was still lost in thought when the collision happened. She was so focused on the diary that she didn't see the girl walking towards her, head down and listening to music. They bumped into each other, and Bella's head connected with the girl's forehead. Bang! The sound echoed through the airport. Bella stumbled back, her chin numb from the impact. The girl, also disoriented, fell to the ground, clutching her forehead. Both immediately apologized, their voices overlapping in a chorus of sorry, sorry. Bella quickly gathered herself and helped the girl up. The girl's family rushed over to assist, and Bella noticed the scattered money from her wallet. With a smile, Bella reassured the girl's family that she was fine. As they parted ways, Bella couldn't help but admire the girl's beauty. It was clear that the girl was also taken aback by Bella's appearance. The encounter left Bella slightly dazed. She had been so focused on the diary and her own thoughts that she hadn't noticed the girl's approach. The collision had been unexpected, but it had also been a reminder that she wasn't alone in the world. There were others like her, people who were also trying to navigate the complexities of life. As Bella continued her journey through the airport, she couldn't shake the memory of the girl's face. It was a brief moment, but it had left a lasting impression on her. She wondered who the girl was and where she was going. But there was no time to dwell on it, as Bella had her own flight to catch and a new chapter in her life to begin.
Chapter 3. Omen, what is happening here? The girl's mother was perplexed as to why this group sought to seize her son's toy car. As the sheriff, she sensed something was amiss. However, considering it was merely a toy, she reasoned that letting it go was inconsequential. With her husband, son, and daughter by her side, pursuing the matter alone seemed inappropriate and hardly worth the effort. Even if she were to catch up with them, she doubted the significance. Those who snatched the toy appeared rather peculiar. What if they were deranged individuals escaped from a hospital? A man and a woman darted in opposite directions, and the girl's mother, despite being the most capable in the situation, did not chase after them. Bella, possessing remarkable mental fortitude, also refrained from pursuit, recognizing that this incident held no relevance to her. Meanwhile, a young girl demonstrated remarkable acumen. She had positioned herself strategically and swiftly tripped the woman who had taken the toy car. The girl's mother felt a hint of helplessness, yet with the woman now down, she could not ignore the situation. She hurried to the scene and executed a precise military maneuver to subdue the woman, retrieving the toy car from her grasp. What a splendid victory! Although Bella sensed there was more to the toy car than met the eye, she resolved to withdraw, acknowledging her status as a mere bystander. What purpose was there to linger? At that moment, she heard the announcement for her flight and promptly bid farewell to the family of 5. Perhaps it would be prudent to alert the authorities. These individuals have questionable intentions, she advised. Taking out a notepad, she swiftly pinned a message. It was a pleasure meeting you. I am Isabella Swan, and this is my contact number should the police require verification. Strangely compelled, she handed the note to the young girl, perhaps influenced by her striking appearance. Upon hearing Bella's introduction, the girl reciprocated, Natasha Romanoff. Who? Bella's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Internally urging herself to remain composed, she scrutinized the girl and hesitantly inquired, what year were you born? Such a question from a man would undoubtedly be considered intrusive, likely resulting in a splash of water or a kick. However, when posed by a woman, it seemed acceptable. Natasha, caught off guard by the inquiry, replied casually, 1984? And you, Miss Swan? I was born in 1983, but you may call me Bella. Natasha's response was succinct and assertive, exuding a certain charm. The exchange between the two women concluded swiftly, or rather, Bella found herself eager to depart, with Natasha present. Who knew if Hawkeye or Tony Stark might appear next? Whether she was a petite beauty or a striking one, and whether she hailed from 1984 or 1884, was of no concern to Bella. As an ordinary person, she preferred to keep her distance. In the store, Bella purchased a stylish pair of sunglasses for her father, soon dismissing thoughts of Natasha from her mind. Eventually, she located her boarding gate, but as she was about to step forward, an unexpected omen compelled her to pause. Suddenly, a multitude of enigmatic images flooded Bella's mind: disease, decay, calamity, and slaughter. Some scenes appeared strikingly vivid, while others flickered like fleeting shadows, only to vanish without a trace in the next moment. She felt her palms drenched in sweat, her heart racing at an alarming pace, as if some profound information had been imparted to her. Yet, constrained by the limitations of the human brain, she could not decipher its meaning. Perspiration beaded on her forehead. Her lips parted in silent terror, as if an invisible hand gripped her very soul, rendering her nearly breathless with overwhelming fear. Flight 180 passengers. Please prepare for boarding. The airport announcement echoed as usual, yet to Bella, it morphed into a series of disjointed electronic sounds interspersed with barely perceptible static, akin to the interference of a powerful appliance nearby. Why was this person standing in the middle? Surely, she couldn't be succumbing to a sudden illness? The unexpected noise crashed into her consciousness like a boulder dropped into a serene lake, jolting Bella from her peculiar state and restoring a modicum of her composure. With a stiff neck, she turned her head to see a group of men and women, led by an elderly teacher, passing by her side. A few girls, who considered themselves somewhat attractive, cast sympathetic glances at Bella, as if to say, a country bumpkin, surely she has never flown before. Classmate, do you need assistance? A middle-aged female teacher inquired, noticing Bella standing at the boarding gate, neither entering nor exiting. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Bella nearly jumped at the sound, her gaze drawn to the distant airplane, the drizzle outside, and then to the clock on the wall, her heart racing in turmoil. She stepped aside, her memories hazy, recalling a film from years past, details long forgotten, yet her intuition urged her. This plane must not be boarded. To board would mean certain death. Observing the 40-odd young men and women eagerly preparing to board, she hesitated several times before finally deciding to speak up. Bella called out to the female teacher, the rain outside is intensifying. The flight has already been delayed for an hour, perhaps. As she spoke, her words faltered. How could she articulate this? Crazy, they thought, judging her rustic appearance and naive demeanor. Perhaps she had a point. The rain truly was excessive today. The young students, who were actually of a similar age to Bella, regarded her as an intriguing subject, engaging in spirited discussion about her. The lines were clearly drawn. The boys who supported her caution were juxtaposed with the girls who mocked and derided her. However, upon witnessing the girls' reactions, many of the boys who initially sided with Bella quickly shifted their allegiance. Truly, I'm not jesting, madam. I have a dreadful premonition about this flight. Her words were abruptly interrupted by the female teacher, who spoke in a tone laced with condescension. As though addressing a simpleton, Miss, I suggest you consult a doctor. You're still young, and some ailments require early intervention. It's nothing, everyone. Please proceed. The female teacher beckoned the students to board the plane, while Bella's admonitions were cast aside. The 40 men and women had already engaged in animated discussions about the journey that lay ahead. With a deep sigh, Bella felt an inner turmoil. Could it be that she had misremembered? Would her involvement in such matters lead to trouble? Could her small shoulders bear the burdens of societal issues and extraordinary dilemmas? Did the life or death of Americans truly concern her? Yet, she soon resolved that this was not about America, but about humanity. Observing the elderly with silver hair and the infants cradled in their mother's arms, the flickering ember of her sense of justice ignited within her. To her, the likelihood of this flight encountering disaster surpassed 90%. She could not stand idly by while others were led to their demise. She persistently implored the passengers, urging them to refrain from boarding the aircraft. Chapter 4. Saving lives. Please, listen to me. For the sake of the child in your arms, I urge you to exercise caution. The rain outside is exceedingly heavy, and taking off in such weather is perilous. Sir, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish for you to hear me out. Sir, ladies, do you not possess even a hint of intuition? The ominous signs of impending danger are palpable. If you truly reflect upon it, I believe you will sense it. Bella endeavored to persuade the surrounding passengers, though she lacked concrete evidence to substantiate her claims, striving instead to convey her sincerity. For anyone willing to listen, she tirelessly implored them to wait for the next flight. Her earnest tone gradually halted a few passengers in their tracks. Yet, many remained skeptical, and a small number began to hurl scornful remarks. Fool, madwoman, delusional. Numerous derogatory labels were cast upon Bella. Miss, if you do not intend to board, I must insist that you leave immediately. This airport does not welcome you. The airport security approached aggressively. A burly African-American man pointed firmly toward the exit, signaling her to depart. Bella soon realized that her passive approach was ineffective and inefficient. She could directly seek out the airport's official authorities. Where is your supervisor? I demand that he promptly organize maintenance personnel to inspect the aircraft. It would not take much time. This assertion resonated with an American tone, imbued with a sense of democracy. 4 or 5 individuals began to quietly support her. While not far away, an elderly man with a white beard and hair expressed that the airport should exercise caution. I stand with her. The airport must prioritize the safety of its passengers, and a thorough inspection of the aircraft is warranted. From a group of 40 students, a tall brunette stepped forward, clearly showing the weight of the moment upon her shoulders, beads of sweat dotting her brow as she mustered the strength to speak. Claire, have you joined in this madness? Claire, in her eccentricity, has long revealed her frailties. Miss Redfield, we are a team. I require you to return at once. The teacher's tone was stern and commanding. Nevertheless, the brunette resolutely refused to board, insisting that it was far too risky to do so. We can wait for the flight in 3 hours. Boarding now is simply too hazardous. I share the same intuition as this young lady, albeit less pronounced. Please believe me. Despite her earnest efforts, the majority of passengers regarded the situation as an utter farce, leaving only Bella, Claire, her 2 classmates, and a dozen bystanders in the waiting area. The airport supervisor hurriedly arrived, a portly white man whose face was etched with discontent. A dozen passengers had refused to board for what he deemed an utterly absurd reason. Should this incident reach the media, he would undoubtedly face severe reprimands from the airline's higher-ups. With a sullen expression, he addressed the gathering, ladies and gentlemen. I implore you to vacate the airport at once. Furthermore, I hereby officially inform you that Global Airlines does not welcome you. Claire's 2 classmates, with their chestnut hair, were left utterly flabbergasted, still preoccupied with the flight schedule to depart in just 3 hours. Sir, you do not possess such authority. This is an abuse of power, and I shall file a complaint against you. The airport manager, visibly irritated, waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for the security personnel to expel these troublesome guests. The mere sight of them made him feel nauseated. However, before Bella and her companions could exit the waiting area, a cacophony erupted from the airplane. 2 burly male students were forcibly escorting a frail male student down the steps, a female teacher, who had previously suggested Bella see a doctor, followed behind with a troubled expression as a throng of students and passengers trailed them. Let go of me. The plane is going to explode. I am not causing a scene. I swear I am not causing a scene. Let go, you ruffian. The slender male student struggled desperately, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a river, his plaid shirt thoroughly soaked. The 2 robust male students exhibited disdain, as though they were subduing a lunatic. Among the passengers, a young man with black hair was also vociferously lamenting his plight. Are you aware of the bridge collapse incident? I was a survivor. He recounted, his voice tinged with terror. It was horrifying. Oh my God. I was just contemplating that event, but upon arriving at the airport, it felt as if, As if something had bewitched my mind, it is utterly terrifying. This wretched thing seeks to kill us. We cannot escape. We are all doomed. If one person's claims might be dismissed, the testimony of 2 or 3 would lend considerable credence to the unfolding chaos. Unlike Bella's previous recollections, this time, a torrent of 4 or 5 dozen individuals cascaded from the aircraft, many of them abandoning their shoes in their frantic flight. As if pursued by a ferocious beast, the waiting area instantly transformed into a whirlwind of activity. The captain, a man of African descent, was visibly incensed. His face paling in disbelief. After years of flying, he had never encountered such a peculiar incident. The number of individuals lingering in the terminal, combined with the recent influx of fleeing passengers, left the aircraft nearly a third empty. With the situation escalating, it was inevitable that those with ulterior motives would alert the media. The airline's only recourse to dispel the rumors was to proceed with the flight as scheduled. Are you certain the aircraft will be safe? The airport supervisor inquired, glancing nervously at the increasingly torrential rain outside. Trust in my professional integrity. I assure you, there will be no issues, the captain retorted, turning on his heel in frustration as he boarded the plane. Bella distanced herself from the returning passengers, retreating to a corner. Her gaze fixed on the aircraft as it slowly taxied down the runway, her emotions in turmoil. After the surge of adrenaline, fear began to creep, and the more she learned, the more her dread deepened. She worried for the remaining 100 passengers. Yet if they were unharmed and the flight landed safely, what would become of her, the instigator? Would spreading rumors also result in a detention of 15 days? Upon deeper reflection, if anyone were to suspect that she orchestrated the airplane incident, it would likely result in a minimum sentence of 15 years, wouldn't it? Bella felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her delicate brows knitting tightly together, and her already pale complexion grew even more ashen. She observed the frail male student, akin to a rabid dog, still struggling and hurling insults, and she found a sense of solace in the presence of the young man with dark hair. Thankfully, she was not alone. She had 2 male counterparts to shoulder the burden alongside her, although she had no prior connection with these 2 men. If their actions were considered separately, their culpability might be significantly diminished, wouldn't it? Chapter 5. The explosion. Do not worry, child. A well-intentioned reminder is not a transgression. And it matters not if one is mistaken. We shall not harbor malice in cursing others, yet we shall ensure that the virtuous are not punished for it. A portly old man with a white beard and hair sat beside Bella, offering her comfort. He handed her a business card. John Gray, professor of history at Bard College in New York. Bella, lacking a card of her own, introduced herself. Isabella Swan, but you may call me Bella. Hello, Bella. I can see you are quite anxious. Are you worried about governmental repercussions? Fear not. I have a few acquaintances who may assist. At this moment, Bella felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The impulse to save had left her with a residue of fear. She knew better than anyone what she was about to confront, an ordeal against beauty, wealth, and social standing that could not be resisted. Do you believe my ramblings? She inquired cautiously. Many passengers were skeptical, teetering on the edge of belief, yet few stood firmly in unwavering support. The old man's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his expression tinged with melancholy. You are a high school student, I presume? Have you studied American history? Is there such a thing as American history? Bella internally scoffed at the notion, recalling only the tales of cherry blossoms, axe-wielding Washington, and Lincoln, the vampire hunter. She had scarcely absorbed any memories from her previous life. After all, she had only traversed 3 days in this new existence and had no time to read. She remained ambiguous in her reply regarding the content of history lessons. I know a little. Our history is steeped in original sin. This land does not belong to us, and the heavens harbor animosity toward us. In 1821, in Idaho, every resident and gold miner in a small town perished, no wounds, no warning, a total of 500 lives lost in an instant. There have been many similar occurrences. The government attributes it to a massacre by Native Americans, but I believe it to be nature's retribution. Bella felt the old man's assertions resonated closely with the truth. The nature of death itself, as depicted in films, eluded clear definition. I think, before she could finish her thought, a tremendous fireball erupted in the distant sky. 2 seconds later, the shockwave from the violent explosion slammed against the terminal's glass, producing a deafening roar. Several passengers standing by the window were thrown backward, and the contents of the terminal, newspapers, cups, and hats, were scattered haphazardly. The fine rain outside was swept in by a ferocious wind, muddying the once pristine floor. And Bella thought she discerned a faint scent of blood amidst the chaos. The indoor temperature plummeted by several degrees. Yet no one had the luxury to contemplate the shattered glass and debris. All eyes, including Bella's, were fixated on the window, watching the fireball blaze furiously in the air as it plummeted toward the ground. Several men abandoned their pretense of composure, shielding their heads in disbelief, while women clutched their children, attempting to instill courage in their offspring. despite their own overwhelming fear. "Oh, God. Mommy, I am afraid." "Children, do not be afraid. For Mother is here." The survivors in the waiting hall were engulfed in an inexplicable panic. Some were fervently kissing their crosses, others sat vacantly in their seats, while couples embraced one another, lamenting their narrow escape. A female teacher, who had been apologizing to the airport supervisor in hopes of allowing herself and her students to board as scheduled, suddenly turned pale. Relief mingled with profound regret. If life were to grant her another chance, she would certainly intercept everyone. Wasn't it said that the plane was safe? This is murder. Do you comprehend the gravity of that word? You foolish pig. You are all murderers. The frail teacher clutched the airport supervisor's tie, recalling his earlier fervent assurances of the aircraft's safety. And now? Is this what safety looks like? How would she explain this tragedy to the families of the deceased students? The airport supervisor was rendered speechless. It was the captain who had guaranteed the aircraft's condition with such bravado. Now, that individual was presumably deceased. The law does not extend its reach to the dead. It is the living who must bear the consequences. I saw it. I witnessed the entire scene. Everything was precisely as I remembered. The left engine of the plane caught fire, followed by an explosion that sent flames into the cabin. I saw you. And you, all of you perished. All of you. The frail male student insisted on recounting his premonition, and truthfully, Bella found his ability quite extraordinary. Akin to reliving an experience, and then rewinding time for individual moments. His narrative was vivid, strikingly real, contrasting starkly with her own ominous premonitions of death, which seemed more of a psychic intuition, while his appeared as an extraordinary revelation. Since someone was willing to attract attention, she refrained from stepping into the limelight herself. Over 100 lives were lost, many faces still lingered in Bella's memory, the girl who mocked her attire, the corporate executive who labeled her insane, now they were all gone. At 9:25 a.m., the plane took off and subsequently exploded. Despite the airport's efforts to deploy rescue teams amid torrential rain, everyone remained pessimistic about the outcome. Under such circumstances, the chances of survival were nearly non-existent. Universal Airlines, already beleaguered by mismanagement, received a devastating blow from the Flight 180 disaster. Whether it was mechanical failure or a fuel explosion, it was evident that this airline, founded in 1925, was plummeting into despair. Police officers, firefighters, FBI agents, and reporters from various media outlets took turns interrogating the survivors with an array of inquiries, from questions about religious beliefs to human rights issues, from political affiliations to favorite sports teams. Among those scrutinized were Bella, the frail male student Alex, the dark-haired young man Sam, and the brown-haired student Claire. A middle-aged man clad in a long overcoat presented his credentials, identifying himself as a C1, level field supervisor for the FBI's Phoenix office, with a rather cliché name. Or perhaps a pseudonym, he introduced himself as Henry. The least suspect brown-haired student, Claire Redfield, was the first to be questioned. "Miss Redfield, I have not observed any prior interaction between you and Miss Swan. Could you elucidate why you support her perspective? It is merely a rather ominous premonition that should I board the plane, I would meet my demise. It is as simple as that." "A premonition? Nothing more? Do you mind if I record this accurately?" "Of course not." Chapter 6, Accident Investigation. "Mr. Alex, you have spoken of your visions to many. Do you still maintain such claims?" "Indeed, I do, sir." "Mr. Alex, numerous passengers have reported that shortly after boarding, you were vociferously demanding to leave. What drove you to such actions? Who directed you? Have you ever undergone military training abroad?" The slender male student, Alex, felt the heat rise in his face, veins bulging in his neck as he bellowed in rage. "No, nothing at all." "Are you satisfied?" "Fool. Miss Swan, many expressed their gratitude for your actions, believing that their survival was largely due to your initial warning. Could you elaborate on your thoughts at that moment?" "It was purely an instinct to save lives. I had no ulterior motives." The FBI agent, seated behind a cluttered desk, swiftly perused a multitude of documents. "The educators from your previous institution deemed you unable to assimilate into a normal learning environment. Many classmates have suggested that you exhibit traits of antisocial personality disorder. What do you believe accounts for this perception?" Bella responded earnestly, "It is entirely natural for them to harbor animosity towards me, for I am simply too beautiful." The agent, taken aback, inadvertently sprayed his coffee across the report. Such a response was utterly unexpected. The subjective nature of beauty makes comparisons challenging, yet as an individual of societal standing, the FBI agent's perspective undoubtedly differed from that of the average person. Bella's appearance was indeed a cut above the ordinary. Currently, the trend among typical girls favored baggy denim jeans, embracing a hip-hop aesthetic. Bella, however, found such attire abhorrent, deeming it unattractive, as the wide-legged pants nearly obscured the feet. Her choice in jeans leaned towards fitted styles, a stark contrast to contemporary fashion, resulting in her being derided as outdated by many girls at the airport. Bella's minimalist style, combined with her somewhat pale complexion, set her apart from the commonplace individuals at her school. This aligns with psychological theories regarding individuals who often display arrogance, typically disdaining dishonesty. The FBI agent crumpled the coffee-stained report, discarding it into a nearby wastebasket. Very well, I forgive you. I hope you continue to embrace your confidence. Bella was questioned for merely 5 minutes before being allowed to leave. It was not that the agents had decided to overlook her, rather, the sheer number of survivors, amounting to 60 or 70, complicated matters. Why did you survive? Who ensured your survival? Why did others perish while you lived? This raises suspicion. All airport personnel were considered suspects. Should the investigation broaden, it would entail scrutinizing every passenger who had traversed the airport within the past week. Anyone alive and breathing fell under FBI scrutiny. As Bella purchased a sandwich for lunch, her phone rang abruptly. She glanced at the female agent beside her, who was ostensibly there for protection but was, in reality, monitoring her. May I answer the call? Please put it on speaker. With a sigh, Bella acquiesced. As there were no secrets to conceal, she did not recognize the phone number, but upon answering, she realized it was Miss Natasha, whom she had encountered earlier that morning. Although they had just met, it felt as if both the person and the events were already distant from her. What's wrong, Natasha? I sincerely apologize, Bella. We are facing some complications here. When will you return to Phoenix? The police would like to conduct some inquiries. Bella chuckled into the phone. Phoenix? Huh. Didn't you hear about the major incident at the airport this morning? No, what happened? We've been at the police station. Natasha's call shifted the trajectory of the Flight 180 disaster. A senior investigator took over the case of the toy car robbery, merging it with the investigation of the Flight 180 incident. 15 minutes later, having finished a cup of cola, Bella found herself face-to-face with a bewildered Natasha and her family, along with the 3 robbers. The robber who had fled earlier had been on the run for a considerable time, yet the FBI agents remained quite confident. It didn't matter if it was half a day or a full day. As long as this individual was on Earth and they wished to apprehend him, they would surely succeed. The entire family was interrogated as if they were criminals. The FBI truly embodied the principle of equality, questioning everyone from the elderly Professor John Gray to the infant cradled in a woman's arms. Who knew if the old man sympathized with terrorists? What if the baby was a formidable mutant? Everyone was a potential suspect. Among them, the beautiful woman was a focal point of suspicion, after all. Beauty often equated to trouble. This was a tenet in the FBI's operational manual. As an attractive woman could leverage her charm to persuade a complete stranger to act on her behalf. After Bella was personally interrogated by the intelligence chief, the lovely Natasha received similar treatment. Miss Romanoff, I understand your surname is derived from your mother. What are your thoughts on Russia? I have no opinion. Miss Romanoff, I reviewed your report card. Your grades are exemplary. However, why do you intentionally make trivial mistakes during exams? What are you concealing? I simply find those teachers insufferable. Their intelligence is far too low. Miss Romanoff, I noticed several recommendations from your physical education teacher. Your physical condition is excellent. Why do you hesitate to participate in various extracurricular activities? Do you not find them engaging? Natasha rolled her eyes. These questions were utterly foolish. Due to her noncompliance and her Russian heritage, despite being unaware of the situation's gravity, she unwittingly became a key surveillance target in the Flight 180 incident, receiving the same treatment as Bella. With numerous individuals present, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the FBI had completed their initial screening of targets but had yet to identify any suspects connected to the plane explosion. The precise cause of the explosion remained a mystery. The FBI sought to attribute the incident to Magneto, citing aircraft, trains, and missiles, events linked to metal. Whenever the cause eludes them, they conveniently declare it the handiwork of Magneto. This tactic has proven unfailingly effective, leading them to believe that Magneto has once again mounted a challenge against the democratic order of the world. However, this time the FBI faced disappointment. Their report, freshly submitted and yet to be made public, was preemptively countered by the Mutant Brotherhood through clandestine channels, conveying a message that essentially stated, "It was not me, I did not do it, do not spread falsehoods." Unable to deflect blame, they were compelled to continue their investigation. With over 100 passengers lost, the news had reverberated across the globe, placing immense pressure on the FBI, particularly as they prepared to confine all survivors to a hotel for 48 hours while investigating all passengers who had entered or exited the airport in the preceding 3 days. This decision sparked considerable discontent among the public and survivors alike. Nonetheless, dissatisfaction notwithstanding, duty must be executed. The 2 primary suspects in the incident, Bella and Natasha, were assigned to the same room under guard, with a dedicated female officer stationed at the door. Chapter 7. Family. It is truly perplexing what those imbeciles are thinking. Foolish fools, squandering taxpayers' money. The young beauty, Natasha, expressed her frustrations, finding herself no different from the average American, cursing the White House and the FBI in typical fashion. Bella felt a sense of injustice on her behalf. Here she was, innocently walking down the street, only to be accosted by robbers seeking to steal a toy car. Subsequently entangled in a far larger debacle. Could it be that Black Widow possesses an innate propensity for attracting disaster? Should she perhaps keep her distance in the future? Contemplating the toy car, she could not help but inquire, what exactly was hidden inside that toy car? A missile's main control circuit board. Are you familiar with Stark Industries? You should be. Natasha, perched cross-legged on the edge of her bed, cradled a pillow, and from Bella's vantage point, the gentle curve of her back was striking. Natasha turned to look at her, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. Are you aware of their latest development? A missile capable of being tracked? Why does a beauty like you become so animated when discussing missiles? Through their interaction, Bella had deduced Natasha's age. She was merely a year younger, a youthful Black Widow. Among her peers, Natasha was remarkably knowledgeable, discussing mechanical engineering, biomedical science, cosmic velocity, and quantum physics with ease. She had an insatiable curiosity for the novel and a penchant for thrill-seeking, an inherent trait that she could never conceal. I don't know much about missiles. Could you elaborate? Certainly. Natasha expressed enthusiasm akin to that of an atypical military enthusiast, sharing the missile parameters she had gleaned. In the year 2000, the internet was not as advanced, and even when it became so, information on such cutting-edge technology was seldom made accessible to the general populace, leaving her to only speak in generalities. Bella may not have comprehended missiles, but she understood human nature. I now grasp the FBI's intentions. They are quite something. The following day, her suspicions were confirmed when a department head from Stark Industries validated the authenticity of the chip. The FBI subsequently released an initial report, blending speculation with actual connections. It was revealed that someone had stolen the missile's main control circuit board and concealed it within the toy car, only to mistakenly claim the wrong bag while retrieving their luggage. This was the sequence of events from Natasha's perspective, clear and concise. However, from Bella's standpoint, the aviation disaster became considerably more intricate. Multiple explanations circulated regarding the cause of the incident, yet the FBI preliminarily concluded that it had encountered a missile attack. And why was that? Was there not a group of individuals stealing missiles on site? If they could pilfer circuit boards, they could undoubtedly steal missiles as well. Perhaps their accomplices, witnessing the unraveling of the circuit board incident, launched an attack on the aircraft to obscure their true intentions. Thus, a report brimming with perhaps suspected, unsubstantiated, and could be was officially released. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the 4 robbers who had attempted to seize the toy car bore significant suspicion in the tragic incident involving Flight 180. Especially now that one had fled, and with buyers lurking behind them, a thorough investigation could undoubtedly unearth substantial leads. Such findings would suffice to provide a satisfactory explanation. Stark Industries deemed it a positive development for the authorities to provide personnel and resources in their pursuit of the mastermind behind the incident, and after a brief hesitation, they acquiesced to the report. As for the claims of the deceased and survivors, that was a matter for the airline to address. After 2 days of investigation and compromise, all parties expressed satisfaction, and the incident transitioned into its second phase, allowing Bella and her companions to return home. Bella, along with many students on the flight, were minors and required the presence of a guardian to sign certain written assurances. Bella's mother had gone on vacation to California and had her phone switched off, leaving Bella no choice but to summon her sheriff father for the signature. Strangely, she realized she had never even seen her father. It had only been 5 days since her arrival in this world. After deliberately delaying for a while, she emerged from the room once the other students had reunited with their parents. Surely, the only male remaining outside must be her father, who was likely growing anxious. The moment she appeared, he rushed over and embraced her, marking a successful completion of that stage. Her plan was sound, but alas, a minor hiccup occurred. Ha. I must say, Samantha, your town is quite commendable. In Foxtown, I am the sole sheriff, declared a middle-aged man with a mustache, engaged in conversation with Natasha's mother. Natasha's mother was strikingly beautiful, her physique undeniably alluring, and at that moment, she was smiling radiantly, exclaiming how Peter seemed a bit foolish and that the help he could offer was limited, incredulously noting the existence of bears outside Foxtown. The mustached man, brimming with pride, replied, "Not only bears, but one of my old pals is an Indian. They say you can even spot wolves in the winter." "That sounds fascinating," Natasha responded. Indeed, the last time we ventured into the forest, as Bella and Natasha emerged, they observed the 2 sheriffs engrossed in lively conversation. Their rapport so effortless that a mere exchange of words elicited mutual understanding, and an act of aiming a gun could provoke shared amusement. Had it not been for the gathering of relatives of the flight's victims nearby, they surely would have burst into laughter. Is that your father? Natasha tilted her head in inquiry. I truly cannot say if that is my father. This is my first encounter. Bella reflected on the photograph she had seen, recalling a younger and more brooding figure, unlike the mature man before her. However, he bore a resemblance, and there were no other men around fitting that description. She shrugged at Natasha's question. Isn't it evident? Both sighed in unison. Your father is rather handsome. What led to his divorce from your mother? Was it a matter of incompatible feelings? Natasha inquired. Bella pondered, recalling the contents of her previous self's diary. Perhaps he found no joy in life. My mother revels in the pleasures of the bustling city, parties, shopping, the beach, while my father prefers fishing and hunting. They simply could not find common ground. Natasha placed her index finger upon her lips, contemplating. No wonder, your father and my mother share strikingly similar interests. Natasha had previously conversed with Bella about their respective family backgrounds. Her mother's marital history could only be described as disastrous. Although her first husband was remarkably handsome, he succumbed to alcoholism, exhibited violent tendencies, and was devoid of any employment. After the birth of Natasha, their daughter, the relationship swiftly deteriorated. Her second husband, the one she is currently with, is an ordinary office worker. He brought along a son, while Natasha's mother had her, and together they formed a blended family, soon welcoming the fruit of their love, a rambunctious little brother for Natasha. Such families, lacking any significant blood ties, are quite commonplace in this part of the world. Chapter 8. Not an end, but a beginning. Natasha's first marriage was tumultuous, while her second offered a semblance of security, albeit one that was rather mundane. Her husband worked in the city, while she served as the sheriff in a nearby town. On holidays, the family of five would embark on vacations. Their life was neither particularly splendid nor wholly dismal. Should she create more opportunities for them in their everyday lives? Natasha mused, nodding towards a pair of middle-aged individuals engaged in lively conversation. Bella, taken aback, found this perspective at odds with her own values. Although she intended to voice her dissent, she recognized the feebleness of her words. Love is free, marriage is free. One should not question but embrace the pursuit of freedom. She sighed, do as you wish. It matters not to me. Natasha, too, felt a sense of melancholy. Following my mother, I have changed schools 4 times. By the way, how is your school? Bella rolled her eyes. I am currently in the midst of transferring. What do you think? I will let you know once I arrive. The girls' whispered exchanges eventually caught the attention of the middle-aged couple. The man with the goatee hastily stood, seemingly wanting to embrace Bella. However, years of estrangement had rendered their relationship somewhat distant, and with his reserved nature, he settled for a tentative, Hi, Bella, are you all right? Hi, Charlie. Bella's response was rather nonchalant. Their interaction bore more resemblance to that of casual acquaintances than a father and daughter. Yet, Charlie remained oblivious to any oddity, as this had always been their mode of interaction. They had previously engaged in a mild dispute over how Bella should address him. Ultimately, he had prevailed, insisting she refer to him as Dad in public, while the private appellation was of little concern. Unaware of this past discussion, Bella simply called him by his name, a habit ingrained from her previous life's diary. Charlie, assuming she was shaken from her harrowing experience, did not dwell on the matter of titles. With little left to say, the Swan family bid farewell to Natasha and her daughter, as they needed to sign numerous documents prohibiting their departure and restricting media disclosures. Goodbye, Charlie. Goodbye. Samantha. Natasha gestured for Bella to call her, and they turned to leave. Having signed an array of agreements, Bella did not forget the survivors she had saved. Though a collective could not be formed, she shared her MSN with many of them, enabling casual communication. At Bella's urging, they established a mutual aid association called the 180 Flight Survivors, aimed at assisting the families of victims and utilizing the association's name to hire legal representation in their pursuit of compensation from the airline. To be honest, Bella was quite unaccustomed to using MSN, but given that it was the year 2000 and Facebook did not yet exist, she had to make do. The journey from Phoenix in the south to Seattle in the north would take 4 hours by plane, followed by a 1-hour flight on a smaller aircraft to Angelport, and then an hour's drive to Foxtown, though this was merely the aerial route. In my memory, there lingers a query regarding a 40-day safety period, likely influenced by the notion of democracy, as the Grim Reaper of the Americas, having thoroughly studied the Bible, associated the number 40 with the essence of death. This time frame is deemed secure. However, Bella remains adamant in her refusal to board an airplane, preferring instead to while away the hours on a train rather than set foot in an airport. Though the train is comparatively slower, Charlie does not complain. After all, it is entirely reasonable to avoid flying in light of such a horrific disaster. With a sigh, he purchases tickets, embarking on a train journey northward with his daughter. Following the departure of the Swan father and daughter, Natasha and her family of 5 also take their leave. They were never involved in the incident. Having been ensnared by the FBI for political motives, they do not seek compensation from the airline. Rather, Stark Industries graciously bestowed upon them a check for $100,000, a gesture of gratitude and a means of silencing them. Even the husband, whose demeanor was somewhat somber, could not suppress a smile upon receiving the check, and the family was elated, considering it a windfall. The remaining survivors gradually departed as well. Claire Redfield, a striking blonde, was collected by her brother. He was a tall, robust young man with piercing eyes and bulging muscles that exuded an intimidating presence. I shall enlist some friends to assist in further investigating this matter, he resolved, for I suspect it to be the result of some missiles' effects. The passenger list should yield clues. Chris Redfield, a formidable soldier adept in various modern weaponry and skilled in most combat techniques, firmly believed that the aircraft's mishap was indeed caused by a form of high-tech weaponry. His perspective aligned closely with that of the FBI, although some held differing views. Professor John Gray, burdened with luggage, departed the inn. At the corner, he stepped into an elongated Lincoln. "Charles, my old friend, thank you for coming to retrieve me." The bald, blue-suited leader of the mutants, seated in a wheelchair, wore his signature gentle smile as he regarded his longtime colleague and friend. "The circumstances you described over the phone are rather peculiar. I felt it necessary to see them firsthand." John Gray held profound faith in his old friend's capabilities and promptly inquired, "Have you uncovered any leads? If so, please share, for it pertains to the lives of hundreds." Professor Charles Xavier, slightly at a loss for words, spoke slowly. "I have scoured the scene. It is certainly not Eric, nor is it Jean, or any mutant I am acquainted with. I sensed a tumultuous psychic energy, the thoughts of which were exceedingly chaotic and unlike anything I have ever encountered. I require further observation." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Perhaps Aurora's abilities may uncover some clues. I shall arrange for her to return to the United States as soon as possible. Those proficient with firearms tend to approach problems from a weaponry perspective, while those skilled in superpowers prefer to consider them from an extraordinary angle. The incident concerning Flight 180 is not an end, but rather a commencement. Bella's journey to Foxtown proceeds smoothly. Forks is situated on the northwestern side of Washington State's Olympic Peninsula. The reason behind the settlers choosing such a name for this land remains elusive. Was it a passion for sports or a fondness for ancient Greek culture? The truth has faded into obscurity. The peninsula is often shrouded in ominous clouds, with incessant rain that allows for only a handful of sunlit days throughout the year. The precipitation here is extraordinarily plentiful. Bella's mother was so affected by the town's gloomy weather that she decided to relocate to the south with her infant daughter, Bella. Every summer thereafter, Bella would return to the town for a month, continuing this tradition until she turned 14. For years have elapsed since her last visit to Forks, and now the thunderous drums of war resonate once more. Chapter 9. Charlie's old friend Bella's journey to Foxtown was remarkably smooth. The train remained on its tracks, there were no explosives aboard, and she was not struck by any billboards or utility poles during mealtime. There were no electrical short circuits or combustion incidents, ensuring a safe passage throughout. However, the conversation between father and daughter aboard the train was somewhat awkward. Charlie perceived her as overly startled and expressed understanding, taking great care of her. Their initial exchanges were essentially stilted small talk. "Your hair has grown." "Ah, yes. I haven't had it cut since the last time I saw you. It grows so quickly." Such dialogues ensued. Bella was uncertain about what topics had previously been discussed between her father and her former self, fearing exposure, and thus she remained reticent about the past. Fortunately, the toy car incident and the events surrounding Flight 180 were experiences she had directly encountered, providing her with material to converse about. To alleviate the awkwardness, she intentionally steered the conversation toward Natasha's mother, reasoning that men are often oblivious, and discussing women with them is invariably safe. It turned out that even Charlie, who was quite reserved, did not shy away from this subject. He listened intently as Bella recounted how she had subdued a robber with pepper spray and narrated how Natasha's mother had defeated an adversary with a shoulder throw. The relationship between father and daughter noticeably warmed. Amidst navigating Charlie's various expressions of concern, Bella was also preoccupied with thoughts of self-preservation. She did not believe in God, nor did she expect any divine intervention on her behalf. Her sole reliance was on herself. "Have you arrived? Do you remember the CAF at the intersection where we used to dine together?" Charlie asked as he drove Bella home in the police car. Foxtown, with its population of just over 3,000, exemplified a sparsely populated area. To be candid, the outskirts of the town were quite beautiful. The landscape was a verdant expanse, with moss on the tree trunks and leaves in various shades of green. Even the ferns flourished in emerald hues. The air was exceptionally fresh. a true testament to its primal forest nature. Charlie possessed a small white house in the town, a residence he had purchased when he married Bella's mother. That marriage lasted just over a year. The house's design was somewhat antiquated, with 2 stories, a front lawn, and ample space for parking. As the concept of garages was virtually non-existent in the town, Bella glanced around. Unlike the apartments in Arizona, Foxtown boasted an array of houses, each distinct in style and color. The uniqueness of each home perhaps represented freedom and individuality, though she found it hard to fully comprehend. Bella occupied a bedroom on the 2nd floor that overlooked the front yard. It featured modern flooring, deep red walls, and it was evident that Charlie had made an effort to prepare the space. The walls were adorned with what appeared to be her childhood drawings, photographs, and posters of celebrities. The pillow, quilt, and bedside lamp were all new, and although the room was somewhat compact, it contained all the essential amenities, including a second-hand computer. "I got this for you. I hope you like it." As Charlie prepared to leave, Bella hurriedly retrieved a small gift she had purchased at the airport, her excitement causing her to almost forget it. "Oh, thank you. It's beautiful. Small gifts can strengthen bonds." Bella subsequently ventured into town for a meal, and Charlie readily agreed to accompany her. The sound of a horn echoed outside, prompting Charlie to chuckle. "It's my old friend. Come, let us descend together." The father and daughter stepped outside, and the pleasant journey had led Charlie to perceive a positive transformation in his daughter. He solemnly introduced her to his friend. "This is Billy Black, my old friend, and this is my daughter Bella. Do you still remember her?" The subject of his introduction was a middle-aged man seated in a wheelchair. If one were to disregard the wheelchair, the man's physique was remarkably robust, characterized by brown skin, a square jaw, and long hair cascading over his shoulders, distinct features of a Native American. However, the term Native American is now deemed more appropriate, as the official nomenclature has shifted to indigenous peoples. Bella regarded him with great respect, perhaps excessively so. The first rule of survival in the Marvel Universe is to never underestimate anyone in a wheelchair, for such individuals are often formidable figures. While Bella, an able-bodied individual, navigated life with caution, this disabled man thrived independently, showcasing remarkable resilience. She greeted him with a warm and gracious smile. "Hello, Uncle Black." The middle-aged Native American returned her handshake with a gentle demeanor, yet a barely perceptible anomaly flickered across his face, obscured beneath his cowboy hat. At the moment their fingers met. "You are growing more beautiful by the day. Your father has not ceased talking about you since he learned of your visit," he jested, teasing his old friend. Charlie turned his head slightly, seemingly embarrassed, muttering, "If you keep babbling, I shall push you into the mud. Then I shall break your legs first." The wheelchair-bound man retorted, and the 2 middle-aged friends engaged in playful banter reminiscent of children, conscious of the space they occupied. The young man who had been assisting the wheelchair finally had the opportunity to step forward. Observing his evident shyness, Bella took the initiative. "Hi, you must be Jacob, right? I remember you. You've grown much stronger since childhood. I can hardly recognize you." This phrase served as a quintessential icebreaker, particularly effective when addressing a young man. As few would be displeased to hear, "You've become quite a man since your youth." Jacob, possessing the distinctive features of a Native American, appeared quite bashful in response to Bella's remark, revealing an unmistakable demeanor of infatuation. You too, he stammered, wishing to compliment her further, yet hesitating to voice such sentiments. In their original timeline, the 2 young individuals would have concluded their conversation rather quickly due to mutual awkwardness. However, Bella maintained control of the dialogue, her curiosity igniting a new topic. "I remember you had a keen interest in mechanical devices when you were younger. Do you still tinker with them? Have you tried customizing motorcycles?" she inquired with genuine intrigue, upon hearing the goddess speak to him in such a gentle and soothing tone. The young man Jacob was nearly propelled into the treetops with excitement. While he lacked confidence in various matters, the subject of motorcycle modifications was his forte. "Do you like it too? Would you care to visit my workshop?" he inquired with palpable enthusiasm. Bella exhibited a distinct moment of hesitation. "If I were to go, would that be appropriate?" There existed a concern regarding the Indian reservation. The former indigenous people, once the rightful owners of the land, had now been protected by the American populace. Should Bella enter the reservation without permission, she would be in violation of the law. Chapter 10. Jacob. The question of whether young Jacob could visit the reservation was hardly a matter of concern in his mind. His father was the chief of the tribe. Taking his goddess to the reservation for a leisurely visit was simply out of the question. Who would dare oppose him? They would tear him apart. Yet, before departing, he cast a glance at his father. Compared to his foolish son, Billy Black, confined to a wheelchair, possessed a wealth of wisdom. Over the years, as chief of the Indian tribe, he had deliberately cultivated a friendship with Charlie, the town sheriff, in hopes of ensuring greater safety for his people. Due to his physical limitations, he had not inherited the extraordinary abilities passed down within the tribe, but as the legitimate son of the former chief. His insights far exceeded those of ordinary tribesmen. He could perceive the subtle unease surrounding Bella. Sending this girl to the reservation at that moment was indeed. Yet, he had no legitimate grounds to oppose it, neither for public nor private reasons. Faced with Jacob's somewhat puzzled gaze, he could only smile and nod in agreement. Come, get in the car. Young Jacob drove up in a faded Chevrolet pickup truck, which could barely be described as red. This vehicle, originally meant as a half-gift from father to son for Bella, now presented a dilemma. Should he let her drive while he sat beside her? Or should he take the wheel with her as a passenger? Eager to showcase his virtues, he opted for the latter, taking the driver's seat while Bella settled in the passenger's side, his face alight with excitement as he reversed the truck. After bidding farewell to the two middle-aged men, the pickup rumbled towards the northern woods and the reservation. Bella engaged in light conversation with Jacob, her engagement somewhat aimless. She held no particular disdain for the truck, but neither did she have any fondness for it. As a truck, with its open cargo bed, it struck her as peculiar. What girl drives a truck? Surely, it was meant for hauling goods, right? It even bore a faint scent of potatoes. Bella had little interest in the handsome vampire or the lovesick Jacob. She was indifferent to the tragic past of the vampire. Whether Jacob could evolve into a werewolf was of no concern to her. Forks would merely serve as her starting point, not her destination. There was no basis for comparison between the two, as it was ultimately meaningless. Yet, it had to be said that the vampire, having lived for over a century, certainly knew how to handle affairs. In contrast, Jacob, the lovesick suitor, could only offer his goddess a beat-up truck, its paint long gone, with robust fenders that suggested durability. Surely, in a collision, the other vehicle would be the one to suffer. However, it was hardly an attractive sight. Even if Bella was no car enthusiast, she could tell that this vehicle was likely older than Charlie himself. And it was still a half-gift. The vampire, on the other hand, was different. He had gifted a Mercedes upon their engagement and later presented her with a Ferrari. In this regard, Jacob was undeniably outmatched. However, she also understood that the Indians had been protected, facing numerous restrictions. It wasn't that Jacob lacked the desire to offer a better vehicle, he simply lacked the means. At that moment, she deliberately sought out topics of conversation. Transitioning from discussions about finding water sources to identifying poisonous mushrooms, gradually transforming the knowledge she had gleaned from the internet in her past life into practical wisdom. Jacob was a wellspring of knowledge, unreserved in his discourse. Though he felt that discussing wilderness survival in such an environment might detract from the ambience, it did not disrupt the flow of their conversation. The second rule of the Marvel Survival Guide is to never offend the handsome men who can repair motorcycles. If those in wheelchairs are deemed spiritual leaders, then those who possess the ability to fix motorcycles are typically the pragmatic leaders, such as Cyclops, Captain America, and Tony Stark. These individuals are distinguished figures in their respective fields, and Jacob, as the son of a chief, seems to have inherited an impressive lineage, making it wise to cultivate a friendship with him. Bella spent an afternoon within Jacob's tribe, finding the Native Americans to be quite sincere. Initially, they exhibited a degree of reluctance towards her, but as familiarity grew, their warmth became apparent. Jacob, employing all his charm, guided Bella through his workshop, unveiling many of his prized possessions for her admiration. He elaborated on his insights into motorcycle modifications, and had time permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. Bella, having only ridden scooters in her past life, possessed a rudimentary understanding of mechanics and occasionally asked rather naive questions. Yet, Jacob responded with unwavering patience, elaborating extensively on every inquiry. When Bella finally remarked, "Jacob, you are a good person," he believed he had made significant strides in their relationship. Ultimately, Bella declined the motorcycle and the truck, opting instead to purchase a bicycle from Jacob. Residing in town with the school nearby, she found no necessity for a vehicle, especially not a truck. "You may as well keep it for your grocery trips," she said. "The bicycle suits me just fine and also provides a good workout." The school, aware of Bella's ordeal with Flight 180, graciously granted her a month-long leave, providing her a rare window of free time. Upon learning of her desire to stay fit, Jacob set aside his motorcycle and began cycling daily to see her. As they grew increasingly familiar, Jacob often insisted on taking Bella to the Indian reservation. Initially, this was agreeable, but as their outings became frequent, Chief Billy, who relied on a wheelchair, began to worry about his foolish son and the tribe's dynamics. However, with Bella being drawn to the tribe by his son, he felt compelled to allow her presence. Unable to dismiss her from the perspective of his old friend Charlie or his own son, the middle-aged chief, in quiet contemplation, eventually sought a private conversation with Bella. With his signature gentle smile characteristic of a wheelchair-bound individual, he remarked. It seems you have emerged from the shadows, which is truly wonderful. Adversity does not defeat us. It fortifies our strength. His opening line was universally applicable, fitting for most encounters. The reservation resembled a primordial forest, and many within the Indian tribe bore the bloodline of werewolves, each exuding an aura of warmth, unbothered by the cold. Bella, however, was not as resilient after a rain. The forest temperatures plummeted. Today, she donned a light yellow parka paired with her ever-present jeans and sneakers, presenting a facade of sunny disposition. Jacob is a true friend, always capable of bringing warmth to those around him. A universally applicable response, such as complimenting one's children, is undoubtedly a safe approach. The middle-aged chief, however, is indifferent to the incident involving Flight 180. His awareness of the event is superficial, lacking enough understanding. After all, the deceased were merely Americans. What concern is it of mine as an Indian? The fact that I did not light a bonfire in celebration is already quite generous on my part. Yet, he cannot openly express his apathy. Instead, the middle-aged chief infuses his tone with curiosity, probing for details regarding the incident. Bella has recounted the story countless times, and she narrates it once more, neither belittling her role in the affair nor exaggerating its gravity. Come, let us take a walk outside, the middle-aged chief suggests. Chapter 11. The Spirits of Ancestors. Bella pushed the wheelchair of the middle-aged chief along the earthen path carved out by the Native Americans, delving deeper into the reservation. Is something amiss with me? She speculated that the middle-aged man might have perceived something, yet she remained entirely oblivious, devoid of any premonition. Bella, who would rescue people at the airport, certainly did not wish to bring calamity upon the innocent native tribe. Her thoughts were simple, perhaps even naive. She yearned to utilize the bridge provided by the Indian tribe to see if she could converse with the so-called Grim Reaper responsible for the air disaster. It was undoubtedly futile to seek retribution from the Grim Reaper, as American law was not that formidable. She conjectured that this Grim Reaper might be a deity of the ancient Maya or Aztec civilizations, and that the current native tribe likely had its own protective spirits and totems. They would not harm their own, and discussing problems openly seemed quite advantageous. Indeed, there was truth to her thoughts. The middle-aged chief responded succinctly. Yet he refrained from delving deeper into the topic, instead posing a counter-question. Bella, do you know the history of our Quileute tribe? I know that you can transform into wolves. Bella replied. The werewolves of the Quileute tribe differed from traditional notions of werewolves. They were human during normal times, awakening their bloodline in response to external vampire stimuli, enabling them to metamorphose into colossal wolves. However, in their wolf form, they were merely wolves, and in their human form, they were simply humans. There was no existence of a creature with full black fur and a wolf's head walking upright. Bella surmised that they resembled druids from games, possessing an innate shape-shifting ability within their bloodline. She pondered for a moment. Jacob mentioned that you have a glorious history, once a great tribe. She selected her words carefully, ensuring they were pleasing, knowing that no one could find fault with such a statement. The middle-aged chief chuckled softly, realizing why his son was so infatuated. This girl was indeed eloquent, polite, articulate, and most crucially, beautiful. He let out a silent sigh, deciding to offer assistance. After all, she was the daughter of an old friend and the object of his son's affection. His tone suddenly became serious. Your misfortune has not yet dissipated. A force beyond scientific explanation still watches over you. Bella felt a weight in her heart. I will leave here tonight. I will explain to Charlie and Jacob. Her words were resolute. Billy Black, seated in the wheelchair, gently waved his hand. No, child, that is not what I meant. The Quileute tribe was now merely a small community, the ancestral legacies dwindling. What I am about to say, please keep confidential, even from Jacob. Very well. I will not tell anyone, including Jacob and Charlie. Billy Black reached out to caress a towering tree nearby. This tree was already magnificent when my grandfather was alive. Such distant memories. The knowledge of the Quileute tribe originates from the Maya Empire. We believe that all things possess a spirit. We believe that within the bloodline passed down from our ancestors lies a spirit. You are a spirit. I am a spirit. Even the one responsible for the air disaster is a spirit. Bella meticulously contemplated the words of her interlocutor, discerning the underlying message that the middle-aged chief held no reverence for the Grim Reaper. Sensing her bewilderment, the chief took it upon himself to elucidate. Our beliefs diverge significantly from yours. In our customs, the roles of deities are frequently in flux. Many tribes still partake in the ritual of god slaying, where during the festivities honoring new deities, they inscribe the names of outdated or conquered gods upon food, which is then consumed by all. Thus, the fate of those who cause calamities is of no concern to the Quileute tribe. Bella began to grasp the intricacies of this indigenous pantheon, a realm she had never studied in her past life, rendering it a veritable blind spot in her knowledge. However, compared to deities like God, Odin, and Zeus, the gods of the indigenous people seemed to lead rather precarious existences, frequently facing demotion, an unbearable plight indeed. Billy Black rapped his knuckles against his forehead, exclaiming, "One grows forgetful with age. What I truly meant to convey is that the Quirit tribe cannot assist you. You do not share our bloodline, and thus the ancestral spirits of Quirit cannot offer their aid. However, your own ancestors may provide support, and you can beseech them for strength." Bella's gaze momentarily dulled, struggling to comprehend his statement. She hesitated before inquiring, "But our ancestors were ordinary people, devoid of extraordinary powers." Billy Black erupted into hearty laughter. "Nonsense. They surely possess strength, if only you take the time to seek it. I believe your ancestors will watch over you." He retrieved a cloth pouch from the back of his wheelchair. The ritual was straightforward, yet required an understanding of one's strengths. The ancestral spirits are not omnipotent. Focus on the present. Avoid making blind wishes. You are a clever child, and I have faith that you will navigate this crisis. He entrusted the pouch to Bella, who, upon returning home, hastily opened it to reveal its modest contents: a handful of tawny seeds, the type of grass indiscernible to her, a white animal tooth, an assortment of vibrant pigments, and a somewhat tattered A4 sheet inscribed with the procedure, seemingly in English to ensure her comprehension. The ritual demanded little. Merely the selection of a tranquil spot to conduct the communion. Were there any serene locales within Foxtown? Given the Quirit tribe had bestowed upon her the means for this communion, she resolved not to trouble them further. Besides, the Quirit possessed their own ancestral spirits. Summoning a spirit from the Swan family would be rather inappropriate, akin to gate crashing. The tribes to the north were off limits, and the clan to the south consisted of vampires, making them equally inaccessible. In her original timeline, Bella had yearned to become a vampire, but her fervor had since waned, considering the limitations of vampires in the Marvel Universe. Thus, she resolved to perform the communion in the privacy of her home. After reviewing the procedure twice, she noted the simplistic nature of the instructions. Devoid of any theoretical background or deeper significance, merely a basic initiation process paired with some precautions. Seizing the opportunity while Charlie was at work, she formally commenced the ritual. She first procured a small basin, placed a modest amount of charcoal within, and ignited it. Following the prescribed procedure, she blended the grass seeds with the pigments, which were intended to be applied to her face. The specifics of the design were inconsequential, as long as the application was completed. Bella gazed into the mirror, applying strokes here and there, and as she observed the ample supply of pigment remaining, she connected the left and right sides, ultimately rendering her visage akin to Jiraiya's sage mode. Surely, this concoction would not harm her skin. Staring at her reflection, she deemed herself utterly unattractive. Yet for the sake of survival, she could only endure. Drawing forth a beast's tooth, she pressed it firmly against the palm of her right hand and made a decisive cut. Blood dripped entirely into the fire pit as she closed her eyes, awaiting the response of her ancestral lineage from the Swan family in quiet anticipation. Chapter 12. The Sea of Spirits. Bella waited in silence for 10 seconds, perceiving no anomalies. She opened her eyes and scrutinized the fire pit, pondering why her ancestors remained unresponsive. Should she perhaps chant a mantra? What should it be? For the tribe. Yet, she dismissed the notion as absurd. Her yearning for extraordinary power had rendered her somewhat anxious. There should be no prescribed incantations here, nor a singular rallying cry. Each ancestor is unique, with their own distinct character, making it impossible to commune with them all through a fixed formula. According to Billy Black, sincere communication is sufficient. If one ancestor finds her unappealing, perhaps the next will be more favorable. Ancestors abound, and with mutual selection, she would eventually find one willing to assist her. Was there a particularly illustrious ancestor in the Swan family? Bella was uncertain. However, she understood a fundamental truth. Wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. In reality, poverty too seldom persists for long, as extreme destitution would hinder marriage prospects, thus precluding future generations. Theoretically, the Swan family must have produced at least a few notable individuals. With trepidation, Bella watched her blood burn within the fire pit, neglecting to bandage her wound. She recounted her experience during the flight accident to the flames, hoping that an ancestor might take a liking to her and lend a hand. This time, a transformation occurred. She felt a surge of power within her veins. Her heart raced, and every cell in her body responded with fervor. As her blood resonated with that in the fire pit, the call of her lineage was answered. Bella's spirit, guided by the blood's connection, set sail upon a sea woven from ethereal essence, in a realm that was neither entirely dreamlike nor wholly real. Bella experienced an extraordinary phenomenon. Without sails or oars, her blood vessel glided effortlessly toward the luminous clusters gathering in the depths. Her spiritual form remained unchanged. She was Bella. And Bella was she. There were no outsiders here. Once acclimated to her spiritual existence, she focused on her objective. Please help me. I am being pursued by a being known as Death, or something akin to that name. She repeated her plea as she traversed deeper into the sea of spirits, gradually coming into contact with the glowing orbs. These were ancestors connected to her, and the light spheres regarded this intruder with curiosity. Bella also engaged in a degree of selection. Those inclined to approach her were direct ancestors, great-grandfathers, great-grandmothers, and so forth. Distant relations, such as great-uncles or great-aunts, remained aloof. The light spheres varied in brightness. The more radiant typically signified greater accomplishments, while the dimmer ones often represented ordinary individuals. However, high achievement did not equate to being extraordinary. She needed to scrutinize them closely. A doctor? Of little use. I am on the brink of death myself. Farewell. A factory worker? This ancestor fared worse than I. Goodbye. A small merchant? Money, an entity that one cannot bring into this world at birth nor carry away at death. What purpose does it truly serve? It bears no relevance to the present matters at hand. Farewell. The notion of a sea captain? It seems rather inconsequential. As Bella delved deeper into the realm of the mind, a sense of urgency began to envelop her. She found herself questioning her theory that poverty could only span 3 generations. The Swan family, while not particularly destitute, appeared to have never truly prospered, as per her observations. Their lineage was astonishingly ordinary. Are there indeed ancestors capable of aiding her in her battle against death? Every 20 years marks a new generation, and she could only continue her search. 5 generations back, within a century, she found no remarkable individuals. A decade's worth of lineage yielded no distinguished figures over 2 centuries. As she traced back through 15 and 20 generations, Bella discovered an increasing number of her forebears involved in maritime affairs. Sailors, first mates, captains, navigators, soldiers, and indeed, pirates. Among them, a witch possessing some magical prowess caught her attention, yet alas, the affinity was not mutual. Being no direct descendant, their brief interaction ended swiftly. Where? Oh, where lies my illustrious ancestor? Bella felt a wave of exasperation. Such an aimless search was utterly exhausting. According to Billy Black, this fatigue stemmed from the rapid depletion of her mental energy. The Quileute tribe possesses considerable expertise in ancestor communication, as outlined in Billy Black's spiritual summoning process. The likelihood of success is highest on the first attempt, plummeting to 1/3 on the second, and by the third endeavor. The chances of even initiating the ancestral response ritual diminish significantly. Ancestors are preoccupied. After all, who would concern themselves with you so frequently? Bella had no choice but to grit her teeth and persevere. Drifting along, suddenly she perceived an enormous luminous orb. Upon her gaze falling upon it, the scene shifted from one dim light to 3 bright ones, 4 orbs materializing before her eyes. Not far away, 2 more orbs leisurely approached, all unfolding in an instant as if they had emerged from nowhere. Do I truly possess such illustrious ancestors? Ignoring the dim one, the remaining 5 orbs radiated far more brilliance than the aloof witch ancestor. Bella turned her attention to the 2 orbs that were drawing near. She couldn't suppress an exclamation of surprise. Within the orbs were none other than the renowned adventurer Henry Turner and the esteemed astronomer Corina Barbosa. Are these my ancestors? Characters from the Pirates of the Caribbean, indeed. Bella was genuinely taken aback. The bonds of blood are undeniable. Her surname, Swan, traces back to these 2. They had 2 children. One retained the Turner name, while the other bore the surname Swan. The Turner name seems relatively safe, while Swan, associated with the Pirate Queen, carries an air of danger. It is uncertain what their original thoughts were. Bella attempted to engage with them, but Henry Turner's skills were primarily those of an adventurer, offering little utility to her. In contrast, Corina Barbosa proved to be remarkable. This astronomer had briefly encountered the legendary artifact, the trident, and gleaned fragments of knowledge from it. Although she had only deciphered a small portion before her demise, this knowledge was invaluable, as it belonged to the divine realm. More than sufficient to aid Bella in embarking upon her extraordinary journey. Had Bella acquiesced earlier, the Grim Reaper of the air disaster might have employed a series of coincidences to extinguish the lives of ordinary individuals, posing a significant threat to them, while perhaps being a mere inconvenience to the extraordinary. Yet now, she finds herself presented with a far superior choice. The orb of light surrounding Corina Barbosa flickered, revealing what appeared to be her parents, Hector Barbosa and Margaret Smith. The elder Barbosa possesses both the capability and discernment befitting a formidable pirate king of the Caspian Sea. A man of considerable prowess, likely privy to methods for unlocking extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, Bella harbors a persistent feeling that their temperaments are misaligned, rendering them less than the optimal choice. Her gaze shifted to the center, where the most luminous and accomplished ancestor, Elizabeth Swan, the Pirate Queen, resided. The aura emanating from this figure felt exceedingly familiar and comforting. Without further hesitation, she fully immersed her consciousness into that radiant presence. Chapter 13. The Mind Sorceress. As if a mere observer, Bella found herself amidst the tumultuous waves of the Caribbean Sea, where countless warships lined the horizon. The palpable aura of impending violence sent shivers down her spine. Though she was not physically present, the atmosphere was thick with an unmistakable scent of bloodshed. In this realm of overwhelming strength on the enemy's part, fear and the specter of death loomed over every soul. Amidst the chaos, a hazy figure ascended the ship's railing, grasping the ropes, and delivered an impassioned oration to the crowd. The pirates awaited the arrival of the Black Pearl's captain, their eyes filled with anticipation. What would they witness? A quivering mass of frightened rats, a decrepit ship stripped of its will to fight? No. They would behold individuals who embodied freedom and the indomitable spirit thereof. With the sweat upon our brows, the strength in our spines, and the courage in our hearts. Gentlemen, hoist the flag. Hoist the flag. Instantly, the morale of the pirates surged to a peak, their cries echoing like a rallying war cry, eager to charge forth with reckless abandon. The allure of the pirate queen, Isabella Swan, was unmistakable. The ensuing battle faded from Bella's view, blurring into a vast mosaic of chaos before her eyes, as a radiant entity materialized beside her. Child, your heart brims with kindness. Your actions are commendably noble. A mere trial cannot bring you to your knees. I traversed the 7 seas, wielding a plethora of methods to fortify your being, yet these do not belong to you. Some are rather perilous. Nevertheless, I can assist you in unlocking your inherent powers. Perhaps that is your true sanctuary. Which path do you wish to choose? I desire them all. Bella responded, though deep down, she understood the impossibility of such a wish. Bella may not have been astute, yet she discerned the underlying message in the elder's words. Undoubtedly, the pirate queen wished for her to opt for the latter. I believe in myself. I choose to unlock my own powers. The entity extended its hand, gently touching Bella's heart. In that moment, she felt as though a significant limitation had been irrevocably lifted. Previously, she had been confined, akin to a spectacle in a glass tank. Now, she was plunging into the ocean, with an infinite expanse of sky above and an endless azure sea surrounding her. A brand new world unfolded before her, all occurring in the blink of an eye. What is this? She gasped, astonished by the profound transformation within her being. A light. Youthful laughter resonated from the entity. Are you stunned? Your ancestors are quite formidable, are they not? Return now, dear child, ponder upon it well, for clarity may emerge. Yet, even if it does not, this newfound ability shall safeguard you. In an instant, Bella was pulled from the ethereal realm, the pain in her palm grounding her back to reality. She hastily bandaged her still bleeding right hand and splashed cold water on her face. Once she regained her composure, she began to introspectively explore the changes within herself. The peculiarities she experienced were not bestowed upon her by the pirate queen. They were abilities that had always resided within her. These powers were intrinsically linked to her essence, neither a result of genetic mutation nor mystical forces exchanged through pacts with deities or demons. They were the innate abilities belonging to Isabella Swan herself. Perhaps due to the frequency of enduring psychological torment during her school years, or perhaps a natural inclination towards introversion. Her former self harbored a profound wariness of the outside world. Her heart remained steadfastly closed, and over time, she developed a capacity to shield her psyche from prying eyes. When her predecessor resorted to self-destructive measures and ultimately transformed into a vampire, this ability became manifest. While the method of utilizing vampiric powers to exhibit her abilities may seem like a permanent solution, it simultaneously severed any pathways for personal advancement, effectively stunting her once promising potential. Now, the Pirate Queen has facilitated Bella in taking this pivotal step towards the manifestation of her abilities. Yet it does not seem to affect her future in any significant manner. Her destiny rests solely in her hands. She possesses the capability to forge an energy source unique to herself through her beliefs, willpower, and determination. By drawing energy from her own spirit, she refers to this force as spiritual energy. Unlike the psychic energies of the Warhammer 40k universe, she need not extract power from any alternate dimension. A mere focus on her own self suffices. This represents a rather idealistic form of power, one rooted in the strength of the mind. The exercise of this ability does not incur the backlash commonly associated with the magic of Marvel sorcerers, for it is inherently her own power. There can be no backlash from what is intrinsically hers. However, her profound reliance on her own psyche creates a barrier to comprehending and accepting concepts that elude her understanding. In other words, the diversity of spells she can wield is not as extensive as that of traditional mages. These mages borrow power from demons, inscribe symbols, and recite incantations. Regardless of their understanding of the underlying meanings, the magic is external and thus inconsequential. Bella, however, must achieve complete comprehension. Without understanding a spell, she cannot wield it. Her mental prowess is entirely contingent upon her own level of enlightenment. It is impossible to assert, "I am a god," and instantaneously attain such divinity. Do you deserve it? You do not. This ability bears a slight resemblance to the psionics of Dungeons and Dragons, yet it remains distinctly different. Each individual's psychic realm is unique. Some may envision their mental landscape as a particular animal or plant, while Bella's psyche manifests as an inverted triangular lake. This spiritual lake is modest in size. Its surface covered by only a thin layer of liquid, rendering it both small and shallow. According to her interpretation, the surface of the lake symbolizes her knowledge, experiences, beliefs, and a myriad of other attributes, which can be equated to her magical prowess. The depth of the lake, on the other hand, signifies the potency of her magic. The deeper her understanding of her own psychic realm, the more formidable the energies she can manipulate, akin to her personal level of mastery. Bella's psychic abilities differ fundamentally from those of mutants. Mutants awaken their X gene during puberty, extracting novel powers from it. Once this state becomes established, they gradually learn to control their abilities through rigorous practice. This represents a genetic-level superpower, which solidifies over time. Regardless of their training, the potential for growth remains limited. Aside from those exceptional Omega-level mutants capable of altering their genetic sequences, the majority find their powers fixed after their genetic transformation. Bella's psychic abilities are unique, a legacy bestowed upon her by her ancestral lineage. Her genetic structure remains unscathed, allowing her to enhance her capabilities upon the foundation of human genetics. Originally, after her transformation into a vampire, Bella manifested a power known as shielding, a distorted ability that emerged following the disruption of her psychic talent by the vampire bloodline. Concurrently, she acquired the ability to control emotions. Undoubtedly, the name itself reveals that this power is a remnant resulting from the impairment of her psychic gift. The phrase buying the box and losing the pearl refers to her origin. Presently, both shielding and emotion control reside within her spiritual lake, fully mastered and comprehended abilities that she can summon at will when the need arises. Chapter 14, New Changes. The mental shield serves as a protective barrier for Bella, enabling her to withstand telepathy and a certain degree of malevolent curses. Within the depths of her heart lake, an abstract symbol resembling a woven net has formed, signifying Bella's complete mastery and adeptness in wielding this spell. The deeper her understanding of her mental faculties, the greater the intensity of attacks that this spell can repel. Currently, she remains at a rudimentary level, capable only of fending off basic telepathic intrusions. Should Charles, the elderly gentleman, utilize a brainwave amplifier, or if celestial beings, angels or demons, were to descend and forcefully invade her mind, she would be utterly defenseless. Bella's innate ability to control her emotions has been integrated into the mental shield, rendering her resistant to negative influences. With the shield's enhancement, she can maintain an optimistic, proactive, and profoundly positive mindset for extended periods. This aspect is of paramount importance. Just as skilled swimmers may drown, a staggering 99% of mental manipulators suffer from psychological afflictions. It is crucial for her to align her mindset and remain cognizant of her position, a priority above all else. Through rigorous experimentation, Bella discovered that, in addition to the mental shield, she has acquired 2 additional passive abilities. The first is a significant enhancement in her physical attributes. Her psychic energy has augmented her strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes, resulting in a noticeable improvement across various facets. The ceiling of this ability remains elusive, for now. She is aware that her physical capabilities possess vast potential for further growth. The mental shield represents the manifestation of her prior abilities, while her explosive physical enhancement is an inevitable result of the infusion of psychic energy into her body. The final ability, however, is uniquely hers, the foresight of death. It could be said that she fears death or perhaps holds it in reverence. Regardless, she possesses the ability to glimpse fragments of her imminent peril. This skill, too, has its limitations. She cannot achieve complete foresight, nor is accurately interpreting the premonitions an easy task. Bella's trials left her feeling dizzy, as if she might faint at any moment. The smoke is overwhelming. Coughing, she suddenly realized she was deprived of oxygen, hastily opened a window for ventilation, and offered her neighbors a thorough explanation, thus clearing away the traces of her spiritual communion. With some materials still remaining, she anticipated one more session of divination after addressing the matter of the Grim Reaper, intending to conduct a ritual akin to a family offering to remember the ancestors. For now, she would set those materials aside. With her enhanced physical attributes, her recovery has accelerated considerably. The wound on her right palm is likely to heal within 3 days. When Charlie rushed home upon learning of the fire at their residence, Bella had already begun to grasp her new abilities. With yet another plane accident and a fire, Charlie felt immense sympathy for his daughter and promptly took her out for a meal. Bella indeed felt hungry. Her heightened physical condition had raised her demands for sustenance. Although she could deceive her body with psychic energy, creating a false sense of satiety, such illusions were ultimately insubstantial. Bella's mastery of her mental prowess had not yet reached the level where she could transform illusion into reality. Nor could she satisfy her hunger merely by daydreaming or relying on the wind. Thus, when someone else was treating, she readily accepted the invitation to dine. Charlie had been single for 17 years, devoid of a spouse, and his daily expenditures were minimal. A meal or two would not impoverish him. He served golden brown fried pork chops, exquisitely crafted little cakes, a generous bowl of potato and beef soup, and a plate of appetizing wheat-flavored bread. Concerned that she might not have enough to eat, Charlie beckoned the proprietor to bring her a crispy, golden, oil-glazed fried fish. As they dined, Charlie noticed subtle, inexplicable changes in his daughter. What on earth? How did you suddenly become so vibrant? Though her appearance, her clothes and accessories remained unchanged, there was an intangible quality about her that felt markedly different. It was a nuance that eluded the casual observer but was unmistakable to those who saw her daily. Bella, elegantly consuming her berry pie, made a concerted effort to appear graceful rather than ravenous. She feigned nonchalance and asked, "Charlie, do you think I've become prettier?" It would have been a normal question for a young girl, but for Bella, approaching 18, it seemed slightly peculiar. However, in this context, such inquiries were not frowned upon. They were viewed as expressions of individuality and self-assertion. Charlie nodded affirmatively. "You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." Bella took a moment to gauge her psychic energy, her hand clutching the fork tightly. How wonderful. There was a barely perceptible increase in her overall energy. The hypothesis had succeeded. She swallowed her pie, her heart brimming with joy. Drawing upon the principle of animalistic flattery, she sought genuine compliments from others to bolster her self-confidence, which she anchored in her appearance. The notions of courage and wisdom were irrelevant. The Marvel Universe housed far more courageous and wise entities in abundance. Considering Natasha's appearance, which was already among the highest echelons, Bella felt a sense of confidence in her own looks. Beauty lacked a definitive metric for comparison. Yet she believed herself to be on par with Natasha. In this light, she could indeed be deemed exceptionally attractive. Why should she compete in intellect when she possessed beauty? Compliments, though modest in their return of spiritual energy, required little effort and effortless gain. In the following days, Bella inquired of all her acquaintances in Foxtown, from the CAF owner to the love-struck Jacob. Among them, Jacob's response was the most ardent and sincere. "Am I not the most beautiful woman?" "Indeed. You are the most beautiful woman in my heart." "Okay, goodbye." Bella even reached out to Natasha, who was still in Phoenix. They had become something akin to friends. "Natasha, do you think I am the most beautiful woman?" The response was one of astonishment. "Where does your confidence stem from?" Natasha, yawning casually, replied, "Yes, yes. You are the most beautiful woman." "Is that all?" Bella sensed no increase in her psychic energy, realizing that the response lacked genuine sincerity. Taking out a small black notebook from the side, "On a certain day in a certain month of a certain year, Natasha's indifference towards me was recorded as a grievance. I made sure to disturb everyone around me, and the total amount of spiritual energy roughly increased by 1/3, with nearly half of it being cultivated by her own efforts. Incessantly brainwashing herself daily with affirmations such as 'I am the most beautiful. No one is more beautiful than I. I am truly exquisite.' Foxtown lacked adequate training facilities. Yet through various self-assessments, she realized that her physical capabilities had thoroughly surpassed the limits of humanity. Her muscles were slender, appearing unremarkable, but her body was brimming with strength. Her acceleration could reach a speed of 100 meters in a mere second, and her bench press strength exceeded a ton with ease. Accompanying Charlie into the woods for hunting, she could even vaguely perceive the trajectory of the bullets fired from the shotgun. Chapter 15. School every few days. Bella would connect with the survivors of Flight 180 through MSN. She distinctly remembered the number 40, which resonated with the biblical tale of Noah's Ark, wherein it rained incessantly for 40 days. In Scripture, this number symbolizes death. In other words, 40 days after the flight's tragic demise, the so-called Grim Reaper would commence his deadly pursuit once more, targeting all the survivors who had previously evaded fate. Whether he would begin his grim task according to the seating arrangement or follow some new pattern remained a mystery. Bella only knew she must thwart this impending doom. That was her true intent. The month-long respite passed swiftly. Observing Bella emerge from her despair, her spirits buoyed to the point of near explosion, Charlie urged her to return to school. For years of high school followed by college were the aspirations many parents held for their children in this region. Bella herself was eager for university. In this era of rudimentary internet, much of the information she sought was inaccessible online, necessitating her presence in the university library for study. To expand her knowledge and cultivate her inner world, attending university was imperative. Throughout the month, Bella perused various texts, her innate mental prowess endowing her with exceptional memory retention. The knowledge she had acquired in her previous life came flooding back. A brief review and a couple of readings through the textbooks rendered standardized tests like the SAT or ACT a trivial matter. However, these scores constituted merely 1/3 of the criteria for university admission. Regular assignments, lab work, classroom discussions, and attendance all contributed to the overall assessment. Universities also evaluated students' enthusiasm for extracurricular activities, encompassing sports, arts, technology, and both on-campus and off-campus engagements. Some institutions even mandated a specific number of community service hours and part-time work. Bella found the notion of part-time jobs acceptable, yet the requirement to perform volunteer work, such as building houses for the underprivileged, left her incredulous. Were the officials at the Department of Education out of their minds? Had their brains been muddled? She had traversed great distances only to labor for others? They ought to be the ones constructing her a house. The original Bella had chosen to marry and become a vampire right after high school graduation for a reason, given her prior dismal societal experiences. Attending university had seemed an impossibility. However, the current Bella could mitigate some of these disadvantages, though it still felt somewhat late. She resolved to leverage the aftermath of Flight 180 to gain recognition. Saving lives was her true calling. And achieving fame was also a goal. These two aspirations were not mutually exclusive. American universities are particularly enamored with celebrities. Their evaluation standards plummet dramatically in the presence of notable figures. Forget about the trivial matter of participation in social activities. One could even set fire to a house and still be overlooked. A full month after the Flight 180 tragedy, Bella officially commenced her academic journey at Foxtown High School. With only 357 students, her arrival marked the institution's count as 358. Foxtown bore many hallmarks of typical American small towns, characterized by a distinct sense of insularity. Once this small town becomes haunted, invaded by extraterrestrials, or controlled by some nefarious cult, the outside world would remain utterly oblivious for at least 10 days to half a month. The children here have grown up together, as have their parents and grandparents, creating an intricate web of familiarity. A girl like Bella, arriving from a bustling metropolis, would undoubtedly face severe ostracism. In a school with over 300 students, one would naturally not find school buses or uniforms. Bella had spent a month wandering the town and had glimpsed the school from afar, but today marked her inaugural visit. Fox High School stood adjacent to the road, and if one were unaware, its facade would fail to reveal its educational purpose. Beyond a low wall, a few trees and shrubs dotted the landscape, leading inward to a row of chestnut-colored brick buildings, which one might charmingly refer to as nostalgic or unflatteringly as dilapidated. Charlie had already completed the transfer paperwork, leaving Bella to arrive on her own. In the administrative office, she received her class schedule and a map of the school. The staff member, a middle-aged female teacher, was so exuberantly welcoming that Bella felt somewhat disconcerted. The teacher meticulously marked the locations of the classrooms on the map corresponding to the schedule, fearing Bella might not comprehend it, and labeled them with numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, connecting them with black arrows. This left Bella rather speechless. She felt less like a high school student and more like a newcomer to kindergarten. What a dreadful impression must her predecessor have left on Foxtown. The teacher's amiable demeanor clearly signified a desire to maintain a respectful distance, implying, "I have assisted you. Now you may seek others." Bella sighed and shook her head, lamenting her predecessor's poor social standing. In the morning, she collected her textbooks and subsequently attended an English class. Indeed, there was an English lesson here, albeit more akin to the language arts classes of her previous life, filled with various reading comprehensions and literary analyses. It was then that Bella realized a pressing issue. Her English proficiency was somewhat lacking. The lesson commenced with Wuthering Heights, a title she had heard of. Yet when the teacher began discussing a particular passage, she found herself utterly bewildered. Where was this passage located? Whose story did this book narrate? She flipped through the book from front to back, then back to front, and ultimately resorted to asking her desk mate to locate the passage the teacher was referencing. Thus, the morning passed in a haze, shattering her aspirations of dominating Fox High, as the reality dawned on her that the timing was not yet ripe, and she had much to learn. The afternoon brought the universally beloved course of physical education. However, due to the limited faculty at Fox High, the sports classes were rather intense, consisting of 4 consecutive periods of physical activity. The boys played basketball, while the girls engaged in volleyball, and the gym teacher, with a tone suggesting, "Enough learning, let us all go have fun," led the students to the gymnasium. "What? Here, One was required to take 4 years of physical education. In the girls' locker room, Bella inquired among the girls nearby and soon discovered that Foxtown imposed a stringent requirement. Students were mandated to attend physical education classes throughout their 4 years of high school. Without delving into her previous school experiences, she recalled that upon her arrival, she had learned that in Arizona, physical education was only attended for 2 years, while the remaining time was devoted to academics or extracurricular activities. Schools that required 4 consecutive years of physical education were indeed rare. Such a frivolous approach left one's mind devoid of substance, making it nearly impossible to gain admission to a respectable university. Though she silently harbored her grievances, Bella refrained from voicing any doubts. Here, being labeled as a non-athletic bookworm would inevitably lead to isolation. Physical education was merely physical education. Just wait and see how I shall dominate you all. Chapter 16. Breaking the ice. The school was sparsely populated, resulting in a limited number of students attending physical education classes at the same time. Bella's presence finally brought together 12 girls for a volleyball match. She had not donned specialized sports attire. Who could have anticipated that they would be engaging in 4 consecutive physical education classes? Her recollections of physical education were confined to shot put and standing long jump, and she was completely unprepared for the high-intensity volleyball match that awaited her. Had her predecessor been present, she would undoubtedly have sensed the pervasive malice in the atmosphere. With her predecessor's poor physical condition and lack of coordination, playing volleyball would have been a calamity. However, Bella felt a newfound confidence. Although she had never played volleyball, her self-assurance radiated from her demeanor. What was there to fear? Not only could she outplay the girls, but even the boys would stand no chance against her. After rummaging through her belongings, she settled for a slightly oversized gray short-sleeve top, tying the hem around her waist, thereby exposing her smooth and lustrous abdomen, a dazzling display. She paired it with deep blue shorts and athletic shoes, her long legs epitomizing the essence of elegance. While the spectacle of new students being bullied in the girls' changing room was unlikely, comparisons among the girls were inevitable. As soon as Bella removed her outer layer, she noticed several girls standing on either side, all sneaking glances at her. She felt reassured. None of them posed a significant challenge. These classmates were ordinary girls, likely to attend a university casually after graduating high school, only to return to their hometowns to take over their parents' jobs, spending the rest of their lives in the small town. They were not inclined to participate in beauty pageants or pursue stardom, and thus had no need for surgical enhancements or striking physiques, with some possessing a bit of extra flesh around their waists, thicker arms, and one girl even exhibiting slightly splayed feet. Bella felt herself, even with the less prominent traits inherited from her pirate queen ancestry, could easily outshine them. Her slender waist complemented her long legs, and with her porcelain-like skin, she would undoubtedly surpass these girls in allure. Hi, I'm Jessie. I'm Danny. I'm Angela. The names of the girls were rather pedestrian. Having been in this new environment for just a month, Bella had already encountered more than 3 girls named Jessie. Such names were utterly unremarkable. The girls greeted her warmly, and she reciprocated without pretension, engaging in a friendly exchange. Bella discreetly assessed their roles within the group. Among them, Jessie possessed the most striking appearance, likely having held the title of class beauty before Bella's arrival. Meanwhile, the girl named Angela, with her dark hair, was wearing glasses, undoubtedly indicating a high degree of nearsightedness, even for a volleyball match. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Bella inquired, "Isn't it a problem to play with glasses on?" The response was textbook perfect. "I love sports. Volleyball is my favorite." The girls soon changed into their uniforms, officially commencing the day's competition. Volleyball is a sport that Bella has heard of but never played, and she is entirely unfamiliar with its rules. She plays quite conservatively. There is no time limit in a volleyball match, which adopts a best-of-5 format, theoretically allowing a game to last for an extended period. After just 3 minutes on the court, Bella felt completely at ease. Although she did not comprehend the rules, the skill level of the other girls was similarly rudimentary. Their performance was rather lackluster. Angela, who wears glasses and claims to enjoy sports, including volleyball, instinctively dodges when the ball comes her way. Jessie, the former campus belle, continuously shouts, seemingly striving to energize the game and occasionally rallying her teammates for counterattacks. However, Bella could perceive that Jessie was conserving her energy. Why conserve energy? One might wonder. It is quite understandable. After 4 consecutive matches, such exertion poses no challenge for professional athletes, yet it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary girls. Even the most unattractive adolescent girls do not wish for the boys around them to witness them panting and drenched in sweat. Bella could only conclude that the physical education teacher who scheduled these 4 consecutive classes was utterly foolish, and unfortunately, the prevailing environment does not permit any aversion to sports. The bespectacled girl sprinted past Bella, panting heavily, with sweat trickling from the frames of her glasses onto the lenses. She discreetly wiped it away, yet excitedly proclaimed her love for volleyball. The girls exhibited insufficient strength, nearly non-existent skills, and their coordination was rather haphazard. The first match concluded swiftly. Even though the opposing team was also conserving energy, Bella's team ultimately lost. In the second match, she began to exert herself. Initially, her role was that of a secondary setter, but as she tapped into her potential, she transformed into a primary attacker, also taking on significant blocking responsibilities. With the ball's trajectory clearly visible, handling such a large volleyball was no challenge for her. Bella single-handedly managed both attack and block duties. This was a boon for the taller girl in glasses, who struggled with blocking. She now merely needed to appear engaged on the sidelines to complete the match. At critical moments, Bella utilized her nearly professional athleticism to block and spike, relying on sheer strength, speed, and keen vision, with little in the way of tactical finesse. Although team sports primarily rely on technique and coordination, exceptional individual physical attributes can also play a decisive role. The pace of the game quickly accelerated under her influence. And while her teammates lacked refined coordination, they began to create opportunities for her upon recognizing her outstanding performance. There are no strict time regulations in volleyball. Finishing early allows them to rest afterward. Observing boys play basketball is a delight, yet being scrutinized by them is far less pleasant. Bella's prowess left the 6 opposing girls in disarray, unable to match her speed. Meanwhile, her team's morale soared. Aside from the first match, they triumphed in the remaining 3. During the course of events, Bella generously treated her teammates, including a female classmate from the opposing side, to beverages, further depleting her already meager finances. Yet her social standing subtly improved. During the breaks, she did not forget to cultivate her inner strength. "Jessie, could you please massage my wrist? That last hit was a bit harsh." "Well, your skin is truly radiant. Yours is quite lovely as well." "Oh, not at all. You are truly beautiful." "I think so too, thank you." Within a mere 2 days, under Bella's immense charm, the former campus beauty and the bespectacled girl became her close confidants. Even if their friendship was somewhat superficial, they were nonetheless sisters. With her beauty, athletic prowess, and generous spirit, the girls welcomed her with open arms. As for academics, what is that? In Foxtown, we uphold the philosophy of joyful education. Chapter 17, Vampires. After the girls initially embraced Bella, the boys began to shower her with attention as well. No one is a fool. Beauty is universally admired. However, the fear of being ostracized by their social circle due to their attraction to a stunning girl is a calamity for these individuals. To put it simply, they place greater importance on their social relationships. When conflicts arise between social and personal ties, individual preferences must take a backseat. For the sake of social bonds, Professor Charles can sever ties with his friend Magneto, and similarly, for the collective good, Storm can find herself at odds with her husband, Black Panther. Their personal emotions yield to what they deem the greater good. The poignant love stories of thunderous winters and snowy summers can only flourish between vampires and humans. Such fervent passions cannot arise among humans themselves. The boy's attentiveness also allowed Bella to harness a wave of psychic energy. With a sincere demeanor, she effortlessly transitioned into friendship, assuring her peers that if they faced bullying at Fox High, they could invoke her name. Those with ill intentions were noted down, and later, Bella would hand the list to Jacob, orchestrating a covert retaliation in a secluded alleyway. Reporting to the authorities? Her father is the sheriff. They could certainly attempt that. Private vengeance? Do they dare to belittle a Native American? The Native American Protection Act is worth noting. Initially oblivious to her influence, Bella's psychic energy would, over time, affect those around her in a subtle, magnetic manner. The girls who interacted with her most frequently would find themselves unwittingly entertaining thoughts such as, "What a wonderful friend she is," or "Bella is truly beautiful." This charm had a modest impact and lacked any hierarchical significance, as long as personal interests remained intact. It could enhance mutual relations in a gentle, almost imperceptible way. With her sweet words, generosity, striking appearance, and her father being the only sheriff in town, Bella transformed the social landscape within just 2 days. As she began to reveal her prowess at Fox High, Bella selectively chose to join several clubs. Remaining uninvolved was not an option. In a school of merely 300 students, there were over a dozen diverse clubs. She carefully selected to join the volleyball club, a future technology networking group, a rock climbing club, a Native American cultural research group, and an opera society. These encompassed sports, technology, and the arts. The Opera Society even cast her as the lead in this year's production, portraying Snow White. The rationale behind this decision was her fair complexion, beauty, and kind spirit, making her the quintessential princess straight from a fairy tale. Vampires are considered malevolent beings, extensively described in religious texts across both Eastern and Western traditions. Their origins remain a topic of debate, and the methods to vanquish them are as varied as they are numerous. While humans have devised 108 ways to slay vampires, these immortal creatures, endowed with vast resources and intelligence, naturally devise strategies to overcome their vulnerabilities. Since the advent of modern society, the rapid advancements in genetics, biology, materials science, and chemistry have propelled human technology to unprecedented heights, and vampires have reaped the benefits of this progress. A select group of vampires, inspired by the methods of mutants, have modified certain segments of their genes, creating the grotesque X gene. While they remain fundamentally vampires, they could also be considered a rather unconventional breed of mutants. These vampires still cannot withstand prolonged exposure to bright light, and during the day, their strength, speed, and endurance wane, leaving them mentally drained. However, on overcast or stormy days, they blend seamlessly with ordinary humans. The perpetually gloomy environment of Forks is a veritable paradise for vampires. Due to Bella's late arrival by a month, she did not encounter the vampires during biology class, but the school, with its modest population of over 300, made it impossible for her to avoid them entirely. On the third day of history class, she finally laid eyes on the vegetarian vampires, members of the Cullen family. Emmett Cullen, a robust figure with muscles as pronounced as a weightlifter's, was among them. Alice Cullen, with her delicate features and deep black short hair, caught Bella's attention. Lastly, there was Edward Cullen, a tall, lean young man with a penetrating gaze and a stiff expression. Bella had no intention of entangling herself with the vampires, the Cullen family. With their serene vegetarianism, posed no threat to the town. She had no ulterior motives, as she planned to spend just half a year in high school before moving on to college, regarding Forks merely as a temporary haven. As she perused a manuscript she had found in the school library, written by a missionary, Bella struggled with the text, which recounted the lives of the Native American tribes that once inhabited the land 2 centuries ago. The manuscript was rife with colloquialisms and abbreviations, along with numerous religious allusions that left her bewildered. Unfamiliar with the terminology, she resolved to jot down the words she did not recognize and look them up online later. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling sensation and turned to find herself locking eyes with 2 pairs of gazes behind her. The slender vampire Edward Cullen, with his russet hair, and the dark-haired female vampire Alice Cullen were the sources of those penetrating looks. Emmett Cullen, the muscular figure, remained oblivious until Bella resumed her reading, at which point he became aware of the earlier disturbance, his face betraying a sense of vigilance as he silently questioned his companions. "I cannot discern her thoughts," Edward murmured softly. "In my perception, she is but a fog." Alice echoed his surprise. The two exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion and fear, akin to a shepherd suddenly spotting a wolf among his flock. Emmett's thoughts were more straightforward. "Is she targeting us?" Before he could finish his sentence, Alice interrupted him, cautioning she might hear you. Bella turned her head at an opportune moment, revealing a radiant smile, implying that indeed, they could hear her. In the following 2 days, she neither deliberately avoided nor provoked the seemingly flustered vampires. Instead, she immersed herself in the study of various ancient texts. Through her extensive reading, her proficiency in English soared to new heights, and aside from a few religious allusions, she encountered little difficulty in her reading endeavors. However, the greater treasure she gained was knowledge. The realm of the mind offers spiritual energy, a form of pure essence, yet the application of such energies necessitates her own learning, mastery, and synthesis. At present, she resembled a mage endowed with magical potential, yet possessing only a scant repertoire of spells. Chapter 18. The Arrival of Death Magic. When guided by a mentor, undoubtedly allows for a swifter learning progression. However, therein lies the dilemma. Who shall she seek for instruction? Bella currently finds herself destitute, reliant on Charlie for sustenance and shelter. Traveling to Camartage is a distant dream, and even reaching New York poses significant challenges. Furthermore, due to the restrictions imposed following the Flight 180 incident, she is barred from departure. To extend the matter further, even if she were granted the freedom to roam, locating Camartage would prove impossible, as it does not appear on any map. Additionally, her status as a traveler makes the notion of casually visiting Camartage seem absurd. It would be tantamount to inviting trouble. Contentment in her own space would suffice, yet she contemplates the absurdity of delivering herself to such a place. Bella perceives much through her connection with Chief Billy Black, whose deep-rooted ties to the previous generation and her own friendship with the ardent Jacob create a complex web of relationships. Organizing a ritual for ancestral spirits under such circumstances would be an arduous task. From this, one might deduce that other magical practitioners hold their knowledge in even higher regard. It is conceivable that she could spend a decade or more in search of Camartage, only to receive dismissive responses such as "I don't know," "There's nothing," or "Goodbye." Reversing the perspective, if she were to master magic and an unknown individual sought her out for instruction, she too would likely respond with a curt dismissal. Thus, Bella must resort to self-study, at least for the time being. By day, she immerses herself in a variety of texts and ancient tomes in class, engages in physical activities with her peers during gym, dominates in competitions, and occasionally plays basketball with the boys. Each evening, she returns home and diligently completes her school assignments in Charlie's presence. She meticulously organizes her time. In biology class, Bella does not encounter Edward Cullen, but rather collides with Alice Cullen at a lab table. This black-haired vampire possesses a keen gaze, her eyes brimming with curiosity as if attempting to penetrate Bella's mental defenses. Such impatience is rather disconcerting. Bella sets down her book and quietly inquires, "I believe you are not supposed to be in biology class today, Miss Cullen? That is inconsequential. Wouldn't you agree?" Alice responds playfully, "I find it quite significant, as I value order and thus hope that everyone adheres to it." Bella adjusts the microscope on the lab table. Alice, with her casual demeanor, flips through a book and states, "You are not an ordinary person, are you?" "I am indeed an ordinary person. Class is in session." This lesson finds Bella not delving into ancient superstitions but rather following the teacher's lead. Engaged in a genuine biology lesson. Whenever confusion arises, she queries her neighbor, Alice Cullen. These vampires, too, endure their own tribulations. Stuck in the perpetual age of 18 or 19, they oscillate between high school and university. Should their true ages be questioned, an immediate relocation becomes necessary, followed by the need to resume their education elsewhere. Over a century, they have repeated such experiences countless times, with the Family-S collection of academic caps reportedly taking up an entire wall. The same textbooks are studied repeatedly, perhaps a dozen or 20 times. Even the most obtuse individual would emerge as a scholar after enduring such an unchanging academic routine for a century. Bella's inquiries were second nature to Alice Cullen, who effortlessly elucidated them with greater clarity than the teacher on stage. "Thank you. Your explanation was remarkable," Bella praised, earning a curious glance from Alice. It was the 40th day following the tragic Flight 180 disaster. Theoretically, from this day forward, it marked the onset of death's retribution upon the survivors. Foxtown had endured a night of rain, leaving a cool chill in the air as Bella pedaled her bicycle to school. After securing her bike, she removed her gloves and exhaled warmth onto her slightly cold hands. Once they had warmed sufficiently, she reluctantly retrieved her wallet, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. Having copied some documents yesterday, her funds had dwindled significantly. What was once $1,000 had shrunk to a mere handful of bills. She felt embarrassed to ask Charlie for money. After all, he was not her biological father, and his support for her lodging and meals was already generous enough. To request further financial assistance seemed inappropriate. Foxtown was rather small, offering little in the way of business opportunities. She was hesitant to exploit her extraordinary abilities. Her mind was her foundation, and by maintaining her integrity, she could progress further. Overwhelmed by her financial constraints, she lamented her lack of means. Pondering the absurdity of taking a job, "It is quite difficult for me," she sighed, examining the scant remaining bills in her wallet. As she lamented her impoverished state, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air nearby. Bella's gaze snapped upward, her focus sharp as she noticed a deep blue truck barreling toward her. The truck's tires were locked, yet the pooling water on the road propelled it forward with alarming speed. A sense of impending doom washed over her, and she instinctively realized that an unseen force had targeted her. Death was approaching. It was merely a decrepit vehicle. It underestimated her resolve. With the truck still 3 meters away, she bent her knees slightly, preparing to leap once the vehicle obscured the view of passing students. After all, a student capable of jumping 10 meters would undoubtedly stand out among her peers. Unfortunately, she underestimated forces that resembled the threads of fate. At that moment, the frail vampire Edward Cullen happened to pass nearby. In an uncanny twist of fate, he swiftly leaped to Bella's side, extending a hand toward the truck in an attempt to push it away. Bella had been reminding herself to avoid any exaggerated actions in front of her classmates. But in a sudden realization, she noticed someone beside her. With no time to contemplate or discern his identity, she instinctively worried that her jump could endanger this passerby, possibly leading to injury or worse. Consequently, she altered her leap into a push, extending her right hand to brace against the truck's door. With both hands firmly pressed against the side of the vehicle, Edward's formidable strength caused a significant dent to form in the truck's side. On Bella's side, a dent resembling a crease was left on the side of the truck. However, unlike the sheer brute force of the vampire, the psychic energy refracted into the external realm, cloaked in a delicate layer of frost. Subsequently, the frost fell away, causing a substantial portion of the paint on the truck's exterior to peel off. Two large, palm-shaped indentations, one on the left and one on the right, appeared strikingly peculiar. The driver of the truck, also a student from the school, lay slumped over the steering wheel, his forehead smeared with blood, clearly having lost consciousness. Bella turned around, casting a rather exasperated glance at the vampire. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see I can handle this on my own?" The vampire, well aware of his unnecessary intervention, maintained his aloof demeanor, as was his habit. "Fine. You think you're so impressive. Just stay here then." Bella felt a twinge of anxiety. Her premonition of death was undeniable. Viewed in isolation, this incident appeared to be a case of brake failure on a rainy day. However, when considered in conjunction with the Flight 180 disaster, the implications became rather intriguing. Chapter 19. You were seeking your own demise. The truck careened out of control, and they forcefully pushed it aside. All unfolded in the blink of an eye. Bella lacked the ability to become invisible, yet she had her own tricks. She harnessed her psychic energy to cloak the vision of several witnesses nearby, rendering herself invisible in their eyes. "You do not see me," she implanted a psychological suggestion. And then, with nonchalance, she stepped aside into the crowd, masquerading as a mere bystander. The vampires, with their strikingly handsome males and stunning females, were not beautiful merely by virtue of their transformation. Rather, one had to possess beauty to become a vampire. Those of lesser appearance were simply not chosen. Edward Cullen was undoubtedly the epitome of attractiveness, a quintessential heartthrob, and now this figure almost met his demise beneath a truck, inevitably drawing the attention of numerous students. Many girls rushed over with the speed of a sprinter, showering him with concern, while his vampire siblings stood in bewilderment, questioning his actions. "What are you doing? We need to maintain a low profile. Can't you just evade the oncoming vehicle?" In the glaring eyes of the public, Edward Cullen could not simply flee. He had to endure the assistance of his classmates to seek medical attention. Fortunately, the doctor was his vampire adoptive father, who, feigning a thorough examination, declared that Edward merely required a few days of rest to recuperate, much to the collective relief of the female students. Subsequently, Bella's father, Charlie, arrived to interrogate the involved parties. Given the truck's speed at the time of impact, it was a certainty that it would have resulted in a fatality, thus raising the specter of a homicide investigation. As sheriff and father, he had to ascertain the facts, especially with the two large handprints on the side of the truck, which were rather chilling. Edward had always been strong. Upon examining his hemoglobin and alanine aminotransferase levels, he found his vampire father was also a master of deception, weaving a cloud of elaborate explanations until Charlie accepted the notion that this young man, normally quite strong, mustered his latent potential in a moment of crisis to push the truck aside. As for the two handprints, that was easily rationalized. Humans possessed two hands, after all, and in a moment of urgency, it was only logical to use both. Nightfall descended, and the Cullen family convened to deliberate the day's events. Edward Cullen, initially bewildered, quickly regained his composure, being over a century old, and began to reflect on the incident with clarity. "She is not one of our kind. I am certain of this. Her blood flows robustly within her veins, and her heart beats with remarkable vigor." His vampire father nodded slightly, encouraging his son to continue. Exchanging glances with Alice Cullen, Edward remarked, "She possesses a peculiar shielding ability. Neither my mind reading nor Alice's precognition can penetrate that barrier. Her strength, speed, and reflexes seem to surge in an instant, peaking at levels that would rival our own. Ultimately, she exhibited a peculiar ability." He meticulously recalled every detail. "She was right beside me, and I could even feel the allure of her blood, yet she walked past the surrounding crowd, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as if they were blind to her existence. All eyes were fixed upon me. Her ability was truly extraordinary." The vampire guardian conferred with several others who had encountered Bella, ultimately reaching a decision. "I would have a brief conversation with Charlie to ascertain his awareness of extraordinary powers, and then we would determine our course of action." A large family of vampires languished in their mansion, sighing in despair. Foxtown was perpetually shrouded in rain, surrounded by mountains, with little sunlight to be seen, an ideal habitat for them. Unless absolutely necessary, they had no desire to leave. However, some did wish to depart. Upon learning that the Grim Reaper had marked her as a primary target, Bella was compelled to alter her plans. She requested a leave of absence from school under the auspices of the 180 Flight Disaster Survivors Mutual Aid Association. The association had formally sued global airlines, demanding exorbitant compensation, while Bella's excuse was her intent to gain first-hand experience and participate officially. "This was a rare opportunity. I wanted to understand the workings of our judicial system." "Very well. Miss Swan, this indeed presents a valuable and meaningful opportunity. The school has approved your request." The administration had scarcely hesitated. Although Bella remained perplexed as to how her endeavor of leading over 100 individuals and suing a renowned corporation for money, housing, and automobiles had transformed into actively participating in social affairs, her leave had been granted nonetheless. Not daring to linger in Foxtown, she reiterated the same sentiment to Charlie. Though Charlie wished to accompany her to Phoenix, Bella declined. Traveling alone was more pragmatic. With her extraordinary abilities, she was impervious to typical disasters. And having an ordinary person in tow would only be a burden. Better to let Charlie stay in the novice village. At this juncture, she set aside concerns about appearances and called Jacob, the devoted admirer, for the truck he had gifted her but which she had yet to claim. The vehicle had no particular virtues aside from its durability. For the safety of his goddess, Jacob had meticulously replaced every component inside the truck. Every spring and nut had been thoroughly inspected. Unless the Grim Reaper could forcibly dismantle the engine, the truck would function flawlessly, capable of traversing the continent without issue. Bella planned to drive straight to Phoenix. She borrowed $1,000 from Charlie for travel expenses, then hastily packed 2 outfits and departed Foxtown. Her itinerary included heading south to Oregon, then on to California, and eventually eastward into Arizona. She intended to follow the coastal highway as much as possible. Believing that the so-called Grim Reaper was ultimately an inland deity by the seaside, he might pale in comparison to the Pirate Queen. Once out of Foxtown and onto the highway, Bella encountered an unexpected assault from a fallen utility pole. With keen reflexes, she pressed the accelerator and surged forward. In the span of 40 days, she did not squander her time idly. Bella resolved to test her mettle, seeking to confront this so-called Grim Reaper in the desolate wilderness. Ideally, she would handle the situation alone. However, should she falter, she would head to Phoenix, enlisting the aid of the authorities and gathering a band of superhumans for support. After refueling at a roadside station and enjoying a meal at a tavern, resolving some personal matters, she continued her journey. "Hey, girl, come play with us." A black man with unruly dreadlocks rapped on her car window, garbed in a tattered brown leather jacket, his appearance reminiscent of a vagabond. Bella resolutely ignored him, starting her pickup truck and speeding away from the gas station like the wind. Having driven less than 2 kilometers, she caught sight of 3 figures rapidly pursuing her in the rearview mirror. At the forefront was the dreadlocked man, his shirt open, a filthy sight, flanked by a menacing white man whose gaze radiated bloodlust and murder, and a blonde woman on the other side. Although they appeared to stroll leisurely, their speed matched that of her truck. Good grief, it's those 3. Bella initially failed to recognize them, lacking the ability to discern the features of black individuals. To her, they all bore a similar resemblance. She had not anticipated encountering these 3 evil vampires who would have passed through Foxtown, engaged with the Grim Reaper. She was reluctant to entangle herself with them, as the variables were too numerous. Rolling down her window, she shouted back, "Get lost. Go far away." The 3 pursuing vampires paused momentarily. While being spotted was expected, transmitting her voice clearly over a distance of 1,000 meters was decidedly abnormal. How intriguing. A surprisingly sweet lamb. As the dreadlocked vampire's words faded, Bella's retort reached him. "I feel ashamed for your vampiric ancestors. How could they have transformed into such an eyesore as you? One more step, and I shall not hold back." The 3 wicked vampires, accustomed to their audacity, interpreted Bella's flight as a sign of fear. A beautiful woman was prey, and one endowed with extraordinary abilities was the ultimate prize. Pursue. Their pace escalated dramatically. "If you dare to chase me, I shall ensure your demise," Bella threatened, though the vampires dismissed her words as mere jest. As they continued their chase, the female vampire suddenly exclaimed, "Lawrence, watch out above." Chapter 20. Relentless pursuit. Bella did not perceive herself as particularly special. However, under the gaze of the Grim Reaper, she finally discerned her uniqueness. This was a composite of various factors. What did the Grim Reaper detest the most? He loathed those who were meant to succumb to death but managed to evade it, and the survivors of Flight 180 fell within this category. Bella was one such immortal, a paragon among the undying. Her veins coursed with the undying essence of Will Turner and Hector Barbassa. The circumstances surrounding Barbassa are ambiguous. The Aztec gold curse and the birth of his daughter intertwine in a manner that eludes verification unless one were to inquire directly. Nevertheless, when the pirate queen Elizabeth Swan gave birth to Henry Turner, Will Turner was undoubtedly the captain of the Flying Dutchman, with his heart encased in a box. His immortality was assured. Even after the sea god's trident lifted all curses and magic, vestiges of that immortality persisted through the generations. The early members of the Turner and Swan families enjoyed remarkable longevity, but by modern times, the essence of immortality had depleted, rendering them akin to ordinary mortals. At this juncture, Bella had arrived. For the original Bella, the dissolution of her soul while her body remained unscathed constituted a form of immortality. For a traveler like her, evading the clutches of death also represented a manifestation of the same. Even the surname Swan, when pronounced in certain tongues, bore a resemblance to the word death. With ancestral blessings, her own extraordinary experiences, and her foresight of impending death that saved a third of the survivors, combined with the sudden emergence of the vampire Edward during the truck incident, not to mention the 3 vampires now relentlessly pursuing her, all these factors converged to render her essence of immortality exceedingly vivid in the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Since the truck incident, a considerable portion of the day had passed. Bella sensed, almost instinctively, that the Grim Reaper had been watching her intently, never diverting his gaze. This realization filled her with urgency. While it was fortunate that he had not claimed the lives of the remaining survivors, the notion of him shadowing her every moment, even during meals or sleep, was unbearable. Fortunately, at that very moment, she encountered 3 malevolent vampires. The pickup truck, modified by Jacob, had yet to reach its maximum velocity, and Bella was eager to test some hypotheses swirling in her mind. She even deliberately slowed down as the vampires pursued her. Just before the female vampire could issue a warning, the male vampire had already drawn perilously close to the pickup, close enough to grasp the truck's bed with a mere outstretched hand. Upon hearing his companion's alarm, he quickly glanced to the left. A gust of wind swept through, dislodging a suspended billboard from the roadside. The steel cable anchoring the billboard snapped like a whip, slicing through the air towards the dreadlocked male vampire's head and the pickup ahead of him. What manner of power was this? Confusion enveloped the male vampire. Yet he had no time to ponder. Relying on his superhuman strength, speed, and reflexes, he swiftly angled his body and seized the steel cable. Upon careful reflection, I discerned no abnormalities, no flickering flames of energy, no curses, no targeted spells, nothing at all. It felt akin to casually grasping an ordinary, severed steel wire by the roadside. In this momentary distraction, Bella's pickup truck surged forward over 300 meters. Is this your capacity? A mere trick to toy with children. The black vampire, convinced he had unraveled Bella's ruse, tossed the steel wire aside and snarled. Witnessing this scene nearly provoked Bella into laughter. She maintained a stern countenance, leaned out of the window, and shouted at those behind. You are doomed. Do you dare pursue me further? Should you continue, I shall unleash all my energy. I am a devotee of the Grim Reaper, and you filthy vermin dare to chase me, thus desecrating my lord. Her insincere and half-hearted warnings were met with derision. As the 3 vampires pressed on relentlessly, the black vampire with dreadlocks laughed raucously. You speak of death to a vampire? Let your Grim Reaper kiss my backside. Ha. Soon enough, they began to comprehend Bella's true prowess. She had an uncanny ability to exploit unforeseen coincidences to create lethal opportunities. Fortunately, being vampires endowed them with commendable physical attributes and remarkable recuperative powers. A mere human would have faltered. The black vampire was struck by the steel wire and then assaulted by debris when a distant farm mower exploded. The white vampire, James, nimbly evaded a sequence of attacks initiated by a collapsing road accompanied by a large tree's violent descent. The female vampire, Victoria, was less fortunate. She fell victim to a malfunctioning transformer by the roadside, receiving a tremendous arc of electricity that would have incinerated an ordinary human, even for a vampire. It was nearly unbearable, leaving her to lie incapacitated for 3 minutes before she shakily regained her feet. What was once mere jest had transformed into a game of retaliation, and they seethed with rage. Their fury intensified as they were repeatedly thwarted, awakening the ire of the Grim Reaper. Do you now perceive my power, you ants? Previously, I had shown restraint. Dare to pursue again, and I shall obliterate you. To the 3 overly eager vampires who had come to assist and absorb the damage, Bella unleashed a torrent of scorn, her spittle flying far and wide, laden with hatred. She harbored a vague premonition with the involvement of these 3 vampires. The Grim Reaper had diverted some of its focus onto them, rendering Bella's own sense of impending doom less acute. Without hesitation, she continued to lead these 3, pondering if by gradually wearing them down, she might deplete the Grim Reaper's energy. The 3 vampires were not foolish. They sensed something amiss, seemingly. The closer they drew to Bella's pickup, the greater their misfortunes. They deliberately slowed their pace. Yet, the Grim Reaper had also taken notice of them, casting various fatal mishaps from a distance of 8 yards. This ability is truly peculiar. Are we? The black vampire with dreadlocks began to feel a twinge of fear, for such was his nature. Intimidated by the strong, he cared not for the distinction between vampires and non-vampires. The female vampire, Victoria, disagreed. No, I yearned to sever each of that wretched girl's delicate fingers, to extract her heart, and to smear her cerebral matter upon the walls. She has been grievously electrified, and with her fierce disposition, she certainly shall not relent. One advocates for retreat, while the other desires to persist in the pursuit. Ultimately, the authority of decision rests upon the bloodthirsty white vampire, James. He is the most sanguinary and ruthless among the three. Licking his lips. A crimson gleam flickers in his elongated eyes. What an intriguing prey this is. Even if you dissent, I shall continue my chase, for I am utterly bored. Chapter 21. Spirits. The white vampire, James, possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell, allowing him to discern the various scents wafting through the air. It appeared that the woman had an accomplice. A peculiar aroma lingered, and he found this ability to be rather uncanny. He surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Rummaging through the recesses of his extensive memory, yet after considerable contemplation, he could not recall a similar scent. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. He murmured somewhat nervously. I have noted these two scents. Let us first hunt for some sustenance to replenish our energy. Then we shall take a shortcut to position ourselves ahead of her. With that, he leaped off the road, intent on pursuing his prey to regain his strength before continuing the chase after Bella. My dear, I shall accompany you, the female vampire declared, hastening to keep pace. The black vampire, feeling inexplicably anxious, realized it was too late for regrets and chose to follow suit. The trio of vampires veered onto a narrow path, unaware that Bella had also turned onto the same route, concerned that the ensuing confrontation might endanger innocent bystanders. And fearing that death's onslaught could ensnare the uninvolved, she had deliberately lured the battleground into the countryside. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, her pickup truck raced madly along the rural road, yet as she drove, confusion began to set in. She halted the vehicle, stepping out of the driver's seat, shielding her eyes from the sun as she scanned her surroundings. Where are the three vampires pursuing me? Where am I now? Which direction should I take? After examining the map from every angle without clarity, she decided to drive forward, hoping to stumble upon a town or a gas station to inquire for directions. As night fell, the only sound accompanying her pickup truck was the hum of the engine, the road eerily silent. To alleviate her solitude, Bella turned on the radio. Shoo. Shoo. Major League Baseball announces. After tapping the car radio twice in frustration, she only succeeded in amplifying the static, culminating in a cacophony of loud pops. Before she could comprehend the significance of this, the truck's engine sputtered to a halt. Peering outside, she noticed wisps of white smoke rising from the hood. This vehicle is truly unreliable. Earlier, that eager admirer assured me it was in perfect condition. Bella exited the truck, imitating Megan Fox as she lifted the hood, feigning expertise. Picking up a stick from the roadside, she poked around, but to her dismay, she could not identify any obvious issues. Wishing to call Jacob for assistance, she pulled out her phone only to realize there was no signal. Meanwhile, the radio static had escalated to a deafening level. Though she maintained a facade of composure, she remained on high alert, channeling her energy into her gaze as she scrutinized her surroundings. Soon enough, she spotted a vague, white figure by the roadside to the right of her pickup. Sensing her scrutiny, the indistinct form gradually became clearer. It was a woman clad in a tattered white gown, her face obscured by disheveled brown hair. Standing in the shadows, her features remained indistinct, yet Bella could discern traces of blood and scratches along her neck and hands, as if she had endured some unspeakable ordeal. Bella withdrew her spiritual energy, and the woman's figure vanished instantaneously. Upon the reapplication of spiritual energy, her presence materialized once more. What misfortune! Is this a female ghost? This world is truly terrifying. Instinctively, she felt a twinge of fear, yet her heart remained untroubled. It sensed no real threat, especially when compared to the looming menace of death. Were she to meet an untimely demise now, bolstered by spiritual energy, her soul would surpass that of the female ghost tenfold. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that caution is the mother of safety, she activated her mental shield. Hello, beautiful. Do you require assistance? Bella inquired tentatively. In the dead of night, standing by the roadside, the woman clad in white was unmistakably a ghost, and one imbued with considerable malice at that. However, even ghosts abide by certain rules. They do not indiscriminately kill. This particular ghost had her own modus operandi, luring male drivers who passed by before enacting her deadly intentions. When the criteria were met, she proved formidable, but outside of those parameters, the situation could shift dramatically. With a pair of lifeless eyes peering through her disheveled hair, the ghost regarded Bella with a hint of confusion, tilting her chin ever so slightly in the direction of the road. The unspoken message was clear. I only desire male drivers. What is a female driver like you doing here? Are we meant to accomplish anything together? Please do not impede my business. Be on your way. Bella, now a practitioner of mental abilities, found herself unable to decipher the thoughts of an ordinary person lacking similar skills. However, she could sense the general mindset of spiritual entities, and at that moment, she grasped some of the ghost's thoughts. Her own thoughts echoed a silent exasperation. Do you think I wish to linger by your side? My vehicle has broken down. Can't you see that? The pickup truck had inexplicably failed, halting within a mere meter of the white-clad specter. Such a coincidence was difficult to attribute to mere chance. She was skeptical that there was no influence from the Grim Reaper at play. Yet, this incident also illuminated certain limitations of the Reaper's powers. Perhaps they were unable to discern gender? The Grim Reaper recognized the ghost's formidable nature, orchestrating the unfortunate breakdown of Bella's vehicle adjacent to her, intending to use the ghost's abilities to eliminate Bella. However, the Reaper could not ascertain the ghost's precise powers or gender, nor did it seem to know Bella's gender. The ghost exhibited no interest in Bella. Yet her vehicle malfunctioned right before the ghost's gaze. The initial breakdown was a result of the Grim Reaper's cunning design, now compounded by the ghost's own abilities, leaving Bella unable to escape. Bella's gender inadvertently created a flaw in the ghost's intentions, while the ghost's interference with electronic signals rendered her vehicle immobile. The two parties found themselves in an impasse. Should she abandon the vehicle? Bella felt a twinge of remorse. This was a thoughtful gift from Jacob, and leaving her friends present in the wilderness seemed rather callous. Yet, the vehicle was indeed immovable. Pushing the truck? Although her strength could easily accomplish that feat, it was not within her list of options. It was already embarrassing enough for a woman to be driving a pickup truck, let alone pushing it in the dead of night. Was she losing her mind? I see you are intentionally making this difficult for me. Humph. Bella furiously pointed at the female specter, then rummaged beneath the chair, ultimately retrieving a slender manual meticulously crafted by Jacob on vehicle repairs. Despite her unwavering confidence in her automotive modification skills, Jacob had prudently prepared this concise guide. He enumerated several primary reasons for pickup failures and elaborated on the corresponding solutions. The manual featured illustrations and explanations, with steps delineated in a clear and sequential manner, ensuring that even a third grader could resolve vehicle malfunctions with its guidance. The nighttime forest path was enveloped in an eerie stillness, as the pickup sat stranded by the roadside. Bella frowned as she perused the book, while the ghostly figure in white stared vacantly into the distance, rendering the scene remarkably uncanny. Chapter 22. Beautifully dead following the trail with careful precision. Bella studied the manual while simultaneously observing her surroundings, blending theory with practice. She was exceedingly cautious, fearing that any reckless action might result in the emergence of extraneous components. Meanwhile, the ethereal woman in white, after traversing a tumultuous internal journey, finally extricated herself from the cycle of bugs, relinquishing her fixation on gender issues in an attempt to redirect the situation back to a semblance of normalcy. Take me home. Her voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, and upon finishing her request, she bit her lower lip and cast a flirtatious glance, albeit one directed at the blind. Do not disturb me. Cannot you see I am immersed in my studies? Bella replied impatiently, flipping through the maintenance manual, occasionally tapping here and pressing there. Bella's unconventional approach rendered the ghost akin to a recording device, plunging her into yet another state of fixation. Take me home. Take me home. Take me home. After a considerable amount of time fiddling, Bella grew increasingly exasperated as the engine remained unresponsive, seemingly hindered by the presence of the ghost. With an urgent need to escape the narrow path, fearing the approach of those unfortunate vampires, she implored, "Can you fix my car?" No one had ever made such an unreasonable demand of the ghost, pushing her temperament to the brink. If it were a decent vehicle, perhaps. But this is merely a dilapidated pickup truck, reeking of potatoes in the cargo bed. However, it must be repaired. She was unwilling to linger any longer in this predicament. Extending her hand, she gently tapped the engine hood. To Bella's delight, the vehicle roared to life. The ghost's gaze was fixed intently upon her. Take me home. Let us leave this place. A ghost is merely a ghost. I could always dispose of her along the way, Bella contemplated, her plan forming with clarity. She swung open the car door and beckoned, "Get in." Remarkably, the pickup truck resumed its normal function, the engine's growl a melodious sound. As Bella drove, she stole glances at the ghost, pondering where to drop her off. It must be noted that this ghost had possessed certain advantages in life, viewed from the side. Her physique surpassed that of the slender Bella, and even eclipsed that of Natasha, who thrived on extreme sports. What did she consume to grow so robust? It defied logic. Barely 2 miles down the road, the ghost's complexion gradually returned to normal, as if she were entering a work mode. With a sultry glance, she unfastened a button on her blouse, provoking a glare of indignation from Bella. What on earth? This reaction is entirely inappropriate, Bella thought. Realizing she had to skip a stage and proceed directly to the next, she gently brushed her hand along the ghost's flowing skirt, lifting it incrementally while casting an expectant look at Bella. Goodness, this ghost dares to compete with the leggy queens of Forks High? Bella mused. Dressing for practicality while maintaining her allure, she wore a slightly oversized white printed t-shirt paired with frayed dark blue denim shorts, the front tucked into her shorts, complemented by a pair of black athletic shoes. The interior space of a pickup truck far exceeds that of a sedan. Bella, with her abdomen drawn in and knees bent, casually rested her right leg upon the dashboard, gesturing pointedly at the specter beside her and then at herself, embodying a clear challenge. The ghost, taken aback, remained speechless for nearly 5 minutes before finally recalling her next line. Her voice, once resonant and magnetic, had lost at least 50% of its allure. The ghost, draped in white, as if completing a mundane task, inquired, "Do you find me beautiful?" Bella's expression darkened instantly. What did this mean? It was a blatant provocation. She halted the vehicle, retrieved her handbag, and swiftly retouched her makeup, meticulously taming her slightly disheveled hair. "Do you think I am beautiful?" she echoed, seemingly dissatisfied with her hasty appearance. After a couple of additional adjustments, she assumed a condescending demeanor and forcefully pressed, "Do you find me beautiful?" What was happening here? Are you discriminating against me? The ghost's inner turmoil shattered her composure, and she could not utter the final line of her script, "Come home with me." If she were still a normal human, she could easily dismiss such a query. What does your beauty have to do with me? But now, as a ghost, the question of beauty was a fundamental aspect of her allure to passing men. If she were to appear frightful enough to scare a child, no man, however infatuated, would fall for her charms. This notion of beauty was of paramount importance to her. Bella's spiritual energy exerted a tremendous suppressive effect on the ghost, instilling an almost terrifying confidence in her words, compelling the ghost to respond. "You are more beautiful than I." Upon uttering this statement, the ghost's core shattered, and she could no longer maintain her ethereal form, disintegrating into ashes in an instant. Is that it? Bella was momentarily taken aback. Had she merely spoken a couple of truths without any ill intent? Glancing around, she confirmed the absence of the ghost's spiritual essence. This unfortunate specter had vanished. Even the ghost had conceded. "It seems this is the undeniable truth. I am indeed extraordinarily beautiful." Ah ha ha ha. Bella reveled in the ghost's heartfelt praise, unable to restrain her laughter. The ghost's commendation surpassed the combined accolades of Charlie and Jacob. Their praise stemmed from love, imbued with subjective bias, while the white-clad ghost's admiration was genuine and unadulterated. Even at the cost of her own existence, Bella wished to implore death, "If there are more such spirits, please send me 1,000 more." 1,000 was not to be, for upon turning off the narrow path, she realized that after a day and night of frenzied driving, she had now arrived in California. At this moment, death's attention shifted back to her, noticeably intensified, with the lethal undertone of the death warning having surged by at least 80%. Feeling fatigued, she dared not rest and continued her journey southward. While Bella dealt with the specter in white, 3 vampires were also on the move, resolute in their pursuit. The white vampire, James, whose sense of smell is alarmingly acute, vowed to unearth Bella's companion and subsequently dismantle him piece by piece. His abilities are undeniably formidable. After a fateful incident involving a power surge, he audaciously reached into the air beside him. What could he possibly have grasped? The intangible essence left him bewildered, as it was his first encounter with such an enigmatic adversary. The Grim Reaper felt provoked, and the 3 vampires, their pride severely wounded, were resolute in their refusal to yield. Thus, they found themselves at an impasse. "You orchestrate a coincidence to cause the microwave to explode, and I shall raise the entire house, leaving you with no sanctuary to exert your strength. You ignite a fire in an attempt to incinerate us. We shall not only flee but also, in the fleeting moment when the Grim Reaper launches an attack, seize the opportunity to search for any traces and retaliate." Chapter 23. The Phantom Truck. I could sense that this fellow was growing weaker by the moment. The white vampire, James, was caked in mud, looking rather disheveled. Yet he remained resolutely fierce, uttering not a single word of fear, relying on his keen sense of smell. Despite having wasted considerable time and taken a longer route, they had still managed to pursue Bella relentlessly. Just as they were about to leave California and enter Arizona, they caught up with Bella, who simultaneously became aware of their presence. Within her psychic vision, she discerned a larger figure looming behind the 3 vampires. Unable to resist the urge, Bella turned to take a closer look, noticing the trio of vampires glancing back at the imposing entity that had suddenly appeared. A large black truck emerged from the fog, its 6 headlights illuminating the roadway as if it were broad daylight. Strangely, the driver's cabin was empty, yet the steering wheel and accelerator appeared to be controlled by some unseen force, turning and accelerating with purpose. The truck surged forward without hesitation, reaching its maximum speed, as though it intended to crush the 3 vampires along with Bella into mere dust. What manner of creature is this? Are there truly so many demons lurking upon the American highways? Is there no escape for ordinary folk? Bella leaned her head out of the window, squinting to observe more closely. Though she was unfamiliar with American trucks, she managed to glimpse the license plate hanging from it. Each state bore its own unique license plate, Washington's, for instance, featured a backdrop of snow-capped mountains. Yet this speeding truck's plate clearly did not belong to any of the nearby states. It bore a simple right-angled trapezoid insignia, and Bella pondered if it resembled the shape of Missouri on the map. A Missouri truck, or rather, a phantom truck, traversing 3 or 4 states, laboriously making its way to Arizona with murderous intent. What kind of spirit was this? She sensed the malevolent energy emanating from the phantom truck, unmistakably a tool of death, conjured through a series of twisted coincidences to enact its grim purpose. Bella's psychic energy brushed lightly against the essence of the truck before withdrawing instantly. She discovered an intriguing aspect. The truck's core was inhabited by a vengeful spirit, one who had died with deep resentment. This individual had not been a paragon of virtue in life, yet he had met his demise at the hands of 3 assailants. Subsequently, his own truck had been pushed into a mire, and the scene of the accident had been fabricated. The truck driver's lingering bitterness had not diminished over the years. He had attached his restless spirit to the vehicle, roaming aimlessly through Missouri. "Brother, please stop chasing. Can I offer you my apologies?" Bella called out, stretching her neck to address the figure behind her. Her pickup truck led the way. The trio of vampires occupied the middle, and the phantom truck followed closely behind. The vampires remained convinced that Bella and the phantom truck were allies, deliberately closing the distance in an attempt to orchestrate a collision between the phantom truck and Bella's pickup. Embodying a strategy akin to using one's spear to counter one's shield, as Bella pleaded, they accelerated and veered towards the roadside, hoping that the phantom truck would be unable to halt its speed, crashing headlong into the pickup ahead. The 2 vehicles were less than 10 meters apart. At the speed of the phantom truck, it would take merely 2 or 3 seconds to collide with the car ahead. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Upon hearing Bella shout, the phantom truck exhibited a noticeable moment of hesitation, then inexplicably veered 45 degrees, accelerating towards the already fled black vampire at an alarming rate. "Fuck. Foda-se tuame." The black vampire, infuriated, unleashed a torrent of curses in a mix of English, Portuguese, and various African dialects, feeling a profound sense of discrimination as he switched between languages. Yet found no relief. Faced with the approaching phantom truck, he could not afford the luxury of confrontation. He had no choice but to flee. His 2 vampire companions hesitated briefly, only to see Bella's pickup vanish into thin air. With a heavy heart, they rushed to rescue their black comrade. White vampire James lunged into the cab of the phantom truck, only to discover it was empty. He pressed the brake, but it yielded no response. He turned the steering wheel, yet it remained immobile. Attempting to push the door open, he found it seemingly welded shut, trapping him inside. Meanwhile, the phantom truck continued to accelerate, its sights set on the black vampire. James's eyes reflected confusion. What was he to do in such a predicament? Dismantle it. Tear this cursed thing apart. Quickly. The black vampire darted in multiple directions, yet the phantom truck seemed fixated on him, determined to bring about his demise. Without further ado, James began to smash anything within reach inside the cab. The female vampire outside assisted, targeting the headlights, hood, exhaust, and tires. The black vampire, driven to desperation, expended considerable energy to evade, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson, compelled to draw upon the core essence of his bloodline for sustenance. "Fuck. Hurry up. Please. This cursed thing is going to kill me. I can't hold on much longer." His frantic pleas only served to irritate James and the female vampire, who contemplated abandoning him to his fate, but the black vampire's desperate cries continued to resonate. As the 3 vampires and the phantom truck crossed a large bridge, the female vampire succeeded in removing the entire engine, while James wreaked havoc in the cab, kicking out 2 large holes in the door. Just then, the bridge began to collapse. The 3 vampires were caught off guard, plummeting alongside the phantom truck into the abyss below. James, filled with rage, pushed aside a massive rock and struggled to emerge from the rubble. His eyes, dark and brooding, fixed upon the phantom truck, which now lay in tatters, resembling nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Were it not for the tormented souls within providing energy, it would have been deemed worthless at any junkyard. The exhaust pipe sputtered, releasing a plume of black smoke as the phantom truck vanished slowly into the ether. "James," the female vampire's voice called out from a distance, prompting him to turn and look. The female vampire, Victoria, found herself in an utterly dire predicament. Her once exquisite visage was marred by numerous scratches, inflicted by a mysterious lawnmower that had flown in from an unknown source. Her golden hair now resembled a mangled mess, as if gnawed upon by a ravenous canine. "Do not look at me. Direct your gaze yonder," she instructed, gesturing towards the far end of the ruins. James furrowed his brow and turned his attention in that direction. The black vampire lay lifeless. The bridge had collapsed, and although he had nimbly evaded the violent collision of the phantom truck, the moment he landed at the bottom of the bridge, A stone the size of a grinding wheel struck him forcefully in the face. The blow was both brutal and precise, obliterating a significant portion of his skull, leaving only a small fragment of his chin still attached to his neck, rendering him undeniably deceased. Chapter 24. The new car. James, we must remain composed, the female vampire urged. Lawrence is dead. What manner of force could so easily extinguish a vampire's life? This ability is truly sinister. She wished to convince her beloved to abandon the fight. They possessed an eternity of life, and there was no need to stubbornly cling to existence here, risking their lives for something so inexplicably trivial. The ease with which the black vampire perished instilled in her a palpable fear. What good was formidable regenerative power if a peculiar force could suppress a vampire's ability to revive? Now, the black vampire lay lifeless, devoid of any sign of resurrection. James seized the female vampire by the throat. You intend to give up? Can you not see that his attacks are growing weaker? Has he weakened? And we shall become stronger? The female vampire remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the corpse of the black vampire, her silence a testament to her sentiment. I concede. His power is indeed formidable, but it has only been a few exchanges. Once we discern the pattern, he shall not prove difficult to contend with. His prior connection with that woman has now shifted to us. Do you not grasp the implications of this? The white vampire, James, lowered his voice. I have an inkling that if we could harness this ability, its potential would be immense. Engage your intellect. If we were to unravel the secret of this power, the elder vampires would be compelled to kneel and kiss our feet. Through a blend of persuasion, coercion, and threats, the two vampires reached a tenuous agreement. They would continue their struggle against the enigmatic figure and, incidentally, eliminate the sharp-tongued woman. The demise of the black vampire had served to release a pent-up frustration within the Reaper, whose existence was difficult to comprehend from a human perspective. He had once existed, but had subsequently fallen, only to be resurrected anew, and many aspects of his being had transformed in the process. In relation to the world, he was still in a phase of rediscovery, akin to an infant, albeit one imbued with tremendous energy. The battle against the vampires, coupled with the defeat of the white-clad specter, had illuminated the distinctions between ordinary humans and those of extraordinary nature. He absorbed experiences and began to accumulate energy, preparing to unleash a new wave of assault at the opportune moment. At that moment, Bella halted her vehicle by the roadside, gazing with curiosity at the nearly wrecked ghostly truck still pursuing her. Its tires were utterly destroyed, the engine and drivetrain either missing or severed, rendering the vehicle a pitiful sight. Yet it continued to inch toward Bella's position, propelled by the vengeful spirits within, albeit at a crawl. What hope did one have of slaying anyone at such a pace? Racial discrimination will not end well. Bella scooped up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at the truck. The sound of impact echoed as the stone dented the left side door of the ghostly vehicle. This truck is finished. The spirits inside are on the brink of demise. She swiftly arrived at this conclusion. If Bella were an ordinary person, she would, like many secondary female characters in horror films, be screaming in anguish while running as far away as possible. However, she is evidently not. With a hint of excitement, she approaches the ghostly truck. And the closer she gets, the more furious it seems to become, roaring and bellowing as if intent on annihilating all passersby. How dare it confront me? Bella seized the truck's door, wrenching it off with ease despite its considerable damage. The truck was still moving forward, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace, allowing Bella to effortlessly enter the driver's cabin. Upon settling behind the steering wheel, she noticed a misty white entity beginning to coalesce. Faint echoes of the anguished cries of the innocents crushed beneath the truck's wheels discernible within the fog. A chuckle escaped her lips. Fortunately, she had come to take a glance. At first sight, she recognized that this nebulous being was likely the soul of the truck driver, irrevocably damaged, unable to fully manifest. It appeared he was preparing to consume the accumulated negative emotions within the truck to mend his injuries. Should the truck driver's soul regain its former strength, he would undoubtedly resume his relentless pursuit of Bella. Your luck is exceptionally poor. The only spell they excelled at, the mind shield, Bella wielded as a weapon, striking it at the passenger seat. The misty entity was sandwiched, caught between the two sides of the mind shield, and within mere seconds, the conglomerate of negative emotions that existed in a supplemental form was violently imploded, leading to the imminent collapse of the truck driver's soul. Just as Bella was poised to obliterate this entity entirely, a sudden flash of white light appeared outside the door. A figure with an explosive silhouette, black hair obscuring her face, clad in a flowing white dress, barefoot and ethereal. Take me home. Bella could hardly contain her emotional turmoil, her heart racing as she beheld her like a long-lost relative. No way. Sister, you're alive? To Bella, anyone who sincerely praised her beauty was a good person. A family member. Take me home. The white-clad ghost pointed at Bella's pickup truck. The words remained unchanged, yet their meaning had shifted dramatically. Bella pondered deeply. furrowing her brow as she deciphered the information she gleaned from her psychic abilities. After a considerable pause, she tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting that you and my vehicle have become one?" This revelation was somewhat unexpected yet entirely plausible. The pickup had been utilized by an Indian tribe for nearly 3 decades, inevitably absorbing some of their spiritual essence. Furthermore, Bella had repeatedly evaded the clutches of death while driving it. In a sense, the vehicle had acquired a semblance of immortality. During the moment of the white-clad ghost's demise, a twist of fate had fused the last vestiges of her soul with the pickup. She had evaded the destiny of luring male drivers, and the truck had transformed, becoming something altogether different. The white-clad ghost nodded and gestured toward the spectral truck once more. "Take me home." Bella scratched her head, pondering for a moment. "Do you wish to use the parts of this truck to modify the pickup you currently inhabit? Send me home." "But the pickup is my vehicle." "What? Daytime belongs to me, and nighttime to you? Are we alternating shifts? It feels rather peculiar, akin to operating a taxi." "Send me home." "How about this? Let us discuss 2 conditions. As long as you refrain from indiscriminately taking lives and praise me every 7 days, I shall consent to your request. What do you think?" After a negotiation with the ghost in white, they ultimately reached a friendly agreement. Chapter 25. The troubles of life. Bella lamented repeatedly, expressing her dismay at the apparent decline in the quality of ghosts in the current American cohort. Their ancestors conducted business on foot, and now they resort to vehicles? How utterly disgraceful. Yet, with the agreement in place, she did not allow herself to become complacent. The engine that reappeared in the phantom truck was once again brutally dismantled by her. The chassis, a cacophony of clattering, echoed through the air as she relentlessly hammered away. Although the scene became quite chaotic, she managed to disassemble everything. The fuel tank, fuel lines, and pressure relief valve were all accounted for. In the end, even the battered tires and headlights were removed and stacked beside the original pickup truck. The ghost within the phantom truck still lingered, and Bella was concerned that if she inadvertently harmed the entity, all her painstaking efforts would evaporate into nothingness. "Do you know how to reassemble this?" she inquired, gesturing toward the scattered components. Not only was she at a loss, but even Jacob would have been unable to fit them together, as the parts simply did not align. The ghostly woman in white remained remarkably composed. She glided over the disassembled parts, and with a decisive gesture, she struck the engine of the pickup truck with her palm. In the next instant, the components soared into the air, becoming semi-transparent and enveloping the entire pickup as if it were raining parts. Bella released her mental shield and directed the remaining small orb of pale white light, the ghost of the truck driver, toward the ghostly woman. An eerie wail resonated for over 10 seconds, and once the woman in white completed her consumption, a brand new pickup truck emerged. Faster than the speediest mechanic on Earth, the pickup's once rounded front transformed into a sharp, angular shape. The bumper was a deep black, exuding a sense of formidable strength. The previously chipped exterior now gleamed in a silvery hue, and the truck's body had been elevated significantly. Each rear door boasted an additional vertical exhaust pipe. What was once a mere delivery truck had undergone such a magical transformation that it now bore a resemblance to a Ford F-650 muscle truck. With ample horsepower and an eye-catching design, it was now a ghostly vehicle that required no fuel. "Perfect. Take me home." The ghostly woman in white seemed to be limited to a few repetitive phrases. Among them, the potent inquiry, "Do you think I am beautiful?" had been effectively silenced by Bella. Considering that they would now be traveling together, Bella felt it was essential to foster some mutual understanding. You probably want to remember my full name, but I'm Bella. What is yours?" After consuming the ghost of the truck driver, the ghostly woman's eyes sparkled with a hint of life. Upon hearing Bella's question, she began to extract information from her severely fragmented memories. It took her a considerable distance of over 10 kilometers before she finally replied in a barely audible tone, "Shaw." Shaw. Bella surmised that this was a surname, but any attempt to inquire further was met with blankness from Miss Shaw, who could not recall more details. The essence of her memories could not be conjured from thin air, and she could only await the moment when she could regain her strength and gradually restore her recollection. Miss Shaw is exceptionally honest. She neither seeks the allure of wild men nor harbors any interest in black men. The grievances of the truck driver seemed to have reached a peculiar equilibrium within the very core of her soul, liberating her from a fate akin to that of a bound spirit. She has awakened fragments of her memory and, in her idle moments, melds seamlessly with her pickup truck, never once disturbing Bella. What a benevolent specter she is, Bella muses, noting that while mind readers are common, enthusiastic spirits are rare. She resolves to treat this tool-like young lady with kindness, lest she completely fade away. As Bella passes through the prosperous town of Arizona, she intends to greet Natasha, only to discover that she is not in town. A phone call reveals that the lovely Natasha and her sheriff mother have relocated to Phoenix. According to Natasha, It is not a significant matter, merely that her current parents are in the process of divorce. On the brink of separation, and yet not a big deal? Bella, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the phone, struggles to grasp the reasoning. It all boils down to money. That 100,000 from Stark Industries. Her mother disagreed with the father's plan to invest it. Intrigued by the gossip, Bella learns that the narrative is rather straightforward and somewhat kitsch. The stepfather, a mundane office worker, desires control over the funds, while Natasha's mother insists that the family had agreed to forego the toy car. It was Natasha who thwarted the female thief, ultimately reclaiming the toy. The mother intends to allocate the 100,000 as an educational fund for the 3 children, ensuring their future college expenses are covered. Disputes ensue as the stepfather recklessly invests the money in the stock market. What year is it? The year 2000. Amidst the Nasdaq collapse, the 100,000 vanished without a trace, not even causing a ripple. Subsequently, the couple begins to quarrel. When Natasha's mother brandishes a shotgun to confront her husband, he proposes divorce. Bella's 40 days are filled to the brim. While Natasha's life unfolds with dramatic twists, during this period, the family experiences a windfall, unequal distribution, arguments, disintegration, and ultimately, divorce. Natasha continues to live with her mother while the stepfather takes the young man, and the troublesome child from the marriage is raised by the father, with visitation rights granted to the mother, and so forth. What do you think? Perhaps Charlie could have a word with my mother? They might find common ground. Natasha shows no signs of sorrow over her family's disintegration and is unconcerned with the loss of the 100,000. She merely yearns for engaging pursuits. To her, the prospect of intertwining Bella's father with her own mother seems quite amusing. Bella feels powerless. As for Natasha, marriage, divorce, moving, and changing schools are as casual as daily life. Bella must strive to adapt to this environment. It is particularly cold in Washington state. No worries. I am of Russian descent. I do not fear the cold. She casually remarks. Natasha giggles. We can share a bath. Bella scoffed, dismissing the other person's words. Is C truly remarkable? Does that grant them the right to look down upon B? How vulgar. Natasha casually jested, but as the conversation progressed, she suddenly became somewhat serious. Charlie can't be that poor, can he? Whether Charlie was impoverished or not remained a mystery to Bella. She only knew that he was not wealthy, yet he certainly could not be considered destitute. After all, he was a public servant. No matter how financially constrained he might be, it couldn't be that severe. Bella's mother had taken her away when she was just a few months old, leaving poor Charlie to endure 17 years of solitude. He led a frugal life, devoid of any harmful vices, and the only house he possessed was built before his marriage. He meandered around the small town daily, never venturing far. Where could he possibly incur any expenses? Chapter 26. The current state of the survivors. Bella was uncertain about the extent of Charlie's assets, speaking with a degree of caution. After all these years of saving, surely he must have some savings? Perhaps he could purchase a large house, complete with 3 bathrooms. Ideally, it would also feature a swimming pool. Although it was a mere figment of imagination, Natasha on the other end of the line was already enthusiastically discussing the future allocation of rooms. Bella coughed lightly. I'll be heading to university this year. There's no need for so many bathrooms. Then they shall all be mine. Their conversation meandered from bathrooms to shoe cabinets, wardrobes, gyms, makeup rooms, and the interior decoration styles, growing increasingly animated. Initially disinterested, Bella found her enthusiasm gradually kindled. Charlie was indeed a decent man. Finding him a wife would be a fitting reward for his attentive care over the past month. Natasha was strikingly beautiful and of a fiercely passionate age, necessitating a man like Charlie, who had amassed savings over the years, to manage her. If they were to have a child together, it would provide them with a source of support in their later years. Once Bella commenced her university journey, her interactions with Charlie dwindled, and Natasha, possessing a wild spirit, was unlikely to stay home to accompany the elderly. It seemed more prudent to seize the opportunity while the couple still possessed vitality, allowing them the chance to create another little one. Bella indulged in daydreams about the future and, after surreptitiously estimating Charlie's total wealth with Natasha, the two shared an understanding and ended the call. Upon entering downtown Phoenix, Bella sought out Alex, a young student who had once harbored a strong premonition of death. She sensed that the Grim Reaper's attention had shifted away from her, which was a positive development for her, though disastrous for the ordinary populace. She needed to comprehend the current circumstances. Did you experience that kind of attack? The bar's air conditioning was quite robust, yet Alex appeared drenched in sweat, his demeanor fraught with tension. Yes, I have, Bella responded with certainty. A few times? Countless times. The number was so vast she could scarcely keep track. However, she refrained from uttering such a truth, fearing that revealing the reality might terrify Alex to his core. Twice. he whispered, as if afraid that divulging critical secrets might summon even more horrifying retribution from death. The mingling scents of alcohol and sweat emanating from him were somewhat disconcerting for Bella, yet she leaned in to listen. If he was to reveal the truth to her, she ought to at least show some support, right? As expected, Alex's revelations were far from novel, adhering to the theory of death targeting passengers based on their seating arrangements on the airplane. After patiently absorbing his findings, Bella inquired about the matters that concerned her. What is the current situation of the survivors? What about Claire and Professor Gray? That young man with black hair who worked as a waiter in the French restaurant? A look of panic washed over Alex's face. Sam Roden is dead. 2 hours ago. A dinner knife pierced through his skull. Has a male protagonist just perished? Bella furrowed her brow slightly. It appears that Claire is with her brother. While Professor Gray, Alex pondered for a moment, seemingly having gone to stay with a wealthy acquaintance, a rather renowned old millionaire. The millionaire? Bella was perplexed, only familiar with the concept of a tycoon. Xavier, Professor Charles Xavier. After perusing his phone, Alex finally uttered this name. Charles Xavier? Bella's mind whirled as she recalled his image, bald, seated in a wheelchair, wearing a smile, the spiritual leader of the X-Men. She wasn't entirely ignorant of the Marvel Universe. She had simply failed to make the connection until now. With the surname Gray, she understood the true identity of the old Professor John Gray. While the old man himself was indeed rather unimpressive, an ordinary individual, his friends and daughter were formidable. With Professor Charles Xavier at the helm, along with Jean Grey and Cyclope's assistants, even a weakling like Death would likely meet his demise. If all went well, Professor John Gray seemed to be the safest of them all. After bidding farewell to the young Alex, Bella departed the bar. Take me home. As soon as she entered the vehicle, Miss Pickup abruptly appeared, relaying a succinct message. Bella swiftly turned her head and spotted 2 unusually swift figures darting in the distance. Vampires had actually pursued her all the way to Phoenix. How bothersome. Bella slammed on the accelerator, racing away from the city at breakneck speed. Outnumbered, and lacking any grappling or combat training, she certainly couldn't take on 2 experienced vampires. However, the 2 vampires were evidently not at their peak. And with Miss Pickup as her half-hearted ally, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. Feigning panic, Bella wildly maneuvered the steering wheel, causing the pickup to swerve dramatically. Sparks flying along the way, as if the driver had lost control of the vehicle. In a show of bravado, she shouted over her shoulder, "Is the big black guy dead? Do you want to die too, you fools? Come any closer, and you'll meet your end." The 2 vampires pursued her from north to south, trailing her across 4 entire states. This journey was anything but leisurely. Their sole intent was to drain Bella of her blood, feast upon her heart, and then tear her apart in a fit of vengeance. The vampires, wary that Bella might rely on verbal abilities, fell into a determined silence, resolved not to grant her the opportunity to use her powers. Even Death had grown cunning, refraining from interfering recklessly. Not a single sound could be heard, not even the wind, as the surroundings remained eerily tranquil. The 2 vampires flanked her, hurtling towards Bella's pickup with remarkable synergy, the female vampire probing and intercepting, while the male vampire prepared to launch a lethal attack. Bella continuously calculated the distance between them and herself, only to realize that the nearest was the female vampire. A twinge of disappointment washed over her. Her powerful move could have caught one off guard, leaving her to contend with the remaining foe in a grueling battle. Initially, she had intended to eliminate the male vampire, James, known for his tracking prowess. However, he was now positioned at a considerable distance from her. Instead, the female vampire, Victoria, was merely a few meters away. Swiftly making a decision, she resolved to dispatch one adversary before the other. This female vampire was exceedingly swift, and allowing her to persist would spell disaster. Bella abruptly yanked the handbrake and fervently maneuvered the steering wheel. Remarkably, she did not need to engage the brakes. The pickup truck executed a turn of 120 degrees with an astonishing defiance of physical loss. There was no friction between the tires and the road. No skidding. The front of the vehicle pivoted instantaneously while maintaining 60% of its previous velocity. She pressed the accelerator to the floor and charged directly at the female vampire, Victoria. Chapter 27. Annihilation of the vampires with a thunderous crash. The female vampire was caught off guard as the pickup truck collided with her, sending her hurtling nearly 20 meters away. Before she could rise and utter a curse, Bella sprang from the vehicle, her eyes shimmering with a pale blue luminescence, a manifestation of her psychic energy reaching its zenith. She forcefully stomped her left foot upon the ground, leaving a shallow imprint, and instantaneously accelerated, arriving behind the female vampire in less than a second. The male vampire, James, hastily halted his advance and pivoted to provide support from the side, only to witness the chilling scene of Bella forcefully severing the female vampire's head. What a foul stench! Did I not warn you? All of you wretches shall perish today. Bella declared, confidently brandishing the severed head. She continued to channel her psychic energy to enhance her physical prowess, repeatedly affirming to herself, "You can do this, and you are remarkable." There was no time to practice combat techniques. Speed and strength were paramount. Confidence is a curious thing. When one side's morale soars, the other inevitably feels the weight of despair. James realized he had miscalculated. He had always assumed Bella's abilities were merely peculiar, lacking the power to retaliate. Now, he was compelled to reassess. This insufferable woman could decapitate a vampire before he could even react, her speed and strength far surpassing human limits. A flicker of doubt crept into him as Bella charged forward, prompting him to involuntarily take a half-step back. Yet, his ferocious nature soon prevailed. What was there to fear? Let us fight. After exchanging a few blows, his confidence surged back. Bella's clumsy attacks posed little threat. Conversely, Bella felt her own confidence waning rapidly after the initial exchanges. She had fooled outsiders, but could not deceive herself. She possessed little combat skill, and the pretense of being formidable crumbled under scrutiny. She could not hold her own against James. When it came to combat, one either fought or fled. There was nothing more to it. She knew no feints or genuine techniques. With a swift kick, she kicked up a cloud of sand and turned to flee. Unhesitating, James pursued her with fervor. "Get down!" A booming voice commanded from the left. A black Chevrolet was blocking the road. A muscular white man clad in tactical gear aimed his firearm, targeting the space behind Bella. Who was this? Sensing assistance was at hand, Bella did not resist. She nimbly sidestepped, allowing the man a clear line of fire. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 a relentless barrage. The Beretta M92F was indeed a renowned firearm, yet the initial velocity of the handgun was somewhat sluggish for a vampire, and with sufficient distance between them. James evaded the 5 bullets fired, his speed only slightly diminished. Encountering an adversary capable of evading bullets at such proximity was a first for the white male. However, his composure surpassed that of Bella by a considerable margin. Though taken aback, he exhibited no signs of panic. He stood his ground, his grip on the firearm unwavering, continuing to fire without pause. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he anticipated James's evasion speed and angle. Just as the vampire narrowly dodged a bullet, he discovered that another projectile was already upon him. At that moment, he found himself drained of strength, with no reserve to draw upon, and could not evade the Beretta M92F, which boasted an initial velocity of 375 meters per second. Being flesh and blood, the vampire was not immune to injury from bullets. He was struck multiple times, and Bella seized the opportunity to spring from the side, delivering a kick that shattered one of his legs. As the white male reloaded his weapon, another woman with chestnut hair emerged from the black Chevrolet. Bella recognized her as Claire Redfield, whom she had encountered twice during the plane crash incident. At that moment, Claire had her hair tied back in a ponytail. Clad in a white shirt paired with a short jacket and denim jeans with ankle boots, presenting a stark contrast to her previous student attire, she looked poised and resolute, reminiscent of a soldier preparing for battle. In comparison, the mercenary appearance of the white male beside her seemed less out of place. A man of muscular build and stern demeanor would indeed appear awkward in a suit and tie, each armed with a handgun. They transformed the immobilized James into a veritable sieve, and at Bella's insistence, they fired several rounds into the vampire's head until it was utterly obliterated. Subsequently, Bella stacked the 2 vampire corpses together, doused them with gasoline, ignited the flames, and watched them burn. The fate of the black vampire remained uncertain. She could do no more than this at present. A grave dilemma loomed before her. The extraordinary strength and speed she had displayed during the confrontation had surely caught Claire and the others' attention. How would she explain it? Before Bella could contemplate a reason, the white male conjured one in his mind. Could he be the fabled bio-soldier? His strength and speed were indeed astonishing. Yes, you are right. A product of genetic modification, you understand. Bella wiped away non-existent sweat from her forehead, her mind replaying their appearance and her performance like a slideshow. At that moment, she had been poised to flee, and they must have noticed something unusual about her. Yet, they did not inquire, and thus, she felt no need to divulge anything. Let them believe she was a genetically modified bio-soldier. Miss Swan, you are in grave danger. This is my brother, Chris. He works for the FBI. The white male, Chris, displayed his credentials with an air of authority before Bella. Claire swiftly introduced the two, and Bella nodded. Though she held no belief in Chris's purported FBI identity, it is widely acknowledged that the personnel composition of the FBI is remarkably diverse, encompassing not only their own agents but also S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, Hydra, the CIA, the KGB, Mossad, MI6, a variety of eclectic paramilitary factions, demon hunters, vampires, demons, angels, and even extraterrestrials. If one were to randomly select 10 individuals from the street, it is highly likely that at least one would possess an FBI badge, and it would appear exceptionally authentic. Bella was perplexed by the intentions of her siblings. What dangers were they referring to? Chris glanced around before speaking in a low, somber tone. A hidden adversary has orchestrated a tragic incident. I suspect he employed some form of optical camouflage, subsequently engineering a series of coincidences to execute his lethal scheme and establish an alibi. This is the work of a highly intelligent criminal, Bella replied. If I weren't aware of the truth, I might have believed you. Chapter 28. The invisible enemy. Bella harbored doubts regarding the practicality of the investigation undertaken by the Clare siblings. While others might be oblivious, she was not unaware of the sinister forces at play. This was the work of the Grim Reaper. Those familiar with certain religious mythologies might confine this specter to the realm of the American death and further refine it to that of the Mayan deity. This had no connection to high-tech criminals or Magneto. However, when a parked car suddenly roared to life and barreled toward the trio, Bella's confidence in her assessment began to waver. She was acutely aware that the Grim Reaper's gaze was not upon them. The vehicle was merely an ordinary commuter's car, devoid of supernatural influence or magic. Yet, the driver's seat was conspicuously vacant. How had the car started? Her mental faculties were primarily attuned to defense rather than offense, rendering her investigative skills rather feeble. The presence of the Clare siblings further muddled her limited perceptions. With a swift leap to the side, Bella watched as the car hurtled directly toward Claire and her brother, who instinctively dodged. In that instant, the car door swung open, seemingly propelled by an invisible hand that struck Claire. The brown-haired beauty barely had time to raise a defensive gesture before she was felled. A gleaming kitchen knife appeared out of thin air, aimed menacingly at Claire's neck. What manner of foe was this? Bella still perceived no visible anomaly. She sensed a vague silhouette within her mental awareness, but interference clouded her clarity. Unable to bear the thought of Claire perishing, she hastened to her side, grasping her arm and pulling her aside. At that moment, Chris swiftly drew his weapon, firing repeatedly at the empty space before Claire. The adversary reacted with startling swiftness, as the knife struck Claire's shoulder with brutal force, seemingly intent on pursuing her further. Yet, Bella had already retreated with Claire to a distance of 5 meters. The knife appeared to lose its purpose, clattering to the ground, while the driverless car veered away, slamming into Chris and then merging into the traffic of the city. Disappearing from sight, Bella stood in a state of bewilderment. The events had unfolded too rapidly for her to comprehend. What kind of enemy was this? Why could she not see a corporeal figure? Was it remote manipulation? A supernatural entity? A magical force? Or perhaps some form of extraordinary ability? Chris, having been grazed by the car, was not seriously injured. His priority lay in tending to his wounded sister, thus he refrained from pursuing. 15 minutes later, at the siblings' temporary residence, Chris administered basic first aid to his sister while recounting their recent investigative findings to Bella. 2 months prior, a middle-aged woman named Cecilia had reported to the police that she was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of her husband. Shortly thereafter, her husband, Adrian, a doctor of optics, had taken his own life at home. Nevertheless, Cecilia remained convinced that her husband was still alive and was employing some clandestine means to surveil her. Chris presented numerous police records and photographs. The woman in the images appeared rather unremarkable, her face gaunt, her gaze vacant, an unmistakable visage of mental distress, indicative of delusional symptoms. Bella inquired uncertainly, "Are you suggesting that?" Chris gestured towards the photograph, saying, "The police and many of her relatives believe she suffers from a mental illness. However, I disagree. Perhaps her husband is still alive, employing some form of optical cloaking device to remain concealed around her, and has sadistically orchestrated the tragedy of Flight 180, along with the series of murders that have occurred during this time." The weight of this information was overwhelming, and after a prolonged silence, Bella asked in a peculiar tone, "Do you think the recent attack was caused by some technological apparatus? Was there indeed a person invisibly present beside us at that moment?" Chris's gaze was resolute as he affirmed, "Yes. I have researched Adrian's background. He is possessive and profoundly twisted. He even declined an invitation from the Department of Defense, citing that he would not allow his wife to be out of his sight. His obsession with her has reached a pathological level." Chris produced a photograph depicting a middle-aged woman clutching a sharp knife, her expression frozen in shock. Nearby, a woman lay sprawled on the dining table, blood staining the tablecloth and floor extensively. This was a photograph from when Cecilia was apprehended. Numerous patrons in the restaurant claimed to have witnessed her murder her own sister. Yet Cecilia insisted that the knife had killed her sister before it ended up in her hands, a narrative reminiscent of the earlier attack. Could technology achieve such feats? Truthfully, Bella, having awakened her extraordinary powers, felt a slight disdain towards technological devices. However, Chris's recent act of shooting a vampire and the inexplicable appearance of an invisible assailant served as a lesson for her. The absence of any visible trace, the ability to come and go at will, and the apparent strength of the equipment were impressive indeed. The Clare siblings were convinced that the cloaked individual was responsible for the air disaster. While the suspicion was not overwhelming, the individual possessed the capability to commit such acts, necessitating a thorough investigation. It seemed plausible that the individual might have acted preemptively upon realizing that the siblings had uncovered their secret. Chris planned to visit the Santa Maria Detention and Treatment Center in California to question Cecilia, who had been confined as a mental patient, for further information. Bella volunteered to take Claire to the hospital. The mercenaries' battlefield first aid skills were undoubtedly effective. Yet Bella thought a scar on a woman's shoulder would be less than aesthetically pleasing. Chris, with his straightforward male perspective, believed survival was paramount, whereas Bella felt that taking Claire to the hospital for professional medical treatment would be more appropriate. They parted ways, with Chris driving alone to California while Bella assisted Claire into her pickup truck, transporting the brunette beauty to the hospital. Bella discreetly glanced at her wallet. The Clare siblings were quintessentially street-smart, utterly lacking any concept of finances, and it appeared she would have to cover the medical expenses herself. After all, they had aided her in vanquishing the vampire, and she did not intend to be stingy, having lived in Phoenix for over a decade. Bella possessed an insurance card for this locale. Dragging Claire to the hospital, Bella, despite being aware of the exorbitant emergency fees, proceeded with the emergency protocol. Once Claire was admitted to the ward and the doctor assured her that there was nothing seriously amiss, Bella finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, she was fervently eager to devise a treatment ability. Moreover, the concept of invisibility intrigued her as well. Although she was unclear about the specifics of the optical invisibility employed by the Invisible Man, she grasped the underlying principle. It was akin to the incident at Fox High School, where she had subconsciously prompted those around her to overlook her presence. The individual had not truly vanished, but remained an objective entity, merely unseen by others. Unseen? A flicker of understanding began to dawn upon her. Chapter 29. The Invisible Man. Miss Pika, as a ghost, remains unseen by ordinary humans, yet she can be captured by technological devices such as cameras and smartphones. This suggests that spirits do not possess true invisibility. Rather, they are simply imperceptible to human eyes. The concept of optical invisibility is a distant dream for Bella, fraught with complex physics that overwhelms her, and the sheer computational burden gives her a headache. However, the idea of researching the invisibility associated with spirits piques her interest. As she contemplates this, a pair of hands unexpectedly seizes her by the neck and thrusts her against the wall, the fingers tightening as if to strangle her. Bella struggles against the assailant's grip. Although she can bench press a ton, her current state is one of panic and unpreparedness. Yet her strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person. After 2 attempts to break free, she finds little room to maneuver, and instead, she is lifted more than 30 centimeters off the ground. "You seek death," Bella exclaims, throwing a punch at her attacker, but they suddenly release her, leaving her to strike air. Before she can regain her balance, the assailant appears behind her, grabbing the collar of her neck and forcefully slamming her against the hospital wall. A thunderous crash resonates as her forehead collides with the surface. In the critical moment, Bella utilizes her exceptional reflexes to grasp the assailant's arm. The texture is peculiar, unlike the smoothness of a skin-tight suit. Instead, she feels an array of minute protrusions, uneven and textured, some contracting while others extend, as if she has seized a multitude of tiny eyes. She is utterly repulsed. "What on earth are you?" Feeling dizzy and uncomfortable, Bella resolves not to let her opponent escape unscathed. She follows the arm upwards, grasping what she suspects to be the head, disregarding her disgust, and with a firm motion, she slams the figure's head against the wall. The assailant, possibly augmented by some mechanical apparatus, possesses immense strength. Yet their agility is significantly lacking due to the need to maintain optical invisibility. Bella yanks the figure's head toward the wall and smashes it against the surface twice. A series of delicate cracking sounds reverberate as a vague human outline materializes in her grasp. The head, shoulders, and upper body become partially visible, while the legs remain obscured. The figure, a man towering over 6 feet tall, is covered in numerous optical lenses, making Bella feel as though she is under the scrutiny of countless eyes, which is profoundly unsettling. Realizing his exposure, the Invisible Man turns to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Bella, dressed in ordinary attire with no criminal record alongside Claire, appears perfectly normal in the hospital, while the Invisible Man, cloaked in bizarre optical lenses, looks decidedly out of place. With a swift sliding kick, she strikes his lower leg, shattering over 10 lenses in the process. Although many of the optical devices on him continue to function, his form is no longer completely concealed. In a state of panic, he rushed outside, while Bella stood resolutely in place, making no attempt to pursue. Where was this? It was a hospital. The disguise of the invisible man was so extravagant that it was nearly impossible to go unnoticed. If Bella were to chase after him, she would surely attract attention. Although she had no desire to pursue, the injured Claire held a different opinion. We cannot let that man escape. He has killed many. We must capture him. This accusation of mass murder seemed to be a fabrication imposed by the siblings, did it not? Claire was adamant, and Bella scratched her head. Her curiosity piqued by the invisible garment, thus, she reluctantly agreed to follow. However, she insisted that Claire remain in the hospital to recuperate while she took the initiative to chase after him. Claire produced a map from his pocket, detailing several locations where the invisible man might be hiding in Phoenix, as deduced by the siblings during their analysis. With the map in hand, Bella drove away from the hospital. Having lived in Phoenix for over a decade, the city now felt entirely foreign to Bella. Traveling south across 4 states, from Foxtown to Phoenix, she navigated the highways with relative ease. Yet, after circling twice in a sprawling metropolis of 200 square kilometers, the 6th largest city in the United States by population, she found herself disoriented. Fortunately, she had a guiding spirit, the pickup lady, to direct her. "Take me home," Bella exclaimed in astonishment. "What did you say? Is the mining building on that street? I thought it was at the intersection ahead." She was unclear about the pickup lady's former occupation, but the latter's navigational skills far surpassed her own. Claire's markings on the map were simplistic. He assumed Bella, having lived here for 10 years, would easily comprehend the local map. In truth, Bella found it utterly perplexing. Thankfully, the pickup lady had a firm grasp of it. "Take me home." "Oh, I see. Turn left, right? Take me home. Is there a road here? Are you mistaken?" "Ah, there really is a road." Fortune smiled upon her. At the first hideout, she discovered nothing amiss, but at the second, she unearthed a clue. Several fragments of optical lenses lay scattered by the roadside. 2 indistinct footprints barely visible on the ground. Having been schooled by scientists, Bella had become considerably more cautious in her endeavors. She began negotiating terms with the pickup lady. "No need for flattery this week. Please scout inside for me. Ascertain how many enemies there are and whether they possess any weapons." She resolved to conquer the scientific with the supernatural. The pickup lady appeared to find her terms agreeable, floating inside to conduct the reconnaissance. Before long, she returned. "Take me home." This time, the information was substantial. Bella deciphered it with her psychic abilities. "Are you saying there are 2 individuals inside? A woman bound. And the man is the invisible one, armed with a handgun?" Bella gained a newfound respect for the pickup lady, who was not only familiar with the city's streets but also knowledgeable about firearms. It seemed she was not a spirit from ancient times. Ghosts cannot stray far from their hosts for long. Dealing with the invisible man would require Bella to take action herself. This hideout is an abandoned factory, where Bella has imposed upon herself a mental suggestion of invisibility to those around me. Her mastery of this suggestion remains in its nascent stages, still a far cry from being transformed into a true spell. Shortly after entering the derelict factory, she was met with the sound of hoarse, furious curses. The notion of pulling the circuit breaker and engaging in a fierce battle with her adversaries was indeed appealing. However, she had no idea where the circuit breaker was located. At this moment, she could only ascend the scaffolding, relying on her remarkable physical prowess to navigate along the steel beams of the forsaken structure, inching her way forward. Chapter 30. The Supernatural versus Science. At the very heart of the abandoned factory, Bella beheld her objective, a middle-aged woman with a square face, straw-colored hair, and a visage marred by despair, bound to a chair. She raged into the void, cursing her unseen tormentor for the murder of her sister, for the destruction of her entire existence, and for the relentless harassment she endured. How could one find appeal in such a wretched figure? Bella shook her head. Indeed, the taste of a doctorate in optics was rather peculiar. The middle-aged woman hurled her invectives to her right, yet Bella sensed a presence to her left. The invisibility cloak worn by the figure had seemingly been repaired, though whether it was mended or merely replaced remained uncertain. The invisible man was not particularly formidable. Aside from his elusive nature, his combat skills were on par with Bella's. While his strength was considerable, his agility was a glaring weakness, likely due to the optical lens failing to maintain invisibility at high speeds, resulting in a lack of swiftness in his movements. Bella lingered for a moment, but regardless of the woman's vitriol, the invisible man showed no inclination to reveal himself. Exercising caution, she opted to retrace her steps. A sudden strike from above was implausible. Should she miss, she would find herself in peril. Returning to her pickup truck, she began to contemplate her own invisibility techniques, awaiting the onset of night. The nocturnal atmosphere was disadvantageous for her, as it was for the invisible man, yet it favored the spirit, who could expand her range of movement under the cover of darkness. It was indeed troubling that she had an ally yet chose not to utilize that support. Lacking weapons, offensive skills, and combat prowess, Bella was a quintessential example of someone without means, uncertain of her ability to subdue the Invisible Man. She deemed it essential to negotiate and persuade her ethereal companion to assist her. The abandoned factory was steeped in an icy chill that night. Cecilia, the middle-aged woman, had been transported from California to Arizona, enduring considerable torment along the way. The man cloaked in invisibility, who lurked in the shadows and refused to reveal himself even now, instilled a profound sense of dread within her. Just kill me. I am but an ordinary woman. Please, end my suffering and spare my family from further anguish. Adrian, you coward. If you have the courage, come forth and face me. Cecilia alternated between pleading and cursing, yet the Invisible Man remained unmoved. Suddenly, a crisp sound shattered the tension. Cecilia sensed a disturbance on the shelf behind her, though her dazed mind could not ascertain its nature. Meanwhile, the Invisible Man detected an anomaly, having caught a glimpse of a pale silhouette gliding past the shelves. In the year 2000, the creation of an invisibility cloak with full optical coverage was indeed a remarkable feat of invention. The garment lacked artificial intelligence or analytical capabilities, leaving its wearer to rely solely on keen observation. Another white shadow flitted past the two, and this time they both beheld it clearly. Cecilia's eyes widened in terror as the sudden apparition threatened to shatter her worldview. The Invisible Man remained remarkably composed, his voice abruptly resonating in the emptiness. Is this some form of projection imaging technology? To employ such a trick against me is quite juvenile. Concealed in the shadows, Bella observed that those with a modicum of ability tended to be quite stubborn, particularly inclined to interpret all phenomena through the lens of their own worldviews, resolutely rejecting anything divergent from their understanding. Bella could only think, as long as you were content. Utilizing a female ghost to confront a scientist did not elicit a shred of hesitation from her. She continued to command the enhanced combat prowess of Miss Pikachu to create disturbances elsewhere, while she herself stealthily approached the two men. The abandoned factory was frigid at night, and the arrival of the ghost further plummeted the ambient temperature. The optical physicists stubbornly maintained that the enemy was employing projection imaging technology to deceive him, dismissing the ghost as a mere illusion, a clever ruse concocted by his adversaries. Inaction was not in his nature. He sliced through the ropes binding the middle-aged woman and raised his pistol, aiming it at her head. Although his body was cloaked in invisibility, the dagger and handgun were not shrouded, creating an incongruous spectacle as the two weapons floated in midair. Come, stand up. We're leaving, he commanded with a forceful voice. Clearly a person of unwavering resolve, the middle-aged woman complied, walking out obediently. The ensuing scene was nothing short of a nightmare for her. The Invisible Man relied on technological invisibility. Miss Pikachu possessed her own ghostly attributes of concealment, and Bella utilized her still maturing psychic abilities to remain unseen. Three invisible individuals encircled the middle-aged woman. The Invisible Man could not perceive the other two figures. Bella was similarly blind to their presence, while it remained uncertain whether Miss Pikachu could discern them. The Invisible Man surveyed his surroundings, evidently concerned that the handgun might betray his position. He holstered his weapon and firmly insisted that the middle-aged woman move forward. Miss Pikachu, akin to a character in a horror film, refrained from aggression, merely circling around the main character. A door creaked ominously open to the east, the sound chilling in the stillness of the night. Shortly thereafter, she darted past a glass panel to the west, startling the middle-aged woman into an asthma attack. Before they could regain their composure, she stumbled southward, colliding with a metal barrel. The resounding clang echoed through the night, prompting the Invisible Man to whip around at the first sound, his motion excessive enough to breach the limits of optical cloaking, revealing a faint human outline. An opportunity. Observing the foe's lapse in concealment, Bella no longer hesitated. She retrieved a fire extinguisher she had prepared earlier, leaping out from the side to spray it towards the human silhouette and the surrounding space. The dry powder dispersed with her movements, rendering the human outline distinctly visible. Bella had gleaned a fair understanding of this individual's psyche. While the nuances of optical invisibility eluded her, she discerned that he harbored a deeply pathological penchant for tormenting women. During the previous assault, the assailant fixated on Claire, even attempting to strangle Bella within the confines of the hospital. He pursued and hunted her down, displaying an obstinate inclination towards attacking women. Bella, however, possessed an unconventional approach. Her strategy was devoid of any predefined tactics. Unlike the chaotic encounter in the hospital, this time she was unencumbered by confusion or hesitation, channeling her strength with remarkable intensity. A powerful punch landed squarely upon the chest of the cloaked figure, shattering a significant portion of the advanced optical camouflage. Fragments of the shattered technology lay scattered across the ground. With a swift application of powder to reveal her adversary's location, Bella executed her maneuvers with remarkable speed, yet still afforded her opponent ample time to react. Chapter 31. The coroner. The act of aggression rendered the psychological effects of the invisibility technique null and void, revealing Bella's figure in its entirety. The invisible man, displaying agility uncharacteristic of a scientist, fell to the ground and drew his pistol, firing at her repeatedly while lying supine. His shots, angled at a sharp 30 degrees from below, proved to be quite cunning, causing him no distress, yet leaving Bella in a precarious situation. The sudden prone position of the adversary deprived Bella of a target directly in front of her, and, lacking experience, she did not instinctively resort to kicking. At that moment, the bullets were already on their way. The enemy's deceitful tactics caught Bella off guard. She hastily retreated to the cover of a nearby metal frame, whistling softly as she did. Were there allies? Hearing the commotion behind him, the invisible man turned and fired 3 shots. The bullets passed through the body of the young woman in the pickup truck, yet there was no bloodshed, no injury, and even her white dress remained unscathed. A pallid visage approached the invisible man, and as the bloodless lips inhaled slightly, he felt a fleeting pause in his own heartbeat. It was all a ruse. Everything was an illusion. Scientists, particularly one who had reached the pinnacle of optical physics like him, held an unwavering confidence. He dismissed the notion of ghosts, scoffing at the idea as mere technological trickery. His mental acuity was astounding, possessing an instinctive grasp of the various refractions and reflections of light. Turning to observe a steel plate standing at an angle behind him, he believed he had deciphered the enemy's ploy and fired several rounds at it. Who was he shooting at? Bella was perplexed but no longer hesitated. She stealthily approached the invisible man from behind and delivered a punch to the nape of his neck. In films, striking someone at the back of the neck often results in instant unconsciousness, yet in reality, achieving such a feat is exceedingly difficult. Only those with rigorous training could accomplish it. If the force was excessive, it could prove fatal. If too gentle, it would be ineffectual. Bella paid little heed to the potential outcome. The angle of her strike was irrelevant. If she couldn't render him unconscious, surely she wouldn't kill him either? After all, he was already listed as deceased in official documents, so another death would bear little consequence. The invisible man crumpled under her blow, the optical lens at the back of his neck shattering into fragments. Bella swiftly bound him with the very rope he had used to restrain the middle-aged woman. Satisfied at last, she waved the young woman in the pickup to return to the vehicle and rest. What was that? The middle-aged woman was evidently shaken. Her husband, the tormentor of the past month, now incapacitated, yet her panic remained palpable. It was all a fabrication, mere illusions conjured by her mind. Bella continuously reassured her until her emotions were stabilized. She then located the invisibility suit the man had worn in the hospital and discreetly stowed it away. While this garment held little practical use for her, she preferred to rely on her own strength. She deemed it unwise to relinquish it to the state, considering it a personal loss. Thus, she resolved to keep a set for herself. Bella was not acquainted with any eminent scientists. The only individual in her vicinity with any semblance of scientific inclination was Miss Natasha, a petite beauty with a diverse range of interests. Reputedly capable of engaging in discussions on any discipline, perhaps even possessing knowledge of optical invisibility. Following Bella's notification, the Clare siblings arrived in succession. Humans are indeed peculiar beings. Despite the overwhelming terror they had previously experienced, once calmness was restored, the middle-aged woman unhesitatingly picked up the firearm lying on the ground. With a series of gunshots, she tragically ended the life of her invisible husband. Chris sighed repeatedly, lamenting that a month's worth of diligent work had disintegrated into nothingness. He had hoped to uncover clues regarding the Flight 180 incident from the invisible man. The middle-aged woman expressed her intention to turn herself in, assuring that the 3 would not be implicated. The trio could only express their regrets, as she was, by legal definition, deemed insane, having already killed one sister. The subsequent slaying of a husband, who was ostensibly dead by suicide, seemed trivial. With the invisible man incident reaching a conclusion, the 3 bid farewell to the middle-aged woman and returned to the urban sprawl of Phoenix. In a span of less than 12 hours, the pace of death's relentless pursuit intensified. The siblings prepared to gather the survivors for collective protection while seeking the mastermind behind the chaos to avenge all victims. Bella clandestinely devised a plan to eliminate death itself, yet she too needed to rally all survivors. She and the Clare siblings separated to contact the survivors. But the insidious ideals of freedom and democracy severely hampered their efforts. Some claimed to be preoccupied, others insisted on taking their children to school, while the remainder vented their frustrations against the White House and state government for their ineptitude in apprehending the murderer. The underlying sentiment was clear. They did not trust the trio's accounts and were unwilling to accept the proposed protection, prioritizing their freedom above all. Bella realized she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Her limited influence was insufficient to unite all survivors, necessitating the support of official powers. Despite the Clare siblings' earnest rescue attempts, Victims continued to emerge one after another. A female teacher who survived the flight incident collapsed in her kitchen, only to be fatally pierced by a sharp knife from the rack, resulting in her immediate demise. Bella, alongside the Claire siblings, ventured to the teacher's residence to investigate the so-called enemy tracks. The teacher's home was modest. She had a husband, though their relationship was strained, and children who rarely returned home. It was a neighbor's dog that alerted the authorities upon detecting the scent of blood. By the time the trio arrived at the scene, police had cordoned off the area. Chris presented his FBI credentials to inquire about the situation, but the police had found no clues at the site, ruling out robbery and eliminating motives of vengeance or passion, initially concluding that the teacher had met with an accidental death. The coroner, a tall, slender man with elongated eyes and thin lips, exuded an air of indifference. The demise of the female teacher was exceedingly tragic. A sharp knife was lodged in her eye socket, and her crystalline lens was mingled with brain matter and blood, staining her face. As several officers wheeled her body away, they wore expressions of deep sorrow, while the African-American coroner maintained an unperturbed demeanor, even taking a curious interest as he examined the angle of the knife's insertion. Had it not been for Bella's reminder, Claire and her brother would have remained oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere. After all, a coroner is accustomed to dealing with corpses daily. A somber disposition is quite normal, while an overly cheerful attitude would indeed raise suspicions. However, upon her prompting, the siblings observed an undeniable strangeness. The coroner's detachment was chilling, bordering on heartless. It was as if the deceased was not a human being, but rather a mere plaything, akin to a bug. Chapter 32. The Storm Woman. The African-American coroner, devoid of protective gear, appeared rather unprofessional. After the forensic expert beside him completed the photographic documentation, he reached forth to extract the sharp blade embedded in the eye socket of the female teacher and placed it within a sealed bag. Subsequently, he wiped his hands and approached the trio, inquiring with a nonchalant demeanor, "Is this your acquaintance?" Among the three, only Claire and the female teacher had any previous interaction. Thus it was natural for her to respond. She was a commendable educator who did not deserve such a grim fate. It was evident that Claire was consumed by profound sorrow. What do you believe she deserves as an ending? A car accident? A fatal fall from a bridge? Or perhaps electrocution? Strangulation by a steel wire? Or drowning? Which of these fates do you deem most fitting for her? The coroner asked with a scholarly focus, as if addressing an academic question in class. You. Claire's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, her fist clenched tightly, feeling that the coroner's words were excessively callous. Chris stood protectively in front of his sister, gazing directly at the coroner. My friend, I believe you ought to extend the most basic respect to the deceased. Humph. The coroner snorted softly in response. Everyone dies. There is no unjust death, no tragic demise, only a predetermined end. Before the inevitable fate arrives, there exists neither cruelty nor compassion. Your sympathy is lost on her. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. With a wry smile, the coroner shook his head, instructed the officers to transport the body back to the morgue, and departed alone. This individual is truly arrogant. Bella sensed no extraordinary prowess from the coroner. His unabashed reverence for death revealed him as a man obsessively infatuated with mortality. Such individuals are rare in reality, yet not entirely absent. At that moment, she contemplated utilizing a sudden attack to test the coroner's mettle. However, Bella reconsidered. Should he be an ordinary individual, then to toy with him would be utterly pointless. Conversely, if he were to possess deeper secrets, even a minor probe might prove counterproductive, potentially alerting him. 12 hours were spent dealing with the invisible entity, followed by additional time contacting survivors and visiting the deceased, consuming most of their day. Bella persuaded Claire and her brother to believe that this incident was nature's retribution against humanity, steering clear of thoughts regarding terrorists, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, or Beirut. Among the three, 2 were students, and only Chris had connections with certain governmental agencies. Thus it fell upon him to seek official assistance. Official? In truth, the survivors harbored a lack of trust toward the authorities. They were incredulous that such deathly occurrences could befall them, believing it implausible that calamities could strike while they remained in the safety of their homes. Yet, this was an information society, where the speed of information dissemination was rapid. The authorities proved quite astute. Each time a survivor perished, they communicated the news to all remaining survivors. As the tally of deaths reached 7, with 5 confirmed casualties, panic ensued among the remaining survivors. It must be the wealthy elite behind this. They want us dead. Survivors congregated in the open-air gymnasium located in the Eastern District of Phoenix. This exposed setting significantly diminished the potential for mishaps orchestrated by the Grim Reaper. A group of elderly men, their hair white and bodies frail, yet voices booming, gathered to vent their fears. They speculated that Universal Airlines was conspiring against the survivors to evade compensation. Bella found herself at a loss. She realized she could not divulge the truth about the Grim Reaper, fully aware of the reality yet unable to articulate it, as she lacked tangible evidence. Many individuals tend to gauge and interpret occurrences based on their personal experiences. For instance, Chris, deep down, clung to the belief that the murderer was a highly intelligent criminal. While these elderly men, embittered by life, placed the blame squarely on capitalists. Some attributed the calamity to demons, while others suspected acquaintances, business partners, or even neighbors coveting their wives, using the Flight 180 disaster as a guise for their malevolence. The array of conjectures was as diverse as it was bizarre. Bella found herself in a quandary. She had a rudimentary plan to confront the Grim Reaper, but was unsure how to present it. As she studied a map and an ancient Indian manuscript, a luminous point suddenly caught her perception. If the mental prowess of an ordinary person resembled that of a firefly, then this individual was akin to a flashlight. Whereas the mental energies of common folk were chaotic and scattered, this person's presence appeared remarkably solid, suggesting specialized training. Who could it be? Bella's mental probing was discreet, ensuring she did not alert the individual, and she casually stepped out to investigate. A woman with brown skin captured her attention. She seemed of mixed heritage, sporting a mane of silver short hair and exuding tranquility. Clad in a black leather bodysuit and cloak, she bore a belt marked with an X. After discovering the profound connections between Professor John Gray and the X-Men, Bella had conducted an online inquiry regarding the X-Men in this world. While the students remained oblivious, several teachers were aware of the situation, as they were neither terrorists nor secret societies, merely utilizing the guise of a school for gifted youths to train mutant students. The appearance and names of the teachers constituted public information easily searchable online. The woman in black was Aurora Monroe, known as Storm, an African-American. Storm possessed formidable mental strength, which, in Bella's perception, resembled a heavy cloud pregnant with tempestuous winds and lightning. However, due to her inherent aggressiveness, her mental energy appeared rather turbulent, lacking control and the abilities for probing or mind-reading. Bella scrutinized her from various angles, yet Storm remained entirely oblivious. Storm consciously diminished her presence, accompanied by a group of formidable men and women. This ensemble exuded an air of elite competence, each member concealing a firearm at their lower back. Upon entering the gymnasium, several began surveying the surroundings, radiating an unmistakable aura of agents. A strikingly tall woman, seemingly standing at least 6 feet tall, with vibrant red hair, led the way. Her features were undeniably beautiful, yet her stern demeanor rendered any notion of familiarity utterly unattainable. At that moment, the survivors gradually rose to their feet, casting glances at this unexpected assembly. The red-haired woman nodded to her companion, prompting a square-faced agent to present his credentials. "We are from the FBI. Please trust us. We are here to protect you. We have established numerous safe houses, all of which are highly secure." Is this really the FBI? Bella could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to her companion, Chris Redfield. "Are these also your colleagues?" Chapter 33. Victoria Hand. During this period, Chris's public persona was that of an FBI agent, and many survivors present were aware of his true identity. He had no choice but to brace himself and address the red-haired woman. "Hello, Miss Hand. I heard you have returned to the university for research work." The auburn-haired woman scrutinized Chris for a moment. "Chris? Long time no see. Research work requires funding, and they asked me to lead the team here. It's merely a job. What about you? I heard you are still planning to establish your BSA. What brings you to Arizona?" Chris gestured towards the other side. "My sister is also involved in this incident." He introduced them. "This is my sister Claire, and this is Miss Swan. Claire, Bella, this is Ms. Victoria Hand, one of the key supervisors responsible for the West Coast." Chris mentioned her role concerning the West Coast, but refrained from specifying the organization she represented. And Bella wisely chose not to inquire further. The two imposters conversed like old friends, and the survivors exhibited a modicum of trust in Chris. Upon his confirmation of the newcomers' identities, they promptly began to gather their belongings, preparing to retreat to a safe house. Victoria Hand, too, demonstrated her worth, as she was acquainted with numerous legislators and state officials. With a few phone calls, she swiftly eliminated bureaucratic obstacles. However, retreating to a safe house felt too passive for Bella's plans. She felt compelled to ask, "What specific countermeasures do you have in place?" It's important to understand that this killer employs particularly brutal and covert methods. Victoria Hand scrutinized Bella with keen interest. She harbored a disdain for beautiful women, especially those younger and more attractive than herself. Typically, she would have refrained from addressing such inquiries. Yet considering the peculiar nature of this mission, she hesitated before deciding to divulge some information. In a lowered voice, she replied, "We have conducted some research and possess a certain understanding of this individual. He exploits every coincidence around him to commit murder, sometimes following a pattern, at other times acting randomly. Plans must be adjusted based on the specific circumstances. Her response was exceedingly cautious, appearing to convey much while, in reality, revealing little. Bella felt compelled to showcase her own value. She recalibrated her mindset. Pretending to be an innocent fool, have you considered that this individual may not be human, but rather some kind of a natural phenomenon? Or perhaps a response mechanism? Or even a collective consciousness? Victoria Hand's expression turned serious as she inquired in an enticing tone, "Could you elaborate on your findings?" "Certainly. Consider this. Why does this entity target survivors? Who is he? First, we can eliminate Universal Airlines. Their management and shareholders, no matter how deranged, would not stoop to such inhumane acts. Next, we look at the airline's competitors, who similarly lack any motive, at least not a sufficient motive for murder." Bella sensed that Victoria Hand possessed a fragment of the truth. The Grim Reaper's blatant acts of murder could hardly escape the notice of the state. It appears that Victoria Hand intends to extract the entire truth known to Bella, subsequently integrating it with the intelligence at their disposal to seize control of the situation. Bella harbored no objections to their proactive stance. She embarked on an analysis rooted in mythology, traversing folklore and historical anecdotes, articulating the various manifestations of the Grim Reaper, nearly equating this entity with a long-deceased Mayan deity. "What are you planning to do, FBI?" she asked, eloquently expounding her thoughts, only to realize, somewhat warily, the gravity of her inquiry at the end. Victoria Hand, satisfied with the information Bella possessed, deemed it to be within her expectations. "Whenever a survivor encounters a life-threatening crisis and is subsequently rescued, we escort them out of a safe house. Utilizing technological means, we simulate the magnetic field signals of the last survivor. Once all survivors have evacuated, we seal the site with a special alloy, entombing the Grim Reaper you mentioned underground along with it." Bella contemplated this method. While it was not without merit, she felt it was laden with uncertainties and overly idealistic. The success rate of Victoria Hand's strategy could not exceed 20%, and it was certain that many lives would be lost in the process. "I am but a student, and your magnetic field technology eludes my understanding. Yet, I have discerned a flaw in this death mechanism while studying Native American culture." Bella unfurled the missionary notes she had procured from the library at Foxtown High School. Victoria Hand, along with the Chris siblings and Storm, gathered around to observe. 2 centuries prior, in the Oasis Plains of Oklahoma, there existed a tribe known as the Sapalpa, who lived in the canyons, carefree and untroubled, until one day colonizers arrived, demanding the indigenous people vacate their land. The clash of bows and arrows against gunpowder, stone spears against bayonets. The outcome of the conflict between colonizers and natives was understood by all present, though Bella refrained from stating it outright. Men, women, and children alike. The tribe's chief uttered a curse upon the colonizers, swearing upon the heavens that no white man would ever again occupy this canyon, invoking the lives of his ancestors and deities as witnesses. This canyon was cursed by the Sapalpa tribe. Should white men enter, they would be met with disease and death. Bella reached her conclusion. Only death can combat death. One fatal rule can oppose another. Having reviewed subsequent notes, she revealed that the curse of the Sapalpa tribe had caused countless insects to thrive deep within the canyon's depths, and the individual responsible for the air disasters could not precisely predict the number of surrounding life forms. Victoria Hand, displaying her keen intellect, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "Are you suggesting that we enter the canyon, deliberately invoking the curse to induce confusion in the perpetrator of the air disasters, ultimately leading to a mutual cancellation of the curse?" Bella nodded in affirmation. Victoria Hand pondered for a moment before turning to Storm. "Madam, what is your opinion?" The silver-haired Storm contemplated for a moment, expressing her belief that the probability of success for this plan surpassed that of the previous one. It was evident that her enthusiasm for this endeavor was nearly non-existent. Bella, fully aware of Storm's seemingly arcane knowledge, wisely refrained from intruding. Victoria Hand, commanding the situation, understood that no mere conversation could alter the predetermined course of action. The 42 survivors present proceeded to board the specially reinforced bus. Victoria Hand persistently made phone calls, first confirming the specific location and conditions of the canyon, then consulting with her superiors at the FBI, assembling a think tank of experts to assess the risks associated with the operation, ultimately securing a fresh mandate for action. Chapter 34. Ambition. Bella's new plan is fraught with uncertainty. How to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter between death and the curse, and how to ensure that they do not conflate and annihilate the survivors remain enigmas beyond the reach of current methodologies. The initial scheme involving a colossal metallic box to contain death has not been abandoned. Rather, it has been amalgamated with Bella's plan as a contingency. Among the survivors of Flight 180, there were a total of 61 individuals, of whom 5 have already perished. Some survivors are abroad, while others are simply missing, leaving a final count of 42 gathered survivors. Unlike Bella, who faced countless wandering spirits eager to torment her, the team led by Victoria Hand instilled a palpable fear in the supernatural entities. Not only did they evade bureaucratic obstacles, but not a single restless spirit dared to approach them. This provoked a wave of skepticism within Bella. Was this world governed by fate rather than the chaos of the Marvel Universe? Were the spirits truly intimidated by authority? Where were those who had met untimely ends on the road? Those struck down, beheaded, or ensconced within concrete? They ought to emerge and extend greetings to Victoria Hand, perhaps even forge a friendship. Departing from Arizona, they traversed New Mexico before finally entering Oklahoma along the highway. During their journey, they encountered 5 life-threatening crises. The initial 4 targeted the survivors, but the agents, nimble and well-trained, effortlessly rescued 4 individuals. However, during the 5th assault, the target shifted to one of the agents they had previously saved. Death had abandoned the majority of its established rules. Now, it struck at anyone who intervened. This is excellent news, Victoria Hand declared. Bella, the architect of this plan, nodded in silent agreement. She had long recognized that death's power was most formidable when focused on a single individual, for no one can remain vigilant indefinitely. The moment one relaxes, death could strike unexpectedly, rendering any defense futile. Aside from those whose bodies are as resilient as steel, individuals impervious to close-range anti-material weaponry, normal extraordinary beings are at significant risk when caught off guard during a moment of rest. The essence of Bella's strategy lies in amplifying variables. The greater the number of living entities involved, the better. During their journey to Arizona, she discerned that Death's intelligence was, in truth, rather limited. Its chaotic response when confronting 3 vampires was particularly telling. If it falters against 3, how would it fare against countless insects, thousands, millions? She eagerly anticipated such a spectacle. While resting en route, Bella resolved to learn the use of a handgun from Claire. Although she had yet to reach the legal age for firearm possession, she felt a sense of security would accompany her if she wielded a gun, especially given her lack of offensive skills. Claire did not refuse. She drew her pistol, preparing to instruct Bella in aiming. However, just as Bella raised the firearm, she was unexpectedly jostled by a hefty woman behind her, causing the gun to discharge with a loud bang. Thanks to Claire's quick reflexes, who deftly twisted her wrist at a critical moment, and the intervention of another agent who swiftly pulled her back, a tragic fate was narrowly avoided for the young Alex, who might have otherwise faced a fatal shot to the head. Dear ladies, Victoria Hand solemnly cautioned, I advise you to refrain from unnecessary actions. Bella and Claire exchanged awkward laughter, dismissing the notion of practicing firearms, suggesting instead to simply remain composed. The Sapalpa Canyon of the Oasis Plains epitomized the essence of vastness and sparsity. The nearest settlement lay over 10 kilometers away, requiring a challenging trek across 2 mountains. The current inhabitants of the town were largely oblivious to the historical conflicts between early colonizers and Native Americans, yet they instinctively avoided venturing into the canyon. Not only due to the lack of pathways, but also owing to age-old warnings passed down through generations. Even the most reckless of American youths hesitated to explore the canyon, which had transformed into a veritable sanctuary for flora, devoid of any allure for them. Some entrepreneurs contemplated opening a route to connect the canyon with the outside world to exploit its natural beauty for the development of a resort area. Though such plans remained mere ink on paper, a large group of survivors, lacking the energy to scale mountains, chose an alternative route into the foothills, their belly swollen. Yet they persevered for the sake of survival. Claire's classmates possessed superior physical fitness compared to the average office worker, yet after scaling a single mountain, they appeared utterly exhausted. Initially, a few male classmates had enthusiastically captured peculiar insects in the wild, proudly showcasing their finds to the girls as a display of courage. However, now they too exhibited signs of fatigue. Only the agents, Storm, the Claire siblings, and Bella retained their vigor. Bella, your stamina is remarkable. Do you regularly engage in physical training? Victoria Hand discerned hints of Bella's extraordinary physical prowess despite her attempts at concealment. Bella continued to promote the virtues of joyful education at Foxtown High. Indeed, we have 4 consecutive physical education classes each week, and our volleyball tournaments require us to play 4 matches in a row. Sometimes, after our volleyball games, we even join the boys for basketball, leading to an astonishing amount of physical activity, which naturally builds our endurance. This statement contained a significant flaw, for she had only been at Fox High for 10 days, hardly enough time to experience any joyful education. Nevertheless, Victoria Hand and the others overlooked this minor detail. For Bella, transferring schools was a significant event, but for the agents, it was a trivial matter, as they were preoccupied with their own affairs. The brown-haired beauty, Claire, listened with a look of astonishment. While her marksmanship and combat skills were commendable, she had always struggled with endurance, particularly as university preparations had greatly diminished her training time. Although she could manage to traverse 2 mountains, she was far from as composed as Bella. With such a level of exertion, can the girls at your school keep up? She inquired. Keep up? Hardly. Recalling the wheezing breath of the bespectacled girl and the steam that enveloped the former school belle's head after every match, Bella continued to extol the virtues of the school's joyous education, attempting to divert everyone's attention from herself. Sometimes after a volleyball game, we still have to practice sprinting, long jump, and indoor rock climbing. Is your school nurturing students? It seems more like you're cultivating athletes. Victoria Hand chuckled softly, shaking her head. So, Bella, what are your plans after graduating high school? This was a question Bella had long contemplated. She recognized the necessity of learning and the substantial time it required. With unwavering resolve, she declared, I aspire to study the histories of various nations. History imparts invaluable lessons. We must not repeat the same mistakes. Not only did she articulate her ambitions, but she also rectified her previous focus on Native American history. That sounds truly remarkable. Compared to working as a frontline agent, I actually prefer being a teacher in school and conducting my research in the laboratory. Victoria Hand wisely shifted the conversation, and Bella responded with agreeable murmurs. Chapter 35. Debate Victoria, tall and with a serious demeanor. Despite her attire being indistinguishable from that of ordinary agents, white shirts and black bulletproof vests exudes a distinct aura. She possesses a sharp intellect and pursues her endeavors with a clear purpose, forging relationships solely with individuals of value and significance. It would not be amiss to label her as a refined egoist, nor to assert that she embodies the elite of the current American generation. Bella proved her worth, lacking any explicit personal identifiers, and thus was categorized by Victoria as a suitable investment, worthy of continued observation. Victoria Hand boasts an extensive network, known to numerous figures in academia, politics, and the military. She excelled in her university studies, cultivated many friendships, and was a renowned athlete. Whether her passion for sports is genuine remains a mystery. After graduation, she expanded her social circle, not quite reaching the omnipresence of George Bush, but still enjoying a commendable breadth of connections. Bella, still naive regarding her university experience, received valuable insights and beneficial advice from Victoria, drawn from her own experiences. After nearly a day of arduous travel, the main contingent finally entered the Sapalpa Canyon at dawn the following day. 2 centuries of erosion had erased any trace of human habitation, as the Indian chief, who had cursed the land with his life, proclaimed. He returned it to nature. The tree canopy obscured the sun, and half-meter-tall wild grasses flourished everywhere. The survivors, alongside the agents, numbered over 100, their presence shattering the tranquility of the canyon, prompting insects to flee their homes, awakening a dormant consciousness. The agents, unsympathetic to notions of natural harmony, were not inclined to reason with the insects. The chief's curse would manifest on the night of the full moon, and prior to that, they needed to establish a robust stronghold to fend off the boundless swarms of insects Bella had described. A debate arose among the agents regarding the level of fortification required. Some believed that constructing sturdy rooms would suffice, while others insisted that the camp must meet fortress standards. Ultimately, Victoria Hand deferred this matter to Bella. What do you think the scale of the swarm will be? How would I know the magnitude? That falls within the realm of curses and magic. Far beyond the grasp of conventional reasoning, food chains and climatic factors cannot apply here. Bella produced her notes. Look at this segment. It recounts the observations of the note's author, the missionary who recounted tales from others. He spoke of a sky completely shrouded, the natives. No, we now refer to them as indigenous peoples. The blood of the natives stained the river red, and the colonizers. No, this should be called American pioneers. After the pioneers employed civilized means to persuade the indigenous peoples to leave, they were besieged by countless insect attacks. Having been corrected by Victoria, Bella had become increasingly mindful of her word choices, cognizant that personal thoughts could remain private, yet public discourse warranted careful attention. This fortress must not be overly fortified. If we isolate that unknown adversary, our efforts would be in vain. Yet, it cannot be too feeble either, aside from the bait. All survivors must confront the swarms unleashed by the curse. The essence of the matter is succinct. Our defensive measures must strike a balance, not too strong, yet not too weak. It would be rather comical if we succumb to the Indian curse before the Grim Reaper even arrives. In modern society, with the plethora of mechanical devices at our disposal, the construction of structures progresses at an astonishing pace. Entering the canyon in the morning, by dusk, a modestly sized complex can be established. The agents possess generators, allowing for a limited supply of electricity. However, fresh water is scarce. Conservatively estimating, they must reside here for at least 2 days. Even if they could procure water from a distant town, it would be unwise to waste it. At this moment, no one is raising their voices. All remain vigilant in the shadows, awaiting the approach of the unknown enemy. Whispers are inevitable, despite the looming threat to their lives. The group can momentarily cast aside their unrealistic fantasies. Yet, the gathering of so many individuals in such a desolate location is bound to spark some discussion. Bella refrains from offering explanations. With officials present, what need is there for her to speak up? Let them indulge in their ruses. Indeed, Victoria Hand proves to be quite resourceful. She deftly assuages the survivors' doubts with rationalizations such as the invisible killer cannot strike within the woods and the adversary cannot utilize high-tech devices in a complex environment. Such notions are not suitable for the common populace, and even for Bella, who is in the know, Victoria refers to the Grim Reaper merely as the unknown enemy. To provide the Reaper with a foothold, the agents intentionally establish numerous safety hazards within the construction. Frayed ropes, electrified appliances, loose metal frameworks, various death traps have been meticulously set. From the perspective of the Reaper, the survivors are prey. Yet, if viewed from another angle, one might realize that the Reaper is also prey. The swarms unleashed by the curse must inevitably encounter the Reaper. However, should hundreds of thousands or even millions of insects surge forth, they too would be overwhelmed. The challenge lies in balancing the two forces, ensuring that the Reaper coincides perfectly with the curse, testing the survivors' mastery of the situation. Records indicate that the curse is to be unleashed during the night when the moon is at its brightest. Perhaps we could establish several critical notes. At this moment, Bella is not entirely certain. The notes from the missionary are mere hearsay, as those who have experienced the Indian curse firsthand have perished. Who can ascertain when the curse is at its most potent? Victoria Hand furrows her brow. She has encountered her fair share of supernatural events and is not entirely ignorant. It is precisely because she understands that she finds the timing precarious. Let us devise 2 plans, she suggests. First, there is no need for such complexity. If you are prepared, I shall take the initiative to trigger the curse, the Storm Maiden, or Rollo, interjects, stepping forward at this critical juncture to resolve a core issue for all. The age of Storm Woman is rather youthful, appearing to be merely in her 20s. Bella yearned to approach her and establish a rapport. However, this lady maintained a stern expression, keeping a distance from everyone, which rendered Bella speechless. Now, an opportune moment presented itself. Bella boldly offered her assistance, proclaiming, "I was the first to foresee the impending disaster. Allow me to serve as bait." Victoria Hand, however, did not acquiesce, indicating that a trained operative should undertake the role of bait, while Bella and the survivors could remain in the background. Chapter 36. Collision. Even the most reluctant bait must confront the curse. The level of peril is comparably grave. Believe me, in the face of such supernatural forces, you agents and I are indistinguishable. I may be wounded, and you can rescue me, but should you find yourselves injured, I cannot save you. I shall take on the role of bait," Bella declared with unwavering resolve. Victoria Hand remained non-committal, glancing at the agents assembled. In an instant, her keen intuition discerned their sentiments. Indeed, the agents harbored a flicker of trepidation, confronted with the capriciousness of death. Their proficiencies in shooting, linguistics, combat, infiltration, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance were rendered futile. In a comparative sense, they found themselves no different from Bella. Though the agents refrained from vocalizing their admiration for Bella's courageous stance, in truth, they held her in high regard. Storm Woman, too, felt a modicum of appreciation for her. Bravery, integrity, and a sense of responsibility are virtues cherished by all. Even the most nefarious of crime lords would prefer a subordinate capable of shielding them from harm in critical moments rather than a self-serving scoundrel, consumed by treachery and malice. Naturally, taking on the role of bait would entail some protective gear. However, the agents lacked access to the super combat suits that offered protection against bullets, stabbing, and fire. The era of ubiquitous superheroes still lay ahead. While there had been significant technological advancements in high-tech protective gear, the necessity of production had yet to arise. Presently, even Victoria Hand donned a bulletproof vest. The agents provided Bella with a lightweight bulletproof vest composed of ceramic-based composite material, capable of withstanding handgun bullets from a distance of 20 meters. Yet, the psychological comfort it offered far outweighed its practical efficacy when facing death. The additional defense it provided was nearly negligible. Nonetheless, it appeared that Victoria Hand had no intention of reclaiming it, considering the ample resources of her vast organization. She accepted the vest with equanimity. "We will all protect you, rest assured," Storm Woman said earnestly to Bella. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not anxious. Death posed a far greater challenge than vampires. Bella nodded in acknowledgement. One bait was certainly insufficient. What if she were to perish? What if death did not align with the Indian curse? Such unforeseen variables must be accounted for. Victoria Hand subsequently arranged for 2 additional backup baits. Claire Redfield, inspired by Bella's audacious spirit, volunteered to become the second bait. Alex, a young man with warning abilities from the flight incident, also wished to serve as bait. However, following testing by the agents, it was revealed that his reaction speed was merely average, far inferior to that of Bella and Claire. His role as bait would likely lead to his demise. Ultimately, the third bait would be a seasoned agent already marked for death by the Grim Reaper. Survivors observed them with expressions akin to those awaiting execution, bewildered by the unfolding plan, yet they stood obediently aside, awaiting an uncertain fate. The night was eerily quiet, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. The agents swung open the grand doors of the building, allowing the interior to converge with the natural environment outside. "I am ready to commence. Are you prepared?" Storm inquired, her task straightforward, yet significant. She aimed to forcibly invoke the Indian curse that lingered here. Bella nodded gently, signaling her readiness. Storm then stepped outdoors, and an ethereal energy erupted from within her being. This was Bella's first encounter with magic in action. Her eyes fixated on the subtle shifts in energy around her, capturing every detail. "What's this?" she involuntarily murmured in confusion. Victoria Hand glanced at her and shook her head, indicating there was nothing to worry about. Although the essence was indistinguishable, some clues were discernible from such proximity. Storm's magic was undoubtedly ingenious. She harnessed the power of her own bloodline as a conduit, utilizing her X gene as a source of energy, merging magic with her unique abilities to produce an effect of 112. Quite clever. While a novice observes the spectacle, an expert perceives the intricacies. Despite being new to the craft, Bella had quickly grasped the nuances. The core of Storm's spell lay in her extraordinary powers, while Bella relied on her psychic energy. Neither could be deemed a traditional spellcaster. Bella committed every detail to memory for future study. A howling gale materialized abruptly. Storm's silvery hair danced in the wind as her form floated approximately a meter above ground. Her eyes glazed over, arms raised high. The friction of static electricity and air generated a crackling sound. The agent's radio equipment faced significant interference, yet they remained composed, having been informed in advance. Bella's recollections of Storm were scant. She only remembered her as a descendant of an African lineage. This spellcasting resembled some form of ritual. What constituted the essence of such a rite? What was the principle behind this magic? She failed to comprehend. However, through observing Storm, she gleaned insights into some of Death's methods of attack and intentions. Why did Death seek to take lives? Was it vengeance? A retribution for the Native Americans? What had he been doing 2 centuries prior? He too was engaged in a form of sacrifice, albeit to himself, attempting to awaken his own power through slaughter. This first-hand observation proved fruitful for Bella. Her nascent understanding of invisibility had finally transcended its last barrier, solidifying into a spell-like state. The essence of this magic remained unseen, rather than entirely vanished. Her scent and body persisted in the material realm, susceptible to disruption by hostile actions. Would this spell prove advantageous in the current scenario? Bella sighed in resignation, recognizing its limited utility at present. She continued to scrutinize Storm, striving to extract some inspiration. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, akin to a dagger puncturing a balloon, as Storm's magic collided with the Indian curse reverberating within the canyon. The curse sensed an affront and roared forth from the trees, pits, waters, and crevices of rock. The surrounding forest erupted with a cacophony of rustling sounds. Countless insects stirred to life, intent on vanquishing these intruders who dared invade their domain. The Native American tribes of may have faltered in protecting their sanctuary, but today, these creatures would succeed. Now was the moment. Storm was utterly fatigued. Her spells collided head-on with the Indian curse. At that moment, she plummeted from the sky, supported by 2 agents as they hastened indoors. As they ran, she called out to Bella within the room. Bella had been well prepared. If asked who was the Maya deity's most favored, she might have no answer, but when it came to identifying the one whom the deity despised the most, she would undoubtedly rank among the foremost. Chapter 37. Desperate combat outside. A dense swarm of insects surged forth, causing palpable anxiety among the survivors. Young Alex, fraught with worry, leaned against the wall when suddenly, a spider the size of a child's fist, covered in dark bristles, landed on his hand, then began to crawl up his arm toward his chest. Chris Redfield reacted swiftly, plunging a knife through the spider with a flick of his wrist. "Be careful," he managed to say before hastily moving to assist another survivor. Chaos reigned supreme. The ground was littered with armored insects, while countless scorpions and centipedes emerged from a nearby cave. The ceiling was adorned with vividly colored spiders, and the sky was darkened by swarms of flying creatures. Victoria Hand, displaying remarkable bravery, wielded a flamethrower, unleashing torrents of fire upon the advancing horde. The agents had devised a plan. Some attended to the survivors while others engaged in exterminating the pests. Bella, adhering to the strategy, prepared to entice death itself. She stood quietly beside a meticulously arranged chair. 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Upon counting to 13, a massive beetle crashed into the chair, causing it to tilt precariously and topple a nearby table. The table clattered to the ground, dislodging a knife that had been overlooked by the agents, which then flew through the air and aimed straight for Bella's neck. This minor inconvenience was of no concern to her. The angle of the knife and her standing position had been calculated in advance, lowering her center of gravity. She deftly sidestepped, allowing the knife to soar past her shoulder. The hurled knife adhered to the fundamental laws of physics, not veering off course nor traveling an extraordinary distance. It flew a mere 20 meters, striking down several mosquitoes before clattering to the ground. Did it succeed? Victoria Hand inquired, her urgency palpable. Bella glanced around, closed her eyes momentarily to gauge the situation, and noted that Death's focus had scarcely shifted. Not yet. Wait, I shall try again. She returned to the trap, intent on luring Death once more. At that moment, a multitude of flying insects invaded the temporary encampment, their sharp mandibles poised to drain the lifeblood of every living being. The agents, following their predetermined plan, encircled the survivors, utilizing flamethrowers to combat the oncoming swarm. Yet, despite their efforts, vulnerabilities remained amidst the insect onslaught. The survivors wrapped themselves in blankets, clothing, or any available material, seeking refuge from the relentless tide of creatures. Faced with the overwhelming swarm, their nerves shattered. Over a dozen female survivors instinctively screamed, their voices rising in pitch, creating a cacophony so piercing that even Bella felt its effects. The expressions of the male survivors mirrored their distress, and even a few female agents struggled to maintain composure. Come and kill me. If you dare, come and kill me, Bella continually whispered to herself, reinforcing her mental resolve and blocking out the external chaos, ultimately provoking Death's lethal intent once more. The peril at hand was not a premeditated scheme, but rather the impulsive act of an agent who, in a moment of fervor, hurled a grenade amidst the swarm of insects. The grenade, with its erratic trajectory, found its way to Bella's feet. Engrossed in her contemplation of a rope 2 meters away, the sudden omen of death nearly made her leap. In the blink of an eye, upon spotting the grenade that had stealthily approached her, she disregarded any thoughts of concealing her prowess, seized the grenade, and flung it into the mass of bugs. With a thunderous explosion, a vast expanse was cleared, only for more insects to swiftly fill the void. The grenade, originating from the agent and then cast by Bella, incited the swarm to split into 2 factions and launch a fierce assault against them. Faced with the overwhelming tide of insects, Bella felt a surge of trepidation and had no choice but to retreat into the protective circle established by the agent. As she activated her cloaking spell, she murmured, "You cannot see me," in an effort to diminish her presence. The agent, however, was not as fortunate. A spider, clad in bristles, crawled from his neck down to his mouth, while centipedes and scorpions invaded his ears and nostrils. Within mere seconds, his complexion turned ashen, and he succumbed to his fate. In the context of the Indian curse, one perpetrator had perished, while the other seemed to have vanished. A significant portion of the flying insects surged skyward, as if performing a grotesque spectacle, voraciously gnawing at the air in search of their true nemesis. With relentless interference, even Death grew incensed. While he needed to orchestrate some coincidences to deal with humans, he could effortlessly trample the vile flying insects with his innate abilities. Any insect that dared approach him perished in an instant, silently, and without a trace. The Indian curse remained undaunted. 1,000 insects fell, only for 2,000 more to take their place. When those fell, 3,000 would follow. The swarm viewed Death as an invader, a white man. The more he slaughtered their kin, the more determined they became to vanquish him, launching a desperate charge. Death, equally unwilling to yield, dispatched any insect that encroached upon his domain without hesitation. The two forces soon found themselves entwined in a deadly embrace. Success. Bella was nearly elated to the point of leaping. Her strategy had proven steadfast, yielding 2 triumphs. Fight. To the very end, humans battled the insects, while the insects contended with Death. Occasionally, Death's attention would flicker towards the survivors, but his actions were predictably rigid. The seemingly infinite swarm of insects soon captivated his gaze. These half-magical, half-corporeal creatures, sustained by the curse of the Indian chief, had existed for over 2 centuries, possessing a semblance of immortality themselves. Now that Death had taken notice, both sides entered an unyielding struggle to the death. "I cannot bear it any longer. I want to go home. Oh God. Oh God. Run. Please. I cannot hold on any longer. Stop. You must stop." Does venturing outside not equate to courting death? Bella pulled back several survivors who were attempting to flee. She genuinely felt sympathy for them, a group of individuals who were utterly in the dark, unaware of whom to confront or how to fight. Yet they had managed to endure until now, which was quite commendable. The survivors were on the brink of a hysterical frenzy, desperately wishing to escape as far as possible. However, both Bella and Victoria Hand opposed any immediate withdrawal. They insisted on waiting for the outcome between death and the Indian curse before making further arrangements. Silence. If anyone dares to shout again, I shall ensure their demise. Victoria Hand fired her weapon above the heads of the survivors, forcefully suppressing their panic. Have an opinion? Feel free. You can always file a complaint with the FBI later. Go ahead and complain. Do you think I am afraid? Chapter 38. Containment. We have inflicted unimaginable harm upon this land. The Storm Woman, encircled in her protective domain, observed with a perspective distinct from that of ordinary mortals. Bella had long since discerned that as the number of deceased insects increased, the essence of death grew increasingly feeble. This dissipated energy did not vanish into nothingness. According to her observations, it should have returned to the natural environment alongside the carcasses of those insects. This canyon, once a paradise for insects, would certainly become an excellent site for constructing a mausoleum after today. The oppressive aura of death here made her profoundly uncomfortable. She held no concern for the ecological ramifications of the canyon. Following this incident, she would never return, regardless of whether it transformed into a desolate graveyard. Bella's focus remained steadfast on the Grim Reaper. This entity, in its current form, was neither humanoid nor gaseous. It vaguely resembled something winged, though its true nature eluded clarity. She had not only cast an invisibility spell, but had also ensconced herself tightly within a thick quilt, leaving only her eyes exposed to observe the outside world. Despite her meticulous precautions, she was still bitten twice by insects, resulting in a painful, purplish lump on the back of her hand, causing her to grit her teeth in silent endurance. The battle raged throughout the night, and by the dawn of the following day, the once vibrant life within the canyon had been utterly extinguished. Now, not even the indigenous peoples could survive here, let alone extraterrestrial beings. Even under the sun, ghostly shadows could be discerned, an unbearable sight. The Grim Reaper had obliterated all vitality in the canyon, replacing the original curse with another of its own design. Has that entity vanished? The Storm Woman queried, uncertainty lacing her tone. This question lingered unanswered, as both survivors and agents were utterly exhausted, Bella included, appearing utterly spent. The group retreated to a nearby town for rest, and Bella felt no foreboding of death. She soon fell into a deep slumber upon lying in bed. Within the canyon, agents masquerading as the FBI, but truly representatives of S.H.I.E.L.D., came and went. The team, still under the leadership of Victoria Hand, was now composed entirely of fresh faces. In this unit, technicians outnumbered combatants significantly. They deployed an array of seemingly advanced instruments, clad in tight protective gear, to conduct a thorough search of the canyon. By the afternoon of that day, they discovered a pool of viscous liquid exuding a pungent aroma in the southern region of the canyon's center. This liquid, approximately a meter in diameter, was left untouched. Yet the dark brown substance appeared to possess a life of its own, writhing towards another direction. Commander, there is another such strange liquid 200 meters to the west. Commander, there is also one to the northeast. Victoria Hand had long anticipated this, collecting in batches, sealing them in alloy boxes, coded as X1187, X1188, X1189, with the codename Death, and the confinement location, a woodland cabin. She then picked up the phone. Nick Fury, I have completed your task. Remember your promise. The voice on the other end replied, of course, the investment you require will be transferred to your laboratory account before sunset today. Victoria Hand soon hung up, letting out a gentle sigh. In these times, surviving is no easy feat. High school students have their own troubles, and she too bore a heavy burden. Driven by ideals and personal aspirations, refusing to allow herself to pause. However, this time she had appropriated a considerable portion of Bella's achievements for herself. Typically, as a high school student, even if she were to take credit, who could truly challenge her? Yet, her keen judgment revealed that Bella was no ordinary student. Even Claire had shown signs of panic in the most critical moments, and some elite female operatives had performed far below Bella's composed demeanor. What was her secret? Victoria Hand suspected that Bella possessed unknown aces up her sleeve. Appropriating credit was a necessity, but she did not wish to harbor animosity towards Bella. She intended to deliver the benefits to her shortly, resolving the matter entirely. Yawning, Bella stretched widely, her skin glistening under the sun's radiant light. There were no ominous signs of death, no vampires to disturb her. This was the essence of true life. She speculated that the Grim Reaper had met his end. Even if not, he could not emerge to wreak havoc in the near future. The agents gradually withdrew, They had pressing matters elsewhere, and without the specter of death, there was no need to remain in this small town. The survivors were also set to return to Arizona, preparing to sue Universal Airlines for exorbitant compensation. While they felt powerless against the monsters, they were adept at legal battles, protests, and even garnering public sympathy through media exposure. In this regard, Bella still had much to learn. The storm was leaving alone, having merely accepted Professor Charles's commission to investigate the situation here. With the matter resolved, she could depart. Claire and her brother bid farewell to Bella, wishing to avoid the limelight and scrutiny. Besides, for mercenaries, earning money was not a daunting task. Unlike Bella, they were not destitute and chose to forego compensation. Chris even arranged for Claire's transfer to another school. Goodbye, Bella. Goodbye, Claire. As Bella prepared to leave, Victoria Hand called out to her, inviting her for coffee. Donning a more refined appearance without her operative black vest, Victoria was dressed elegantly in a chestnut skirt suit, complemented by 8-centimeter heels and adorned with wide-framed glasses, resembling a university professor. This sister, who adhered to a self-serving principle, inquired kindly, Bella, which university do you intend to apply to? University is Bella's next significant objective, and she has discreetly conducted some preliminary selections. Bard College, under the tutelage of the venerable Professor John Gray, emerges as a commendable option. Established in 1860, Bard College ranks among the finest liberal arts institutions in the United States. However, the tuition fees are exorbitantly steep. According to Bella's research, the annual cost amounts to no less than $70,000, setting aside whether she possesses such funds. Even if she did, she would hesitate to attend. After all, where is this place? It is New York, the realm of Marvel. A falling brick could easily strike 2 superheroes and a supervillain. What a terrifying location. She would never dare to go. The further she is from New York in her academic pursuits, the better. Although she does not fully embrace this notion, her place of birth has essentially categorized her as a Westerner. Easterners and Westerners hold mutual disdain. Northerners look down upon Southerners, and Midwesterners are pitted by all. As a Westerner venturing into an Eastern city, she would undoubtedly face various subtle forms of discrimination. The options are rather limited. Perhaps the history department at Stanford University. My grades are sufficient, yet there is a glaring lack of practical experience. Chapter 39 claims the SAT scores are exceptionally high, yet the instances of rejection from prestigious universities due to a lack of social experience are alarmingly numerous, leaving Bella quite troubled. She is not a naive newcomer to society. She has a faint inkling of Victoria Hand's intention in inviting her for coffee. Victoria claims her choice of Stanford was influenced by the fact that she is an alumnus of that institution. Bella believes that without investigation, one should refrain from speaking. Yet she perceives that the social interactions among alumni in both the East and West are rather similar. Being alumni creates a natural camaraderie. Victoria, seemingly oblivious to the mention of Stanford, countered, "Isn't Harvard's history program superior?" Bella chuckled, "I prefer not to stray too far from home. My mother plans to relocate to California with her husband, and although my father resides in Washington, he is not far from California. So." Victoria saw through her subtle intentions. Regional bias, I see. Bella feigned indifference, asserting her firm stance as a Westerner. I know a young woman in her 20s from Foxtown who studies in Philadelphia. She claims that people from Washington are very genuine and harmonious, while those in Philadelphia are particularly aloof and even malicious. Bella's use of the term mean to describe the latter was quite severe. While Victoria would usually correct her on matters concerning indigenous peoples and pioneers, she took a sip of her coffee nonchalantly when Bella expressed her dissatisfaction with Easterners. Those East Coast folks only recognize their Ivy League. They perceive New York as the epicenter of the world. Yet in reality, they cannot compete with the West Coast in technology and entertainment. Merely a bunch of bookworms, miserly souls calculating their pension returns. Bella exclaimed passionately. In America, it is indeed peculiar. Discrimination and prejudice are taboo, absolutely to be avoided. However, regional discrimination and bias seem to be permissible. Talk show hosts frequently jest about the people from Georgia or Texas without a second thought. There exists a profound discord among states, let alone the animosity between Easterners and Westerners, with mutual disdain so deep that anyone can chime in without anyone batting an eye. Victoria smiled, clearly pleased with Bella's candidness. After all, she herself had been marginalized by the New Yorkers. What merit does Coulson possess? Merely that he is a New Yorker, she remarked, seemingly with fairness. The academic atmosphere of the Ivy League is quite intense. You must have been misled by the media's false narratives. Bella shook her head repeatedly. I fear their discrimination against me. It would be exceedingly challenging for someone like me to thrive in an Eastern city. Victoria had already perused Bella's file multiple times and knew she spoke the truth. It is, unfortunately. Not uncommon for girls whose personalities do not conform to mainstream values to face hostility from those around them, and many cannot bear it, leading to tragic outcomes. This nation appears to champion heroes, yet in reality it is anti-heroic. The state does not wish to see any individual particularly excel or stand out. Those who are exceptionally beautiful or courageous are met with peculiar treatment. The government desires a populace of mediocrity, facilitating the elite's effective management through their abundant social resources. Victoria Hand made no commitments, and Bella seemed to comprehend little. The two exchanged casual pleasantries before parting ways. That evening, Bella boarded a flight back to Phoenix, Arizona. After locating her pickup truck in the previously visited arena, she circled the city a couple of times before finally finding her home with some difficulty. To be precise, this was her mother's house, as her mother was currently in California, busy creating a family with her boyfriend, with no plans to return anytime soon. Bella called her mother to inform her that she would be staying for a few days and also contacted Charlie to assure him of her safety. Only then did she truly allow herself to relax. In the following days, she remained in Phoenix, participating in a social practice activity organized by the Survivors Association, which was suing global airlines for exorbitant compensation. According to the Montreal Convention signed in 1999, airlines and their insurers are obliged to pay substantial compensation to victims and survivors. This situation further involves the peculiar operations of the United States. The country has entered into numerous convoluted agreements with various nations. Once these nations implement these treaties, the U.S. itself delays execution, being a member of many agreements, but not a contracting party. The rationale is that treaties signed by the government require ratification by the legislative body. As long as the legislature does not approve, these agreements remain effective for others but not for themselves. The applicability of the compensation scheme outlined in the convention concerning the Flight 180 incident now raises a question mark. Compensation is undoubtedly necessary, yet the exact amount is contentious. Airlines and insurance companies are reluctant to pay more, while victims and survivors yearn to strike it rich overnight, creating an irreconcilable conflict between the two parties. After observing the proceedings twice, Bella realized she could not engage in this matter. Watching a group of elderly individuals passionately expressing their fear and helplessness, lamenting the airline's alleged transgressions, she felt her own conscience weigh heavily upon her. She understood that, in this situation, the airline was also a victim. It was beyond her ability to claim that the airline's offenses were unforgivable. Faced with exorbitant compensation demands, many airline employees were laid off and lost their livelihoods. Suffering greatly themselves, Bella withdrew from the forefront of the claims process, allowing the elderly to take over the initiative. The unfortunate survivors claimed by death in recent days were also attributed to the airline, as if all capitalists were inherently malevolent. Surely the airline's shareholders were to blame. While reviewing the list of the deceased, Bella made a discovery that was neither trivial nor monumental. The pretentious coroner of African descent had also passed away. The time of death indicated that it occurred during the latter part of the struggle between the Grim Reaper and the Indian curse, fading away quietly, as if succumbing to slumber. Regarding the social practice endeavor, Bella had lost interest in the process and was solely focused on the outcome. She was in dire need of the nefarious wealth of capitalists to replenish her meager purse. For her poverty was so profound that even Natasha's invitation to go shopping failed to ignite any enthusiasm within her. Chapter 40. At the bank, the purpose of their shopping excursion was to celebrate the successful divorce of Natasha's stepfather and mother. Such a joyous occasion surely warranted a lavish shopping spree, wouldn't you agree? The so-called shopping spree of women, in terms of intensity, is akin to a fierce battle with the Grim Reaper. In the presence of ordinary individuals, Bella could effortlessly dominate, even without a trace of makeup. However, when it came to the exquisite Natasha, she had to exercise a bit more caution. Bella devoted an entire hour to her makeup, meticulously styling her hair and rummaging through her wardrobe until she unearthed a charming grayish-purple t-shirt. She deliberately tore the collar to expose her left shoulder, pairing it with floral shorts and a pair of flat-boat shoes, all to accentuate her long, slender legs. Her notable attributes included her height and model-like physique. Naturally, Natasha was unwilling to play the role of mere background, so she too undertook a careful transformation. She adopted a voluptuous silhouette, donning a snug knit top that accentuated her figure, revealing a delightful glimpse of her navel, complemented by frayed denim shorts and high heels. Although she stood slightly shorter than Bella, her alluring figure and captivating gaze more than compensated for that minor shortcoming. "You really ought to fill out a bit," Natasha remarked, her tone laden with implication. Those words struck deep. Bella scoffed. "Clearly, you lack discernment. This is the standard figure. Just look at those supermodels and then at me. Do we not bear a striking resemblance? British psychologists have conducted studies on this." She rambled on, not forgetting to sprinkle a bit of salt on Natasha's wound. "Look at your height. I'm wearing flats today. It seems you're even shorter than I am. Do you enjoy being looked down upon by everyone around you? Come on, let us inflict some mutual harm. Ultimately, Bella expressed her own opinion. I have no need for high heels. Just look at me, how poised and at ease I am. Even in a shootout, I could outrun you. Shopping was merely a side activity. Natasha's mother had set up an education fund using their marital assets, necessitating Natasha's presence at the bank to complete some formalities. The two began their evening by examining the invisibility cloak that Bella had acquired, and to say Bella was scientifically illiterate would be a gross understatement. Yet, her grasp of physics remained at the level of a high school senior from her past life. Natasha, on the other hand, was far more knowledgeable, having dabbled in various subjects. However, unlike the brilliant scientists, Reed Richards sought to explore the mysteries of the universe, and Tony Stark aimed to change the world through science and technology. Natasha's interests were more playful. Her understanding of optical invisibility was rudimentary at best, and without several years of dedicated study, any improvements were out of the question. After their research session extended until 9 o'clock, they set off for the bank. Wow, is this your car? Natasha exclaimed, astonished by the newly transformed pickup truck. She ran her fingers over the silver-gray exterior, gauging its height with excitement illuminating her face. Can I give it a try? Bella unhesitatingly chose to decline, jokingly exclaiming, what if the charming lady in the pickup suddenly leaps out and says, take me home? Such words could easily lead to misunderstandings. What if she were misconstrued as a frivolous woman? Presently, only she could operate this vehicle, although both women possessed their own cars. Natasha insisted vehemently on riding in her pickup, leaving her own vehicle in Bella's garage. Upon entering the car, the young beauty immediately noticed the pickup's extraordinary features. What kind of air conditioning is installed in this vehicle? The cool breeze is remarkably strong. Is it a brand available in the market? I feel instantly refreshed. It's simply marvelous. Natasha praised the vehicle's onboard air conditioning amidst the sweltering heat, for the state flower of Arizona is the cactus, illustrating just how arid the climate can be. With June approaching, the temperatures were alarmingly high. Yet, as soon as Natasha stepped into the pickup, she was greeted by a wave of refreshing coolness. What a delight! Bella chuckled softly. Summer was indeed comfortable, but what about winter? She mused that during winter, one might need to bundle up in a thick coat to brave the chill in this vehicle. To deflect the conversation, she claimed the vehicle had been customized by her Indian friend, Jacob, assuming that Natasha would never encounter Jacob in her lifetime, probably. Their destination was the West Coast Bank, a name that hinted at its classic, time-honored essence. With no mobile payment options, the bank was bustling with patrons conducting their business, leaving the two women seated idly, engaged in idle chatter. Natasha appeared to complain but was actually boasting about her apparent growth spurt, prompting Bella to eagerly seek her advice. Consume foods rich in collagen and vitamins, drink 1,500 to 2,000 milliliters of Longan water daily, swim regularly, and ensure ample rest. Natasha shared her insights, while Bella diligently took notes, determined to absorb every piece of knowledge. She believed that before she could manipulate her body fat at will, it was essential to retain and master certain scientific methods. Surely, these techniques would offer some assistance? After all, she too had her pride to uphold in the face of daily disdain. Suddenly, a series of gunshots reverberated through the expansive bank hall, startling the two women mid-conversation as they swiftly turned their heads. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to rob the bank. 3 masked men in top hats stormed in, firing at the ceiling as the hall erupted in screams. Several female employees, their faces pale and legs weak, collapsed in a daze. Natasha shot Bella a peculiar glance. You jinx. Bella glared back. Clearly, it's you who attracts trouble. In such a scenario, could they possibly escape? Natasha insinuated Bella's choice of high-heeled shoes would hinder her. Hey, if I want to run, I can certainly make my escape. Forget about invisibility, with sheer physical prowess. I could sprint 100 meters before the robbers even realized what was happening. That pathetic handgun's range wouldn't reach 100 meters. I would be safe enough. However, she refrained from revealing her trump card and instead articulated her observations. Observe these 3 individuals. Their knees exhibit unnatural curvature, even as they strive to stand upright. The curvature of their spines remains evident. Though they don gloves, their limbs appear rigid, and their manner of pulling the trigger seems rather awkward. The recoil of the handgun must exert a considerable impact on their palms. Natasha directly articulated her conclusion. They are elderly, and it appears they are quite advanced in age. The two engaged in a hushed discussion, subsequently releasing a collective sigh, lamenting the situation. What kind of system could compel 3 octogenarians, disregarding their own safety, to resort to such desperate measures as bank robbery? Chapter 41. The 3 old gunmen unaware that their true identities had been unveiled. The 3 genuine old-timers continued to adhere to their predetermined course of action. As if they had rehearsed countless times, they appeared relaxed. Yet their movements were stiff as they embarked upon their robbery. Don't move. Do not touch the alarm, unless you wish to feel a bullet in your head. Get down. Everyone down. Their roles were somewhat delineated. One stood guard to monitor the time, while the other two approached the counter to seize the money. Bella cast an invisibility spell on herself and Natasha, and to avoid drawing attention, they crouched to the side, waiting. Waiting for what? For the robbers to leave so they could resume their transactions. Did they not observe how well the tellers and customers cooperated? The money taken belonged to the bank. And when it came time to reimburse, it was the bank's management and board that would bear the burden, not the individuals involved. Why should a group of workers fret for their employer? How absurd. They might as well stay put. Bella could only lament, reflecting on the nefarious side of capitalism. An octogenarian had to don a rubber mask at 3 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day, to toil. That contraption was merely a child's plaything, utterly suffocating. And just looking at them made Bella feel their discomfort. Watching the 3 old men, with their osteoporotic legs, panting as they stuffed money into their bags. She felt deeply moved. Whether it was a distortion of humanity, she could not tell, but it was undoubtedly a moral decline. Even in the midst of their robbery, these old men emanated a glimmer of humanity. Robbing a bank was preferable to those who would rob anything on a whim, even the personal belongings of customers. The customers and staff suffered no losses of personal property, and the entire operation could be deemed a textbook case in the annals of robbery. Within 2 minutes, the robbers had filled 3 travel bags with cash and swiftly fled the bank. Bella dispelled the invisibility spell, and the two cautiously emerged. Natasha, with her keen perception, glanced around in confusion. At the moment the spell was lifted, she sensed something, though she could not quite discern what it was. The two were hardly affected by the robbers, completing their educational fund transactions, and Bella also applied for a bank card at the Western Bank. Having been there for 2 months without a card was rather embarrassing. They continued their spirited shopping excursion, exchanging playful banter, fully embodying the essence of strolling in their shopping spree. Alas, Bella was utterly broke, with no source of income, burdened by the considerable expenses of cosmetics. Natasha, on the other hand, faced a drastic reduction in disposable income due to her parents' divorce. Despite their youthful radiance, neither possessed a single designer item. Both were undeniably impoverished. After aimlessly wandering for half the day and purchasing little, they agreed to meet again in the future before parting ways. The influence of the Western Bank was substantial, and these criminals were not figures like Death, Magneto, or other superpowered felons. Prompted by the bank, the genuine FBI acted swiftly, apprehending the 3 suspects by that evening. After Bella finished her bath, she reclined on her bed, engrossed in a television program, where the true faces of 3 elderly robbers were unveiled. Old. This was her immediate impression. The subtitles at the bottom of the screen revealed their ages, 85, 82, and 81. Among the individuals Bella knew, only a few vampires were older than them. The FBI doctor conducted a cursory examination and discovered that all 3 suffered from hypertension, diabetes, osteoporosis, arthritis, gout, and skin diseases. Notably, the 85-year-old was afflicted with severe renal failure. Before the media cameras, the trio exhibited not a trace of panic. They were as composed as seasoned veterans. To them, this was merely a gamble. Winning meant enjoying the company of young models, while losing held little consequence, as even imprisonment offered meals, shelter, and medical attention. They mused that residing in prison might even extend their lives by a couple of years compared to the outside world. Due to technological upgrades and labor costs, Wexler Steel Company decided to relocate its manufacturing facilities from the United States. Prospective buyers of the venerable company, which boasted an 80-year history, harbored concerns regarding the substantial pension liabilities left behind. Many elderly pensions were indefinitely frozen under the pretext of reassessment and verification, prompting the 3 men to embark on a path of crime. West Bank sold financial products, and the entirety of the trio's capital was lost, leading to the mortgaging of their homes, with the bank aggressively pursuing repayment. The case was not particularly intricate, merely relying on scan information leaked by the FBI. Journalists deduced nearly the entire narrative. Eager for sensationalism, reporters delved into a fervent analysis of the case from societal, legal, and moral perspectives, disregarding the intricacies of banking. By 11 o'clock the following morning, the FBI exonerated the 3 elderly gentlemen. Despite their myriad ailments, they maintained a steady demeanor. At our age, what more can you do to us? Arizona had abolished the death penalty on November 15, 1992. Even if convicted, the worst outcome would be imprisonment. Their alibis, while not particularly clever, were also not easily discredited. A cursory investigation could reveal inconsistencies. However, suspicion alone does not equate to direct evidence. The FBI supervisor inquired, "Mr. William, what was your colleague Joe doing between 2:15 p.m. and 4:15 p.m.?" The elderly William, suffering from dementia, stared blankly, confusion evident in his eyes, drool trickling down his chin. He gazed at the FBI supervisor and murmured, "No, I don't want. I'm already full." This was genuine illness, not a feigned act to shield criminals. The FBI supervisor marked a cross next to William's name, deeming further questioning unnecessary. Perhaps if God were to descend, he might inquire about certain circumstances, yet it is evident that he would be unable to do so. The next witness swiftly entered the room, and the FBI director, like a mechanical parrot, repeated the question. "Ms. Linda, what was your colleague Mr. Joe doing between the hours of 2:15 and 4:15 in the afternoon?" The elderly lady appeared to possess a reasonable level of intellect, her expression grave as she absorbed the question. After a momentary pause for contemplation, she began to recall. "I remember. Cough, 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 cough." A violent fit of coughing ensued, lasting over a minute, as if her very lungs were about to escape her body. The FBI director was taken aback. The prospect of a death occurring before his very eyes was utterly unfathomable. "Do not ask any further. Quickly summon a physician. Please take some medication and return to rest." Chapter 42. A fresh social practice topic. The three robbers were all elderly men, each well beyond 80 years of age. How youthful could their accomplices possibly be? Among them were those suffering from dementia, others afflicted with severe illnesses, and one who collapsed just as he reached the FBI's doorstep. The hospital expressed profound dissatisfaction, and the FBI found themselves in a difficult position, observing the three old men with an air of resignation as if they were destined to languish on their doles. The supervisor waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "We shall no longer assist. The evidence is insufficient. Release them." The bank voiced its concerns, but the matter was left for the bank to investigate on its own. The following afternoon, Bella encountered a news report confirming the insufficiency of evidence, resulting in the trio's acquittal. The FBI issued no orders prohibiting their departure or travel abroad. The general sentiment was that they were free to roam as they pleased, even as far as Antarctica, should their stamina allow. As Bella remained indifferent to the unfolding events, it was not until 2 days later, when Natasha sought her out, that she realized just how un-American she had been. Such a splendid social practice topic, and as one of the involved parties, you fail to inquire about the outcome? Natasha's rapid-fire questions overwhelmed Bella, still bleary-eyed and clad in her pajamas, struggling to comprehend. What topic? Is it about the compensation for the aviation incident? In a flurry, she retrieved her phone, scouring for messages, but to no avail. She opened her computer to search her email, finding no correspondence regarding any monetary retrieval, and eventually dashed to the mailbox outside her home, only to discover it was empty. Natasha regarded her with confusion. "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for a letter." "Didn't you mention it?" "The practice, whatever it was." Bella stood in the living room, her hair a tangled mess akin to a bird's nest, her plaid pajamas wrinkled, and her expression one of perplexity. After 5 minutes of explanation, Natasha clarified that there was no compensation, no letter, and that for the upcoming social practice activities, they would need to invest both time and money. Upon hearing this, Bella completely lost interest. She collapsed face down onto her soft bed, her face meeting the pillow in intimate proximity, and mumbled, "Goodbye. No need to see me out. Just remember to close the door on your way out." Natasha, undeterred, resolutely grasped her by the collar and yanked her upright. Many people are already paying attention to this matter. Banks, greedy capitalists, desperate old men. What an excellent topic. Do you not realize how important this is? Half an hour later, after splashing her face with water, Bella gradually regained her senses. Having meditated for an extended period the previous night, lost in the realm of my beauty is unparalleled. She felt mentally fatigued, her thoughts sluggish. Yet, she could not deny the validity of Natasha's assertions. The case of the elderly men robbing a bank was indeed a compelling social practice topic for high school and college students alike. Despite her skepticism regarding the social practices in this region, she could not categorically deem this educational approach as erroneous. There are indeed merits to studying. Gaining a comprehensive understanding of the various facets of society can be rewarding. "We won't encounter any peril, will we?" she queried, gesturing towards Natasha and then indicating herself. With such a visage engaging in social investigations, particularly in impoverished locales, it hardly seems prudent. "I practice karate. I can protect you," the petite girl proclaimed, confidently patting her chest to assure safety. Black Widow's karate? Bella pondered. In her recollection, Black Widow had never been bested by superheroes or notorious villains. Yet dispatching a few henchmen should pose no issue. Moreover, she would be present. How much combat prowess could 3 octogenarians possibly possess? Novices, or rather, aging novices. Onward they went. This time, Bella donned a frilled short top paired with denim jeans, her feet clad in commonplace canvas shoes, topped off with a baseball cap and a generous application of sunscreen. After a prolonged preparation, it was already afternoon by the time they stepped outside. Locating the homes of the three elderly robbers proved to be an uncomplicated task. Those as oblivious as Bella were indeed a rarity. Currently, half of Phoenix's students and journalists were mobilized, eager to unearth first-hand accounts and seize the opportunity to gain notoriety. Each one buzzing with excitement like they had been invigorated with adrenaline. Bella's concerns about safety were entirely unfounded. The sheer number of investigators present was overwhelming. As Bella and Natasha traversed through the area, the sights they encountered were nothing short of shocking. Dilapidated houses and crumbling roads prevailed. Not a single automobile from the 1990s could be seen. Many elderly individuals wore t-shirts emblazoned with the logo of a nearby amusement park, which had been distributed as work uniforms, now regarded as their finest attire. Manufacturers and their acquirers devised clever pretexts to freeze the pensions of the elderly, under the guise of needing to audit and verify accounts. Their intentions were transparent to even the dimmest of minds: to stall. Until when? After all, the elderly workers were all in their 80s, lacking funds for medical care or medication. How long could they possibly survive? Just long enough to delay until death. Once deceased, their pensions would naturally cease to be a liability. The banks were equally unscrupulous, sweet-talking the elderly into investing in financial products, only to later seize their homes as collateral when investments faltered. With no pensions and their homes at risk, what alternative did the elderly have but to rob banks? After learning the background of these events, Bella felt an intense anger rise within her. Could the affluent capitalists acquiring the steel mill truly be lacking in the pensions of the elderly? No, they were not deficient. They were simply habitually miserly. Did the banks genuinely need the elderly to purchase those financial products? No, they did not. They merely sought to maximize their profits as a matter of habit. Which corporation is acquiring the steel mill? She inquired. It seems to be Stark Industries. Let me check, Natasha replied, rifling through the documents. Once confirmed, she handed Bella the two thin sheets of paper. Stark Industries is the acquirer? Bella was genuinely taken aback by the information compiled by the petite girl. However, after the initial astonishment, there came a sense of relief. The steel mill was indeed antiquated and of modest scale. This merger had little to do with the higher echelons of the conglomerate. Given the vast expanse of Stark Industries, the headquarters remained unaffected. The Phoenix branch could independently manage the acquisition, with the upper management merely required to provide their signatures for confirmation. What? Do you have acquaintances at Stark Industries? Natasha inquired. Bella shook her head. How could that be? I know him, but he does not know me. During the investigation of the 180 air disaster, I happened to meet several lawyers. We gathered evidence, and subsequently we shall represent the elders of the steel mill in a lawsuit against Stark Industries. She rubbed her hands together, brimming with excitement. This social practice class was bound to yield substantial results. Chapter 43. Persuasion. The three elderly robbers resolutely declined any form of interview or assistance, firmly shutting their doors. This left numerous visitors, who had hoped for social engagement and sensational news, utterly disheartened, compelling them to shift their focus toward the remaining workers in search of fresh stories. Bella, however, took a different approach. She boldly knocked on the door. Numerous times we have stated, we do not accept interviews. A middle-aged woman, visibly irate, yanked the door open, her expression far from welcoming. I'm the most beautiful. I'm your friend. Look into my sincere eyes. Bella's countenance radiated an infectious brilliance, an outward manifestation of her gradually awakened spiritual energy. She fervently signaled to the middle-aged woman and the little girl beside her, who appeared to be merely a decade old. I am your ally. Gradually, their defenses lowered, distrust morphed into bewilderment, and indignation transformed into guilt. A flicker of regret stirred within the middle-aged woman. Were her earlier words perhaps overly harsh? Here stood this lovely young lady at her doorstep. Should she not invite her in for a brief respite? The little girl, too, perceived their demeanor as benevolent, resembling just and virtuous friends, and gently tugged at her mother's sleeve. We wish to learn more about the suspension of pensions and banking financial products. The impact of words can differ vastly depending on their speaker. The middle-aged woman felt Bella's words resonate deeply within her heart. They sounded so warm, so compelling. Without further ado, she exclaimed, "Come in." In that instant of invitation, Natasha was taken aback. She had visited this place before and had not received such treatment. She scrutinized Bella with suspicion, pondering if this individual possessed such a magnetic allure to strangers. Their initial choice of target was the 82-year-old Joe, an elderly gentleman who, in his youth, had seemingly held a minor leadership role in the factory, endowed with a certain organizational and social prowess. Now, it was common knowledge that the three of them were bank robbers, and they themselves were aware that others knew of their criminality. Yet, lacking concrete evidence to prove their guilt, everyone feigned ignorance of their true identities, while the three pretended not to notice that the world had already branded them as thieves. Joe was somewhat taken aback by their visit. He had long told his daughter that they would not entertain any guests at this time, nor would they answer any inquiries. Having secured their funds, he believed it prudent to remain low-key for a spell, waiting for the storm to pass. There was no need for unnecessary actions at this juncture. However, as these guests were introduced by his daughter and granddaughter, he reluctantly rose, offering a polite greeting. Bella's high charisma, however, had little effect on the elderly gentleman. At 82, his vision was failing, rendering everyone before him a mere blur, a mosaic of shifting shapes. No matter how celestial Bella appeared, he could hardly discern her features. Nevertheless, Natasha possessed an adeptness in conversation. She skillfully steered the dialogue towards substantial matters before the other party could dismiss them. Bella insinuated, "The pursuit of the FBI cannot be underestimated. Those fellows are akin to wolves. Once targeted, one might as well resign to a lifetime of vigilance." She aimed to shatter the old man's false sense of security, candidly informing him that ill-gotten gains are ultimately just that, ill-gotten. "You wish to utilize them normally? Dream on." The old man feigned indifference, responding, "Perhaps they have their own methods." "Methods?" Bella chuckled lightly. "It merely entails laundering the money through the underworld. Even a common student like myself is aware of such tactics. Do you think the FBI is oblivious to this? Aren't they monitoring the few heads of the city? Or do you presume those 3 robbers can transport the money to Mexico?" The old man immediately became flustered. If after all their efforts the money were reclaimed, their toil would be in vain. At their age, they had trained tirelessly for a month for those 2 minutes of the heist. Was it not a monumental endeavor? Natasha, perceiving the old man's agitation, played the role of a supportive foil, inquiring of Bella, "It is indeed quite terrifying. If they labor exhaustively only to end up with nothing, that would be disastrous. Do you possess any viable solutions?" Bella replied earnestly, "If those 3 robbers are sufficiently astute, they ought to donate the money entirely. Then, through legitimate legal channels, they could uphold their rights. This time, it is not merely for personal gain, nor for the 3 of them, but for everyone, advocating for the rights and compensations of all the elderly workers." Old Joe pondered for a moment before asking ambiguously, "Are you 2 here today for?" Each woman produced a small notebook, adopting a serious demeanor akin to that of a journalist, ready to take notes. "Mr. Joe, could you elucidate the reasons behind Wexler Steel Company's freeze on pensions?" They deliberately refrained from mentioning the robbery, focusing solely on the contentious issues of the frozen pensions and bank financial products. The old man, indeed, found himself drawn into the conversation. He yearned for an outlet for his frustrations. With such pent-up anguish, he feared it might consume him. Trembling, he began that Stark Industries is intent on relocating Wexler Steel to Vietnam, claiming that labor costs are cheaper there. Wicked capitalists. During the war, we toiled day and night to produce steel for the front lines, working without rest or sleep, all to supply them with tanks, planes, and artillery. Why was there no talk of moving to Vietnam back then? His tone grew fervent, his lips quivering. The young men in the factory are utterly devastated. Vietnam? My God, they have never set foot outside of Arizona. What awaits them is unemployment, and perhaps even a lack of severance pay. Natasha and Bella offered him continuous reassurances, suggesting that these matters could be negotiated with the acquirers. The old man's demeanor softened. They requested all details regarding pension expenditures, saying they wanted to. The old man deliberated for a long time, struggling to recall the term. Natasha gently prompted him, asset restructuring, property liquidation. After a few attempts at terminology that seemed incorrect, the old man shook his head, indicating that he could no longer remember the jargon used by the management at that time. Bella was increasingly focused on the actual figures. "Well, what is your annual pension?" The elderly man recalled the figure with remarkable clarity, $45,000. He gestured towards his home, saying, "Look at my situation. My daughter has divorced. Her husband is a scoundrel. She is raising her child with me, and we have no source of income. My granddaughter is still in school, and the expenses of our household rely solely on my pension. Those ruffians, those parasites make my life unbearable." As the old man grew more agitated, it seemed he was on the verge of revealing the details of his bank robbery. Bella quickly cleared her throat, interrupting his lamentations. Chapter 44. The lawyer Old Joe's daughter listened intently, unable to stifle her tears upon hearing her father's lament of unemployment and lack of income. Herein lies a stark cultural contrast between East and West. In Eastern societies, the possession of a job and the attainment of economic independence are regarded as mainstream values for women. Conversely, in the West, the prevalence of housewives is a common phenomenon, one that is often unimaginable in Eastern cultures. The notion of joyful education aside, it is not uncommon for women, even those endowed with higher education from prestigious universities, to choose domesticity after marriage, opting to become homemakers. The traditional division of labor, wherein men earn a living while women manage household affairs and care for children, seems to be an accepted norm here. Presently, we find this octogenarian resorting to robbery, while a middle-aged woman, healthy, and capable. Remains at home engaged in daily chores, a situation that is all too typical. Bella held no position to cast judgment. She was not inclined to delve into the complexities of feminism, as that discourse could easily spiral into a protracted debate. Instead, she sought to console old Joe, urging him to remain calm, for anger would not resolve the issues at hand. "We can pursue legal recourse," she suggested. "And I intend to consult a lawyer regarding the pension matter shortly. Now, let us discuss the financial products that the bank has encouraged you to purchase." This topic piqued the old man's interest, and he began to recount in vivid detail how the bank's representatives had coaxed him into investing in these products, ultimately leading to the loss of his principal investment and the threat of forfeiting his home. His voice quivered with emotion, and Bella felt a pang of discomfort. The practices of the steel factory and Stark Industries are nothing short of unscrupulous, clinging to your pension and dragging their feet, he lamented. The bank, with its convoluted jargon, bewildered me into purchasing financial products that even their own staff would hesitate to buy. In this culture, the habit of saving is virtually non-existent. 30% of people lack even a mere $1,000 in savings. Old Joe's entire family relies on his pension for survival. What savings could he possibly have? The assurances of safety, high returns, and government support presented by the bank seemed too good to be true, and at 80 years of age, he found himself out of touch with the realities of the modern world, lacking the discernment to see through the ruse. Many of his comrades had similarly mortgaged their homes to acquire these dubious financial products. After leaving old Joe's home, Bella and Natasha sighed as they made their way to the residence of 85-year-old Old Willie. Upon arrival, they discovered that the elderly gentleman had been hospitalized due to kidney failure and was currently on a ventilator. The remaining elderly gentleman, 81-year-old Old Jarl, proved to be quite talkative, albeit under pressure from his girlfriend to leave. After a brief 10-minute conversation, he excused himself. 81 years old and still with a girlfriend? Bella was taken aback to witness a silver-haired lady, seemingly in her 70s, affectionately holding Old Jarl's hand. Natasha raised 3 fingers, wearing an expression that conveyed surprise. What's so unusual about that? Old Jarl has often proclaimed that every morning, he engages with his girlfriend 3 times. Bella scrutinized Old Man Jarl with keen eyes. This gentleman, whose gait was far from steady, took an eternity to traverse a mere 10 meters, shuffling forward with minuscule steps, his legs seemingly unable to comply. How could such a frail body endure 3 endeavors in a single morning? The ways of elderly Americans elude my understanding. You are indeed benevolent souls. May God bless you. Good children, individuals with your fervent hearts are exceedingly rare these days. Bella and Natasha once again inquired with several other seniors who shared similar experiences, and upon expressing their willingness to assist in seeking justice for the elderly, they received an abundance of accolades. While such praise held little significance for Natasha, merely serving to amuse her, it was immensely beneficial for Bella. The seniors' commendations were heartfelt, instantly boosting her enthusiasm. Recognizing the potential for acclaim, she swiftly adjusted her initial plans. As evening approached, the duo deliberately sought confrontation, engaging in a skirmish with 2 other groups of high school students also conducting social surveys. Natasha's claim of possessing a rudimentary knowledge of karate proved credible. Although her skills were limited to those of an ordinary individual, her strength and agility were commendable, and her aptitude for combat was astonishingly high. With Bella's support, they swiftly persuaded several high schoolers with a few well-placed punches and kicks. After completing their first day of social inquiry, they found themselves accompanied by 13 new followers. Protests and lawsuits. These were the trifecta of weapons for their current social practice. Natasha volunteered to organize the protests, while Bella sought to leverage the scant connections left in the wake of a previous aviation disaster to navigate legal channels, striving to secure future assurances for the aging steelworkers. Even the most obstinate Texans had to concede that New Yorkers excelled in legal matters, as evidenced by the attorney sought in the airline disaster case hailing from New York. Bella contacted the law firm currently handling the 180 aviation disaster case. Upon learning that her financial resources were limited, the firm nonetheless warmly recommended a lawyer. Upon meeting the attorney named Jerry Hoggies, Bella felt somewhat deceived. The young woman appeared far too youthful, with dark hair, a tailored skirt, and high heels. Impeccably dressed, yet seemingly only a few years her senior, lacking a personal assistant, and with her business card merely bearing the title of lawyer rather than partner. It was clear that this attorney had just graduated from law school. Jerry Hoggies accepted the case against the steel mill and Stark Industries regarding the cessation of pension payments. Yet she hesitated when it came to the elderly's financial ruin due to investment products. Miss Swan, I understand your intentions, but from a legal standpoint, investing in financial products carries inherent risks, and there is no indication of any illegality involved. Bella, not being a legal scholar, was perplexed by the varying laws across states. unsure of what constituted legality. Could this not involve fraud? She inquired. Jerry Hoggies chuckled softly, shaking her head. If others posed such queries, she would have dismissed them casually. But upon witnessing Bella's earnest expression, she patiently elaborated on the nuances of the situation. If the signatory's mental faculties are intact, free from coercion, and not subjected to concealment or deception, then the investment agreement signed under such circumstances holds legal validity. Investing carries inherent risks. I express my personal regret regarding the elderly individuals you mentioned, who may have their homes seized by the bank. However, as a lawyer, I do not advise expending considerable effort on this matter. Bella scratched her head. The female attorney had articulated her points with clarity, and she was not one to disregard counsel. Ideally, her intention was to completely obstruct the path of these seniors towards purchasing financial products at such an advanced age. Why engage in financial investments? Yet, financial management remained the prevailing trend in this context, leaving her at a loss for counterarguments. Very well. Let us initially focus on the disbursement of pensions. What specific action should we undertake? Jerry Hoggins pondered for a moment. Are you familiar with the concept of a class action lawsuit? We should strive to identify as many victims as possible and pursue the route of collective litigation. Chapter 45. The court hearing. The process of filing a joint lawsuit entails numerous preparations. Bella, accompanied by attorney Jerry Hoggins, met separately with Old Joe and others to negotiate their demands. Their requests were straightforward, timely and full disbursement of pensions for the elderly. Should the acquirer refuse this payment model, a lump sum payment could be considered, taking into account the health conditions of the seniors. As for the relocation of the steel factory to Vietnam, what will happen to the employment issues of the current workers? This question remains unanswered. The labor force in the East is inexpensive, and it is unreasonable to expect capitalists to forego cheaper options in favor of more costly ones. This represents a significant societal dilemma. Not even the president, who governs via Twitter, has a feasible solution. From a national perspective, the most that can be done is to implement some tax incentives to encourage capitalists to employ domestic workers, but whether capitalists heed such measures is another matter entirely. Bella certainly cannot resolve such societal issues. She is not a savior. As for the current employees, they must find their own solutions. After more than 10 days of negotiations, Bella secured the signatures of a total of 59 elderly workers, including Old Joe, Old Willie, and Old Y'all, confirming their joint lawsuit. They formally initiated civil proceedings against Wexler Steel Company and Stark Industries Phoenix branch, the acquirer of the steel company. Eager for recognition, Jerry Hoggins, despite not having received the full attorney's fees, began accompanying Bella to visit each elder, organizing materials in preparation for the appeal. Simultaneously, Natasha mobilized a significant number of seniors to participate in protests in the Old Town in both the Eastern and Western districts. Bella's memories of her previous self did not surface, resulting in her unfamiliarity with former classmates and teachers. She was merely a pretender in this locality. The organization of the protest was left to Natasha. Standing under the sun for 2 hours would undoubtedly exhaust the elderly, akin to clocking in. It sufficed for them to stroll around each morning. Among the protesters were local young students, as well as the sons, daughters, grandsons, and granddaughters of the workers. Slogans demanding bread and jobs were inappropriate. At 80 years old, it would be tantamount to cruelty to expect them to work. The primary focus of the slogans was the disbursement of pensions, with a firm insistence that pensions should not be suspended for any reason in the future. With this dual approach, their momentum surged, while the 180 flight incident only affected the passengers of that flight. The protests and lawsuits now represented a collective voice against a multinational corporation, wielding an influence on society that was altogether different. In California, Los Angeles, the prodigious Tony Stark, renowned for crafting circuit boards at the age of 4, constructing engines at 6, and graduating from MIT at 17, had just bid farewell to a nameless female celebrity. He has always been the darling of the media, surrounded by inquiries about his romantic affiliations, opinions on certain policies, perspectives on New York and Los Angeles legislators, and which sports teams he supports. A myriad of trivial questions would envelop him upon his exit from the villa. It is entirely normal for such inquiries to be directed at a figure of his stature. It would indeed be peculiar if journalists did not pose questions to him. If a female reporter possesses beauty and an alluring figure, Tony Stark might deign to offer a couple of responses. Otherwise, he would dismiss her entirely. However, today's inquiries introduced a few novel elements. Mr. Stark, what is your stance on the siphoning of pensions from the elderly? Or have these pensions been redirected? You leave the elderly homeless while you indulge in the highest echelons of societal resources. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Such disordered questions abound. What opinions can I possibly hold? These inquiries are utterly meaningless to Tony Stark, as the multitude of critics is overwhelming. Without a second thought, He swung open the car door and sped away from his villa. He dismissed the situation due to the distance involved. Yet, as events slowly spread from Arizona to California, countless industrial workers found themselves stirred. Retired workers feared the cessation of their pensions, while those still employed worried about their futures. The thought of retiring only to find their pensions vanished was unbearable. The concerns of the workers did not garner sufficient attention from the management, as the number of lawsuits against Stark Industries was simply too vast. If every group were to address each complaint with grandiosity, the management would have no time left for their duties. Someone is suing us? Fine, hand it over to the legal department, let them handle it. While Stark Industries remained indifferent, their competitors reveled in the turmoil. Protests in California, Nevada, New Mexico, and Colorado were all influenced by these rival entities. Even Bella received an anonymous check for $10,000, presumably as an encouragement for her to take action. In the Phoenix court, Bella, clad in formal attire, sat serenely behind the plaintiff's table, accompanied by her attorney, Jerry Hoggees. Representatives and lawyers from the steel mill and Stark Industries Phoenix branch occupied the defendant's side. In the back, Old Joe and his companions observed. To the side of the judge and clerk sat 12 jurors. The bearded judge announced the commencement of proceedings, and Attorney Hoggees began his incisive statement. I represent 59 elderly individuals, formally accusing Wexler Steel Company and Stark Industries. History must not be forgotten. I hope that history remembers today, this very moment. Our predecessors labored selflessly and diligently for the war, now that they have aged. These corporations are so miserly that they even seek to appropriate their meager pensions. What about us? When we grow old, what shall we rely on for our sustenance? When I find myself incapacitated, unable to stand and voice my concerns in court, and when members of the jury withdraw from their duties due to illness and age, what shall we do if, at that moment, our pensions are frozen? Shall we resort to beggary? Shall we kneel before the gates of Stark Industries, imploring for a mere morsel of bread? It is the law. The law is our steadfast ally in safeguarding our rights and protecting our interests. We do not seek charity. Nor do we wish for Mr. Tony Stark or Mr. Obadiah Stane to bestow upon us a loaf of bread as if they were benevolent saints. What we desire is dignity, the ability to live out our twilight years with grace and respect in a civilized society. Miss Jerry Hoggins may still be somewhat inexperienced, yet it is evident that her tone carries a fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 46, Abnormality. Jerry Hoggins, a fledgling attorney, is not a sociologist, and her perspective does not encompass the rapidly aging nation beneath her feet. Although she has overlooked this issue, she is nonetheless a well-educated individual, possessing sufficient insight. After conducting thorough investigations, she becomes acutely aware that once the pension issue is ignited, it transforms into a societal concern. This will capture the attention of all. From judges to janitors in the courthouse, no one remains indifferent to their pension matters. The more individuals who take notice, the greater her renown becomes. Winning or losing is of little consequence, though naturally, winning would be preferable. Upon concluding her remarks, neither the judge nor the court clerk displayed any reaction. Yet the jury members, composed of ordinary citizens, began to show signs of emotional engagement. Subsequently, the defendant's attorney took the floor, delivering a response laden with official jargon. He spoke of considerations for discretion and the necessity of time for re-evaluation, completely refuting the plaintiff's allegations and asserting with unwavering conviction that their side bore no fault. In accordance with protocol, Jerry Hoggins posed numerous inquiries to the defendant's representative, who responded with impeccable precision, clearly having been well coached. Be cautious. Ensure your answers are as measured as possible, Jerry quietly advised. In truth, she harbored uncertainty. Bella was too young, and so was she. If they were contending against a typical corporation, this case would almost certainly be winnable. However, Stark Industries was of an entirely different caliber, a multinational conglomerate. Their legal department employed hundreds of attorneys, engaged in litigation across the globe daily. Even several law professors known to Jerry were providing legal counsel to Stark Industries, adept at twisting the truth to their advantage, making their argumentative prowess formidable. Jerry felt apprehensive about Bella's adaptability, yet at this moment, she could only await the defendant's move. The defendant's attorney was tall and slender, exuding an air of poise, dressed impeccably, embodying the visage of a white elite. He had fought similar battles countless times and regarded the combination of Bella and Hoggins as inconsequential, confident that a few simple verbal traps would ensnare his opponents. Adjusting his cufflinks, he rose and approached the plaintiff's side. I wish to pose a few questions to the plaintiff's representative, he stated. He was met by a pair of dazzling eyes, brimming with emotions he could hardly delineate. In that fleeting moment, he fancied he had glimpsed divinity. Everything appeared so sacred. With such a righteous gaze, how could he dare to cast unfounded aspersions? Words faltered at his lips, and after a prolonged pause, he stammered, You didn't lie, did you? Bella responded with remarkable composure, I did not lie. The judge, nearly throwing his gavel in disbelief, Thought to himself, what nonsense. A question like that wouldn't elicit an honest answer from a 3-year-old. The jury members were equally bewildered. Such an earnest defense attorney was indeed a rarity. The defendant's attorney was acutely aware that he had posed a foolish question. He fervently reminded himself to remain calm and composed, striving to regain his composure. Though his mind brimmed with inquiries, his lips betrayed him. What is your age? 17. Ah, such youth. How delightful. He hesitated. You did not receive any compensation during your accusation, did you? Of course not. Not a single cent. It was entirely out of altruism. How admirable, truly admirable. He continued, and you were not influenced or incited by anyone, correct? Bella, exuding integrity, declared, certainly not. This line of questioning left the bearded judge and the 2 clerks utterly astonished. In all their years of practice, they had never witnessed such harmony between a defendant's attorney and a plaintiff's representative. What was this? A triumph of the rule of law, a manifestation of human virtue. Meanwhile, the defendant's representative wore a look of utter disbelief. Where was the expected mudslinging? Questions about corruption, collusion, or financial exchanges should have been posed. They should have muddied the waters and pinned the opposition to the pillar of moral shame. Caught up in the moment, the defendant's representative could no longer restrain himself and shouted, Your Honor, I object. The bearded judge wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that an objection had been raised. Had it not been, he would have had the bailiff escort the attorney from the courtroom. What sort of absurd inquiries were these? Questions about meals, happiness in school, and future university aspirations, were these truly appropriate for the court? Having long surpassed the age where the law was deemed sacred and inviolable, the bearded judge had witnessed countless events and individuals within these walls. Today's proceedings felt peculiar yet still within the realm of comprehension. His gaze shifted between Bella and Ms. Hoggies. Bella's eyes sparkled with an indefinable brilliance, indicative of a person of integrity and selflessness. In contrast, Ms. Hoggies, while not unattractive, wore a fierce intensity in her brow and an obstinate curve to her lips, suggesting a formidable tenacity, willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. The judge concluded that this female attorney possessed an impressive ruthlessness. She must have clandestinely uncovered some incriminating evidence against her opposing counsel, thus orchestrating the farcical scene before him. The embarrassment or potential job loss of the defendant's attorney was of no concern to him. Maintaining courtroom decorum was paramount. He rapped his gavel twice, signaling the defendant's attorney to return to his seat. Mechanically returning to his place, the defendant's attorney suddenly froze. Good heavens! What was I just doing? Where am I? Who am I? Instinctively, he glanced at Bella again, bewildered, hesitant, elated, until a look of infatuation surfaced on his face. In less than 3 seconds, as Bella turned away, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Sighing heavily, he drew the ire of the defendant's representative. Are you not on my side? The middle-aged man, assistant manager at Stark Industries Phoenix branch, seethed with anger. His reaction was remarkably swift, drawing the same conclusion that their lawyer had been covertly threatened by the opposing side. Such occurrences are not uncommon within the courtroom. Today is neither the first instance nor will it be the last. He clutched his chest and trembled as he rose, declaring himself afflicted with a malady that would lead to his demise should the court not adjourn today. The bearded judge, amused, feigned ignorance and promptly banged his gavel, declaring a recess. How did you manage that? Upon exiting the courtroom, Jerry Hoggas could not suppress his urge to lower his voice while inquiring of Bella. She then seemed to ponder aloud, speculating whether she had uncovered incriminating evidence against the defendant's lawyer, prompting such an irrational reaction. Chapter 47. Farce. Bella sensed a significant misunderstanding. Yet she was at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. With a smile adorning her face, she pondered her words. Attorney Jerry Hoggies, perceiving something in her expression, waved his hand in realization. Okay, I understand. You need not elaborate. Our goals are aligned. Meanwhile, she reflected inwardly, feeling a mixture of astonishment and introspection. She considered her own methods to be rather ruthless, with her moral compass only extending to bribing a witness. Yet, this seemingly innocuous Bella had imparted a profound lesson. Bribing a witness was trivial. One could directly intimidate the opposing counsel. The idea of mutual compassion was non-existent. Colleagues were adversaries, and Jerry Hoggies harbored a fervent desire for the extinction of all lawyers, leaving himself as the sole survivor. She reminded herself not to show leniency. If a high school student could accomplish such feats, so too must she. Her standards needed to be lowered even further. As Bella observed the lawyer's look of enlightenment, she was perplexed. What do you understand? I haven't uttered a word. Upon returning to her residence, Bella felt she had perhaps overstepped today. Perhaps she ought to temper the effects of her enchantment, which she had dubbed the spell of obsession, by half next time. 3 days later, the court reconvened. This time, the defendant was represented by an elder attorney. Jerry Hoggies' heart sank. She recognized this seasoned lawyer as a former professor from her own studies, now a prominent figure running his own law firm. The old professor's composure and resolve surpassed those of younger attorneys. Yet even he succumbed swiftly to the allure of the enchanted spell of obsession, engaging Bella in a stream of superfluous conversation. The inquiries were sharper than before. Yet they remained fixated on the notion of the young lady's social initiatives, how commendable, how liberating, how quintessentially American, but Stark Industries faced its own challenges. They were not intentionally withholding pensions. Alternatively, it was a societal issue, one that could not be solely shouldered by Stark Industries. If the young lady was inclined, he could introduce her to several Republican congressmen at their next gathering to address the matter. The defendant's representative was utterly baffled, wondering if this was a defense or an act of surrender. He felt compelled to rise once more to interrupt his own attorney's questioning. "Your Honor, I object." He summoned every ounce of strength, releasing a defiant cry that resonated throughout the somewhat cramped courtroom. Today, the bearded judge had donned reading glasses, scrutinizing the defendant and her attorney, attempting to discern if these two were merely jesting with him in disguise. After shaking his head in disbelief, he concluded they were not his old acquaintances but rather had come to amuse themselves at his expense. With the defendant seemingly capitulating, he questioned the necessity of pursuing this case any further. Turning to the jury, he noted their bewildered expressions. They had never witnessed such a harmonious trial. Was the rumor about Tony Stark being foolishly affluent indeed true? Perhaps he truly did not care for the compensation at stake. The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. As the jury seemed poised to speak, the defendant's representative was drenched in sweat, desperate and disregarding courtroom decorum. He dashed forward, pulling the elderly attorney, who was poised to draft a recommendation letter for Bella to the University of Pennsylvania, back to the defendant's seat. The previous encounter had been rushed and unprepared, resulting in this individual evading confrontation. This time, Miss Jerry Hoggies would not let the opportunity slip away. She immediately stood, exclaiming, "Your Honor, the defendant's representative is showing contempt for the court. I demand he be removed." The bearded judge nearly choked on his own disbelief. Would the defense's attorney now betray their own side? If the defendant's representative were expelled, who would remain for the defense? What then would we do with our remaining time? Would our staff simply gather with your plaintiffs to play truth or dare while awaiting the end of the day? Sit down, disrupt again, and I shall have you removed. He warned the defendant's representative, signaling for the trial to proceed. The judge's posture was slightly askew, yet the defendant's representative continued to retreat under Miss Jerry Hoggies' relentless questioning. In litigation, the contest is typically 2 against 2, with one party's representative challenging the opposing attorney, measuring errors and shortcomings, a competition of inadequacies. Yet, the assistant manager of Stark Industries' Phoenix branch felt anything but a balanced duel. He sensed himself outnumbered 3-1, facing 2 attorneys and 1 opposing representative. Had Stark Industries' Phoenix branch appropriately informed the union regarding the suspension of pensions? Had they convened all workers to discuss the matter as per regulations? Was the branch management involved in any financial dealings? Miss Jerry Hoggies' inquiries were incisive, and the defendant's representative, with no recourse left, resorted to a dramatic ploy, fainting. "I fainted." Without a second thought, he tilted his head and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing this, Bella, in a rare moment of initiative, called out, "Your Honor, Mr. Brandon from the jury is a qualified physician. Please permit him to assist." Initially reluctant to intervene, Dr. Brandon felt an inexplicable compulsion to rise under Bella's gaze. The defendant's representative, feigning unconsciousness, was taken aback. What was happening? There was a doctor among the jurors? Had he made a fool of himself? Assisting someone is undoubtedly politically correct, and the judge could not assert that the person on the floor was faking. As long as we adjourn, he would be fine immediately, and thus he nodded in agreement for Dr. Brandon to render aid. The jury comprised members from diverse professions, so the presence of a doctor was not unusual. Encouraged by Bella's affirming glance, the doctor approached the defendant's representative, but after a thorough examination, he found no apparent issue. The judge's intention was clear: to adjourn court and hand the defendant's representative over to medical personnel. There was no time to waste. The patient required immediate on-site emergency care. Dr. Brandon shouted, and with that, a milliliter of adrenaline was administered intravenously. As the patient remained unresponsive, the doctor swiftly commenced chest compressions. He exerted tremendous strength, yet the patient was somewhat corpulent, with layers of flesh enveloping the chest. After an extended period, he had yet to detect a heartbeat, compelling him to summon every ounce of his energy and press down forcefully. The sternum emitted a series of cracking sounds. Am I doomed? What if the sternum fractures? The assistant manager of Stark Industries' Phoenix branch found himself pondering this dilemma. Could this be classified as a workplace injury? Earning a meager salary, was it truly worth risking everything for the company? As he observed the physician preparing to administer artificial respiration, the adrenaline coursing through his veins urged him to revive himself. Chapter 48. Compensation. The members of the jury, along with Old Joe in the audience, erupted into applause, while Bella and Lawyer Hoggies clapped with a sense of compassionate joy. Observing his two clerks applauding, the bearded judge, who had secretly pocketed a considerable sum from Stark Industries, could only manage a few half-hearted claps. The defendant's client was in tears, gripping the doctor's hand in an attempt to buy some time. "Oh God, Dr. Brandon, thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. It is a physician's duty." "No, please, allow me to express my gratitude." The adrenaline was surging, and the defendant's client was so exhilarated he could barely refrain from doing somersaults. The doctor helped him to his feet, glancing at him with evident satisfaction in his life-saving skills, marveling at how he had managed to revive a patient who had previously seemed so gravely ill. With a tone of pride, he said, "Let us resume the trial. You want me to perish?" The defendant's client reluctantly returned to his seat, bracing himself for more probing from Jerry Hawkes. A complete rout. The defendant's representative was left utterly defeated, while his attorney had only posed a few inconsequential questions. After a brief recess, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the jury rendered an informal verdict, finding Stark Industries and Wexler Steel Company in breach of contract. The judge, respecting the jury's opinion, subsequently issued a final ruling in accordance with Arizona law. Stark Industries and Wexler Steel Company were mandated to pay the retired workers of the steel company their full pensions within 90 days. Bella and Old Joe had deliberated and concluded that the previous method of disbursing pensions monthly and annually was entirely unreliable. They now demanded that the acquiring party and the steel mill pay the entire sum in one go. Using 100 years as a benchmark for the elders' lifespan, they calculated the difference between 100 and their current ages, multiplying it by the actual annual pension amount owed. If they lived past a century, it would be considered a loss for the elderly. Any depreciation of currency would also be a risk they must bear. The reality was that after a lifetime in the steel mill, no one truly believed they would reach 100. Living to 90 was already seen as a divine blessing. The prospect of receiving a larger sum of money brought joy to everyone. Even if the currency devalued, they accepted it. Stark Industries and the steel mill were undoubtedly displeased. Not all pensions amounted to $45,000 annually, but Old Joe's pension was among the highest. Even so, according to their calculations, the total pensions for 59 workers exceeded $50 million. How could a struggling steel mill, on top of the regular acquisition expenses, be expected to pay out $50 million? Anyone in their position would be discontented. Bella anticipated their reluctance and foresaw that appeals and delays would be inevitable, which is why the protests continued unabated, despite the apparent wrongdoing in the previous bank robbery at her behest. The three elderly individuals donated the majority of the ill-gotten gains beyond their essential living expenses. In the present day, the court's ruling stands firm and just. Whether it involves marching in front of Stark Industries subsidiary or garnering sympathy from the media, the elderly have ascended to the pinnacle of moral authority. The elderly, inherently a vulnerable demographic, are not defined by their race or gender. They signify a universal stage of life that awaits us all. Today it is them. Tomorrow it could be you. Their plight is indeed deserving of compassion. And now, bolstered by a favorable judicial decision, Bella and Natasha have rallied numerous students, voicing their concerns across various online platforms. Meanwhile, competitors of Stark Industries are subtly amplifying their efforts, resulting in significant public attention towards the elderly's demonstrations. Legislators, political figures from various parties, and media reporters are all keenly following this topic, further complicating Stark Industries' position at the eye of the storm. Everyone ages. Today it may be Old Joe and Old Willie, but tomorrow it could be us. Perhaps Mr. Tony Stark possesses sufficient wealth to disregard concerns of retirement. Yet we cannot afford such luxury. I believe that Mr. Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries, also needs to contemplate this reality, for he is, after all, merely an employee, and 99% of this nation must grapple with this issue. As an ordinary individual, I can only muster my modest efforts to urge everyone to stand united and declare no to those capitalists who seek to indiscriminately consume our pensions. Obadiah, watching Bella articulate her thoughts before the CNN cameras, felt an overwhelming urge to smash his computer in frustration. Here he was, 70 years old and still working. After years of toil, without any substantial savings? I do not require a pension. The rapid progression of events had taken him by surprise. The matter at hand was no longer simply about Bella and a handful of elderly workers from that dilapidated steel mill. The situation had escalated nationwide, with numerous employees of Stark Industries expressing varying degrees of concern. This demographic spanned from Obadiah's close aides to the cleaning ladies responsible for maintaining the company restrooms. All were preoccupied with the question, what about our pensions? Will they too be suspended? The relationship between the parties involved is one of employer and employee, not master and slave. If remuneration halts, who will continue to labor for you? The entire organization was engulfed in turmoil, as Obadiah convened daily meetings to reassure his subordinates. He is a formidable leader, possessing considerable decisiveness. When his team prepared to continue legal proceedings against Bella, he swiftly intervened, opting instead to placate the instigator first. A request for $50 million in pension payments was evidently extortionate. Stark Industries could not entertain such demands. As the sum was far too substantial, who among us will live to 100? Let us establish an age limit of 90, and thereafter. Allocate a portion of pensions based on this criterion. A week later, the elderly received pension payments from Stark Industries, totaling $15 million. Specifically, this amounted to considerable sums for 59 elderly individuals, with some receiving as much as $300,000, while others obtained tens of thousands. The financial gaps could largely be filled, preventing the loss of their homes and leaving a substantial amount for future family expenses. The children, neighbors, and friends of the elderly faced pressures of various kinds: persuasion, threats, and inducements. After receiving their compensation, they subtly conveyed to Bella their desire to bring matters to a close. Very well, I respect your decision. Bella and Natasha departed from Old Joe's home, the elderly man feeling somewhat embarrassed as he personally escorted them to the door. It was only after they drove away that he returned home, moving slowly. Natasha felt a tinge of disappointment, believing that the situation had not reached its ideal resolution. Conversely, Bella felt a sense of satisfaction. The developments had progressed to a commendable extent. It cannot be said that Tony Stark is a virtuous man, nor that every individual within Stark Industries embodies goodness. Presently, everyone adheres to the rules of the game, yet should they be pushed to their limits. Acts of hired murder and kidnapping are certainly plausible. Bella's lack of fear does not imply that others share her fortitude. She has acquired the fame and accolades she sought, and the elderly have received their fair share of monetary compensation. Thus, this matter can be considered concluded. Chapter 49. Unexpected events. Bella wished to cease her involvement, yet others were unwilling to let the matter rest. The trees may long for tranquility, but the winds persist. Often, one's declaration to disengage does not guarantee an end to the game. Following the conclusion of the pension lawsuit, Natasha returned to Prosperity Town to continue her education, as a sophomore still required to endure 2 additional years of joyful learning. Meanwhile, Bella spent 2 days entangled in the compensation case related to the 180 flight incident. Although she garnered some remuneration from the pension case, to receive nothing would be utterly uncapitalistic. Not to mention, Miss Hoggart's legal fees had to be covered by her. A few elderly clients provided a portion of cash, supplemented by several anonymous checks. After deducting various expenses, she was left with less than $5,000. In sharing the spoils with the lovely Natasha, they each took home $2,000. This sum dissipated quickly. After indulging in food and shopping, little remained. Bella was more concerned about the flight compensation, as that was where the substantial sums lay. After another day of court hearings, she ventured to a convenience store to purchase an array of provisions. Drawing from Natasha's experience, she knew that to nourish herself adequately, considerable sustenance was necessary, prompting her extensive shopping spree. As she approached the checkout, a somewhat portly middle-aged man suddenly emerged from behind a nearby shelf, brandishing a firearm aimed directly at Bella. Do you remember me, Miss Swan? Why aren't you smiling anymore? Weren't you quite cheerful before? The man, a representative from the absurdly clownish defense in the pension case, now wore a menacing expression, his hand trembling slightly around the weapon as he fixated on Bella. This rampant gun culture filled Bella with profound disdain. How could anyone, regardless of their character, wield such a weapon? The distance between them was 5 meters, and she could muster enough strength to evade before he pulled the trigger. A handgun could not inflict harm upon her. However, the current environment was unfavorable. Before her stood a somewhat scruffy middle-aged cashier, and behind her were 2 female customers waiting to pay, leaving little room for escape. Stay calm. Let us resolve this between us. Please, allow the innocent to leave, Bella implored, aware that her charm would bear no fruit against such hostility. She could only persuade him with words to clear the area. The portly man chuckled, though it was a hollow sound. Do you truly believe I would spare you? I have been dismissed, the bank has seized my house and car, and my wife and children have departed from my life. In my misfortune, why not take a few more with me? Understand this. No one is to move. Anyone who stirs will meet their end. As his expression grew increasingly grotesque, several men in black suits burst through the convenience store entrance, led by a stout figure. Mr. Todd, Stark Industries will provide you with ample severance pay. Please, calm yourself and lower the weapon. The leader bellowed, while the others positioned themselves in a semicircle, appearing ready to subdue the man named Todd. Step back, everyone. I dedicated so much to this company, and what did I receive in return? Derision, cold insults, and dismissal. What exactly did I do wrong? Have you not disgraced the company's reputation and yet claim no wrongdoing? At this juncture, Obadiah and Tony Stark maintain a close uncle-nephew relationship, as Tony Stark's trusted confidant. The rotund bodyguard Happy Hogan and a senior executive from the corporation have been assigned to manage affairs in Phoenix. The overt responsibilities, such as elucidating the situation to the media and distributing pensions to the elderly, fall under the purview of the headquarters executives. Meanwhile, the rotund bodyguard is tasked with less savory matters, one of which involves forcibly removing the current individual at hand. However, despite meticulous planning, unforeseen complications arise. The corpulent protector proves to be ill-suited for negotiations, persistently urging the other party to remain calm. A middle-aged man named Todd can no longer suppress his pin-up dissatisfaction. With wealth, honor, and reputation slipping away from him, he has nothing left to lose. Gritting his teeth, he fires 3 shots in Bella's direction. Bella, momentarily taken aback, disregards the shock and pushes aside 2 female patrons to her side. With her left hand, she deftly maneuvers to observe the trajectory of the bullets, remaining stationary below while making subtle evasive movements with her upper body. The 3 bullets whizzed past her ephemeral form, striking the middle-aged cashier behind her, whose face is adorned with stubble. Bella is utterly astonished. Earlier, through conversation and positioning, she had adjusted Todd's shooting angle, theoretically ensuring that no one should be behind her at that moment. Wasn't the victim originally to her right? She had even attempted to push him away, only to find herself grasping at thin air. What on earth has transpired? A cacophony of gunfire erupts as Stark Industries bodyguards retaliate, mercilessly gunning down the loathsome yet pitiable Todd. Happy Hogan is acutely aware of Bella's identity, yet his focus had been solely on Todd, rendering him oblivious to her agile evasion of the bullets. He swiftly strides before her, seemingly concerned for her safety, while the remaining bodyguards disperse the panicked crowd, one of them already on the phone contacting the company's legal department. Quick, assist the innocent. An innocent, or is it? Where has he gone? Bella pushes aside the protective embrace of the rotund bodyguard, intent on urging them to aid the recently shot cashier. Yet, upon turning around, she is met with nothing but a pool of blood on the ground. A living being has inexplicably vanished. What sorcery is this? Are Americans truly that resilient? To endure 3 gunshots and escape amidst the chaos? This individual evidently harbors secrets. Even a mere passerby is cloaked in enigma, leaving her at a loss for words. Miss Swan, we believe there may be a misunderstanding regarding Stark Industries. The rotund bodyguard rummages through his thoughts, seemingly pondering how to persuade her not to pursue the matter further. Bella, feeling increasingly agitated, never intended to cause harm. She has never wished to hurt anyone. Yet, Todd's unfortunate circumstances are inextricably linked to her, and she is reluctant to be cast as an adversary to Stark. With a hint of impatience, she interjects, "This is not a personal vendetta. I could dismiss today's events entirely, but what about the police?" The stout bodyguard repeatedly assured, "There will be no issues at the police station. You may leave at once." He then handed Bella an unsigned check for $50,000. Bella accepted the check, examining it with a hint of disappointment in her tone. "Is this the severance pay you intended for Mr. Todd? Is it meant to silence me?" She sighed. "This sum holds little significance for me and will not lead to fortune. If you are uncertain about its proper allocation, perhaps it would be better suited for Mr. Todd's family." With that, she returned the check to the stout bodyguard, left $50 at the cash register, and, after gathering her handbag along with a considerable amount of food, sighed once more and departed from the convenience store.